Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is Wednesday, April 23rd. It's day 2 of the Karen Read retrial. Karen Read, trial 2, day 2, take 2. Today, I expect we're going to resume with Carrie Roberts, who was on the stand when we finished yesterday, and then we will see where the day develops. The Commonwealth is going in a completely different witness order than last time. Last time, it seemed they were going in order of arrival to 34 Fairview, and this time it seems like they are trying to really tell the jury the whole story and then fill in the pieces. But we know that there's still an ongoing fight over ARCA, and that I don't think is going to cease anytime soon because the Commonwealth is just Commonwealthing. So I expect we will see the attorneys talking about that this morning before we even,
bring the jury.
It's gonna take a minute. So we're gonna roll the intro. We're gonna get to court. Buckle up for day 2, everybody. Let's go to Boston. Are you ready? Law nerds, are you ready? I've got a fresh coffee. Let me know what you're drinking. Because, Karen Read, day 2. Let's go. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. Are you guys ready? Are you ready for court? Law nerds, are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? I know I'm ready too. Let's go to court. Let's go to court. You guys are loving it. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Me too. We needed like a court intro, right? We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We will. Oh, that sound's not coming into where I want it. All right, let's make sure y'all can hear court. Now I can hear court. Y'all can hear court. We all can hear court.
22 CR 117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Read.
I appreciate that they've tried something with that freaking
all right,
blind.
So I was told counsel wanted to see me about something.
Oh, good. They told her this morning.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Last night we received...
I'm trying to move the closed captioning and it's fighting with me.
One of the witnesses that the Commonwealth attended.
Last night we received more information and the court was just like, that's not what she said. That's my interpretation of that sigh. That's it. That's my interpretation. I need to gain this up real quick. 10:45 p.m. new discovery. We need to make sure this is a little bit louder. Oh my God, Fred, if you step on the remote, I'm going to do nothing because you're a cat and you do whatever you want, but I'm going to yell your name. Emily, be honest, what will you do? Yeah, I'll just be like, Fred, no.
These reports are celebrate reports that
There we go. Trooper Greeno's tech.
Address any corresponding report. Some of them include data that have never been discussed by Trooper Greeno. There's at least
10:45 last night.
Hundreds of pages of long that appears to be cut and copied text messages and various phone calls. But again, we received at 10:45 last night. This is in violation of Rule 14, and we're asking the court to exclude, at the very least, the lengthy PowerPoint phone calls and text messages.
Look at how big that PowerPoint printed out is. She's like, damn. I mean, if it's page by page, just one text, it's probably not that big. But receiving it at 10:45 last night, it's just like, really? After the fit Brennan had yesterday, really?
That have been copied and pasted into a PowerPoint because we have no ability to go through in a timely manner and review them for accuracy.
Right.
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan?
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan? Because yesterday, you flipped your shit and then went back and at 10:45 sent out a new exhibit. What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan? Yeah, what do you say about that, Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor, all of this information is
right
from
into the
phone
mic.
discovery, which they
Yikes.
already had. There are a number of different select PowerPoints that were introduced
When did they get it?
last night,
No, when did they already have?
2023.
Okay.
And so what you may remember from
He's
the
like, it's
last
an exhibit-y.
trial is that there
They
is,
have
for
all the
example,
underlying
Mr. O'Keefe's
exhibits.
entire phone log, and then is separated by his phone calls with the defendant, perhaps another witness. And so what we did is we tried to
Just coming in
consolidate. Instead of
hot.
having 50 of these things, I try to make them more limited. We did use more updated software. The only difference is it shows emojis. In addition,
which is a huge issue. A huge issue with Celebrate is some version of Celebrate does not show emojis, and some versions of Celebrate do show emojis. The internet will melt down over a missing emoji. Trust me. But Celebrate does not always populate emojis. But that got pronounced right. I want to know how he pronounced GIF. Let's keep going.
we took the phone calls and the emails or the text messages which was presented at the last trial. Content has not changed. We just put it in a PowerPoint so that when it's read, instead of just reading the text messages and
We
then
just
searching for the
organized
phone
it.
calls, where Trooper Garino would then refer to a
The
separate
defense is going to
document.
be like, well, we just
it's
organized
simply in
ARCA,
order.
so.
There is a presentation
NBD.
of a different PowerPoint, which is from the old data, 2023, but it is information that was not introduced at the last trial, although it was clearly provided to the defense in advance. And what it is, it's
Your Honor, they
healthcare
already have
data
it.
of the defendant's watch, and pardon me.
You can keep saying it's healthcare data, but the Apple Watch data is not healthcare data.
Jennifer McCabe's
Health
watch.
data from the health app,
And
maybe,
what it
but it's
does
not
is it tracks her
healthcare
heart
data.
rate from midnight all the way through the next morning. Now, although that information was available to the defense, they could have done what they wanted with it. That information was never put in a PowerPoint
You're
presentation.
bringing in Jen McCabe's
I
heart
will not
rate?
and do not expect Trooper Garino to talk about it during his testimony. He's a witness. I'm going to ask the court to recall. The reason I turned that over was to be transparent
Okay.
and to be collegial. We would not introduce it on direct, but as Your Honor ordered, there was an order not to get into third-party culprit evidence. Jennifer McCabe was never identified as a third-party culprit, yet in the opening, the defense suggested something about 227. If the defense is...
Y'all watched with me yesterday. In the defense opening, do you think the defense was intimating that Jen McCabe did something to John O'Keefe? Or do you think the defense was intimating, hey, look at all this shit that could have been investigated and wasn't? That one? Was it that one?
to cross-examine or suggest that a phone call occurred at 227.
Weird.
This would be to rebut that
All the
information.
questions one might ask.
I could have waited until after the cross-examination and then sprung this as a surprise upon the defense because it is powerful evidence showing her heart rate is inconsistent with being in a criminal conspiracy, yet we provided it in advance so that it have notice.
What expert evidence do you have to say what somebody's heart rate would be like if they're involved in a criminal conspiracy? Just asking.
Days before Trooper Garino would even testify.
I don't even know how you're
About
going to
it.
get into
So
that.
the PowerPoints that were
I mean, not running
provided
around,
last
sure.
night, you don't intend to use either one of those in your...
Good Lord.
Presentation I would regarding the
What are
text
we doing
messages and
today,
phone calls.
Brennan?
At the last trial, Trooper Garino read the text messages from the screen, and at the same time, he would look at the phone calls, and he would go back and forth between the papers. This is simply putting the phone calls with the text messages in the chronological order so that on the screen,
I'm not
rather
surprised
than
the
read text
defense wants to
messages
check how they were
and then
copy and
refer
pasted, though.
to the phone calls and
Any of you
state
shocked?
there was a phone call.
The defense wants to
it can simply
double
be shown
check?
on the screen.
I'm
What
not.
do you say about that, Ms. Little? It's content you had. It's messages that came in at the last trial.
The problem, Your Honor, is this is not from a Cellbrite report. It's been individually.
I need to see it. I need to take
Yeah,
a look
it's
at
just-
this. Do you
it
have an
is.
extra copy for me, Mr. Brennan?
They're allowed to make demonstrative exhibits. However, you have to go through and make sure they match up to Celebrate.
I can provide a copy, Your Honor.
So Trooper Garino is not going to be your next witness after Ms. Roberts, is he?
It's going to be Peggy O'Keefe, and then it would be Trooper Garino. As I said, I can recall him, and I expect to because there's a number of other events. If it becomes an issue, I can call him to authenticate the phones that we'll need for our further witnesses.
He's probably gonna be
which
on
is
the
Ian
stand
Whiffen and
multiple
Jessica
times.
Hyde, and then I can simply recall him. I don't need to read these to the jury today, but there's nothing new in it. There's nothing surprising, but I will make this as easy as possible for
All
everybody.
right, I'd like to be able to take a look at this. I'd like the defense to
Nothing's
take a
being
look
made
at
easy.
it. You're right, Ms. Little. You're entitled to be able to spend some time looking at
Yeah,
what the
I think
Commonwealth
he would be
intends
the
to
reader.
put into evidence today. So,
I
yeah,
heard that
so
too,
I just
Chad.
took, I guess, Mr. Lally's copy.
Yesterday when I asked if Peggy O'Keefe was testifying, I thought maybe she was going to be the first witness, but she's testifying today.
So if you can get me, Mr. Clerk, would you give this back to Mr. Lally? If you can get me another
Wow.
copy today, that would be great.
He's really being called to authenticate documents.
Okay.
The defense may have other plans for him. There's no need to introduce any of this today through Trooper Garino.
Okay.
He will be not only a fact witness for downloading and authenticating, but he is essentially our reader. I can bring him back today. I can bring him back in 2
Right,
days.
he's
It
our
really
reader.
doesn't matter. I don't want to deprive the defense of time to review.
Okay.
And so whatever is the time they need, I'll defer.
Okay. So that's what we're going to do.
Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Little, if you can take a look at them by tomorrow and let me know if you have any objections tomorrow. Does that give you enough time?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else before we started?
Not for the Commonwealth. Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, I did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening. We did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday. Is there another day that works for the court reasonably soon that we can have them come in? For a
We could do it tomorrow afternoon.
They're not in
If
the
tomorrow's
state
a
of
better day for him.
Massachusetts.
state?
They're
Yeah,
out of state.
They're just in Pennsylvania, right?
Could we do a Zoom
I mean,
day tomorrow?
No.
How close is
he needs to be
Pennsylvania?
here in person. Mr. Alessi,
I don't know. If somebody needed me for a meeting down the road at the Tractor Supply where I need to go later today because I need a new bird feeder, but that's real personal to me. I still can't do it like tomorrow because busy. Like people have shit to do.
I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday
that's
talking
not
about
a-
this voir dire.
I
I
love you're saying
assume that you folks
hours.
provided that order to the ARCA witnesses. We don't have an address to serve them. We don't have enough time.
You can't be like,
All right,
be here
so,
tomorrow.
We could do tomorrow afternoon.
Like, be here tomorrow. Just be here tomorrow. Just like make it work.
Travel arrangements for them to get here.
They probably have shit to do because
We have
they're
a conflict that begins on
experts.
Thursday and goes until Friday. So, is there a day next week that works for the court?
Well, we could do Monday, but what I'm going to order is if it's continued all the way until Monday, the testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or were going to do, that has to be done by then.
They said
So we can do
May.
it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
Why are they being penalized to get the testing done? What fucking Am I dumb? What difference does it make? If they came in Friday, the testing wouldn't be done, and that was chill. But they come in Monday, and now the testing needs to be done because they had a conflict because you told them literally yesterday, but they said the testing would be done at the beginning of May. What difference? The testing wouldn't have been done if they came in on Friday. So you have a busy schedule, and now it's your fault. I just don't find that reasonable at all.
To make that happen. I don't have a status on some of the shipping components that they need for the testing.
Okay.
So we'll do the best we can.
All right. So that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day where, Friday was easy to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day. Can we
I
do
guess
this?
they were getting a half day because
just
she
in the
was
afternoon?
thinking about that.
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the subject matter of the voir dire is going to be.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire. All right. I'm trying to help you out by having the witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I would assume I'm giving you the opportunity to put them on and the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
The reality is, even if the testing's not done, she's not going to keep it out. She's just
All
going to
right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
huff and puff and make it different.
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of ARCA on Monday,
Yes.
we'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I mean, I'd like to keep the testimony.
Oh no, she's completely indifferent. The reason she's doing the voir dire is for a discovery remedy. She said, I found a discovery violation. So the options are don't let them testify or let the prosecution ask the questions that they need to. The judge is like, so have the voir dire, don't have the voir dire. You want me to keep them out? I think that's what the court is like. Ask what you need in voir dire. This is for the attorneys. This is for the Commonwealth to ask whatever questions they think they need to ask so that they have a remedy to the discovery.
I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday. So Friday we'll be back to where we were at the half a day.
Woohoo!
Will we have a chance to be heard on rulings regarding ARCA? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Yes.
Why would that change?
What do you mean? Before, when?
Whenever it's convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing in new opinions that we will not have an opportunity.
He wants to ask again to keep out any new opinions
To consider
All right. Can we do that the day of the voir dire?
whenever it's good for the court.
All right. So
that voir dire is not going to be a
maybe
half
we'll
day.
break
There's
with
not
the
a fucking
jury at
chance.
12 on Monday.
Not a chance they'll
Now
be
they're
done.
going to have 2 half days in a row, but
There's not a chance. There's not a chance the ARCA voir dire is going to be done in a half of a day, and having the ARCA witnesses start in the afternoon leaves the possibility that they have to then be in Massachusetts overnight to continue the next day, which is going to suck. This is a terrible plan that's going to go badly.
we'll break.
Will we
It's a
still
terrible
do the
idea.
voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire, it's not lost on me. But what I'm trying to understand
but what do you
is
want?
I want to hit the target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the targets, one of the
Let
big
the Commonwealth
concerns I have is
have
that
at you.
105 or more text messages were deleted. And you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a
Excuse me, Your Honor. I have thoughts on that. I'm just going to interject here from the internet. So remember how the Commonwealth said that like Canton PD's videos just like overwrote like every 30 days? That's like in due course. So when everybody went to Canton PD and was like, where's the video? And they're like, it overwrites. You're like, it overwrites. Can't turn over what you don't have. That's what we mean. We mean that. It's so same. Like it just automatically deletes. Or like when you know there's going to be a preservation order and then you snap your SIM card and like go to a military base and eat it in the trash. I feel like that maybe is a little more extreme of a version of in due course, because like it seems like one would maybe know there was going to be a preservation order and that's how the SIM card ends up disappearing and gets yeeted into the trash. But just like it got rehomed. Can't turn over what you don't have. So same.
pending case. We need to figure out.
My annoyance does not change her annoyance. Back up and let her finish.
Text messages were deleted, and you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in
Ma'am.
due course. It's a pending case. We need to figure out. I need to figure out that at least.
That's
and there-
very helpful.
Okay.
In Your Honor, the 30-day, if you may recall, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrison.
Oh, shit.
So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony, the ARCA witnesses to discuss it.
There to bring them if they still have them.
Exactly. That is also very helpful. But this 30-day auto delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey
So
did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember,
He's saying we tried to get to DA Morrissey's text and everyone said they deleted over 30 days. She's like, I need something in writing. That's not how you preserve a pending case. This isn't a civil case. So if the defense make file notes about their expert, I don't know how that's not proper record preservation, but I don't know. I'm going to have to ask the attorneys that had to deal with experts in the private capacity, not the public capacity, because this was not an issue in my practice.
you still said out of the blue, months later, a bill came.
That's what she's mad about.
This gives me pause about
Keep
that,
reading, Emily.
frankly. Okay?
That's
So-
what she's mad about.
All right. So All right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns. All right.
Well, at least they're
Are we
big
ready
and
to
not
start?
grave.
Judge, I just had a.
So let's figure that out. Do you want to, you know what, let's see counsel at sidebar about scheduling.
Well, counsel's going to sidebar. I'm going to quell your rage. Maybe, maybe not. But I am going to share with you our stream sponsor for today. Emily, we have stream sponsors. We do. Because A, they want to share information with all of you, and B, it's trial time. So as we zoom past sidebar and get into trial, a quick word from Foreo. You know I love to keep it simple, and today's sponsor, Foreo, helps me keep my skincare simple. Foreo incorporates light therapy into a number of products, including one of my go-to favorites, the UFO. You've heard me talk about this device quite a lot because it has the different spectrums of light in the LED light ring, and it heats and cools while you use the mini masks on your skin. But if you are ready to take light therapy to the next level, the FAQ 202 is for you. Foreo's FAQ 202 is the next generation of LED mask. First of all, it has incredible LED coverage, but it is also a silicone mask, so it will fit your face shape. And unlike other masks I've tried, you can actually do stuff while wearing this because you can still see. It is easy and comfortable to wear. Plus, with the app, you can control which of the different wavelengths you are using to target different skin concerns. And you can make your own programs. Plus, it's completely wireless. Not only does the FAQ 202 have 8 different wavelengths of light, but it also includes near infrared or NIR, which all helps target different levels of your skin so that you are tackling different skin concerns in a non-invasive way. So whether you're just looking to boost your skin's natural healing process, or whether you're looking to reduce wrinkles and fine lines, minimize pores, or brighten your skin, the FAQ 202 tackles all of those concerns. So all you need to do is connect it to your app, and away you go. And this is why I love having Foreo back as a sponsor. So click the link in the description and use code LAWNERD30 for 30% off all Foreo products. And the code applies to already discounted items, so you will get an extra 30% off. I know. Thank you, Foreo, for sponsoring this stream for that incredible discount. Don't forget to use code LAWNERD30, and let's get back to today's stream. You guys, this trial is going to age us. We might as well age gracefully. So after we got to the sidebar, the court took a 5-minute break. They're bringing the jury in. So are you guys ready? Are you ready?
Bring the jury.
I'm ready to bring the jury. I mean, Foreo's not going to tackle our grave concerns with text messages, but it may tackle our concerns with our skin, and 30% off everything, including stuff that's already on sale. I'm just saying. If you want a mask, if you don't want a mask, fine. But all the things, and all of you, I see you in the chat going, I'm using my stuff right now. I know. Look, if we're going to be mad, we might as well at least be cute. At the end of the day, there's not much the court can do except be mad. She's not going to keep Foreo. She's not going to keep ARCA out. She's not going to hold them back from responding to the Commonwealth's experts. She is going to huff and puff, but she is, at the end of the day, going to make it uncomfortable, and then she's going to let it come in. That's it. Charles said, wife says I need to moisturize. Always moisturize. Oh God, if only we had the clip from Doctor Who. Moisturize me. Let's go to court. Look, it's day 2. We're starting with Carrie Roberts on the stand. We've heard Peggy O'Keefe is going to testify. I'm riveted.
7, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
I'm riveted.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Hear ye. Court is now in session.
Thank you for your patience.
I missed them somewhere.
The lawyers and I got some work done this morning while you were waiting for us.
They always do that.
So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no, I should. All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't
Can we have
think
Ms. Roberts back in,
they're going to
please?
have all the rebuttal evidence done by Monday, but I think they can give the court an idea of what they're working on, and that's going to be good as good. So that's going to be it. All right, they're bringing in Carrie Roberts. I'm going to zoom till she is sitting on the stand. Remember, yesterday we had gotten to right when she got to 34 Fairview. If I'm the prosecutor in this situation, I'm going to back up a little bit because we're getting to what will probably be interesting testimony to the jury, but also emotional testimony. And the judge just kind of stepped on the moment there and was like, I need to see counsel sidebar. So I think they're going to back up a little bit and then go forward. Remember, if you're new to this trial, I'm going to try not to give spoilers from last trial and juxtapose gently. But last trial, she was not cross-examined. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you. Good morning. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mrs. Roberts.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about when you went into
This is
John's
witness
home
two.
at Meadows to look for him.
Yes.
He did. He backed up.
And I recall you said that you did not see him there.
Correct.
At some point, you left.
Correct.
When you went into Meadows, who did you go into Meadows with?
Karen and Jen McCabe.
Have you ever seen any video from a ring camera depicting you and the defendant and Ms.
Yeah,
McCabe
I would have
going
backed
into
up
the
too.
home?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I've moved to introduce a ring video. It has certification and then a smaller clip of that ring video.
Even if you all get annoyed at Brennan, when he does things that
If there's no
are
objection or there is no.
that I agree with, I'm going to tell you. And I think the way he backed up here was smart. And bringing in the ring video now instead of later is smart because it gives him a reason to back up a little bit without just being extreporous. So, also, a law nerd in the chat yesterday, no, in the comments on the replay crew, love you, everything's timestamped down below. One of the law nerds in the chat comments yesterday suggested that we do an Alessi word of the day. So I marked it yesterday in the description. If we get a word of the day today, we'll mark it. So if we get an Alessi word of the day, we'll mark it. And then we can recap. So as he's getting this queued up, I feel like we should go through Alessi's word of the day. In the morning when I am running on time, that may be never, I will do them before we get into stream. But since we're not into stream yet and they're still marking evidence, we're going to do it now. Yesterday, it was towards the end of argument when Alessi said that...
Your Honor, if I may note, 12A is the ring video from 12 Meadows. 12B is the certification from Ring.
Perfect.
And 12
That the argument from the prosecution was improvident. Now, here's what I love is because yesterday when Brennan was losing his mind, he said, I knew this was going to happen. Like, I'm not Nostradamus, but I knew this was going to happen. Improvident means not foreseeing and providing for the future. It's like shade on the level of advanced Scrabble. It is such a 10 out of 10. It is such a 10 out of 10. So we had to just call it back. But if we have a word of the day, we will do an Alessi word of the day. I will put it in the description. We will call back to it the next day. And we will just thank Mr. Alessi for making us all feel smarter. But that was an incredible pull because my ass would be in court thinking that I'm Gen Z, even though I'm Gen X, being like, Your Honor, it's not like he has a crystal ball. Cringe. I wouldn't. But in my head, I would. Emily, would you actually say that in court? No. But I'm getting snarkier as the years go by. All right. Marked the exhibits, Brennan. Thank you.
A portion of 12A.
That's accurate. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. He's marked all the exhibits for the records. He has to do them. The certification, the full video, and then the clip they're going to
With
show
the
in
court's
court.
permission, I'd like to play 12C for the jury.
Good, good, good. Good, good, good. I did hear that Alessi named his Yeti cooler the Yanetti. I did hear that. I did. I'm also riveted by his snacks every day. This is them arriving at One Meadows. Hopefully we'll get a time in the morning.
Thank you.
I'll give you a bird feeder update the next time Brennan buffers.
Ms. Roberts, you've seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
Is that you and the defendant and Ms. McCabe going into Meadows?
Yes, it is.
When you came out of Meadows, did you have a chance again to look at the defendant's tail light on her Lexus?
Yes. When we left the house, she pointed it out to me.
Did you stop and get a closer look?
Yes, I did.
I want you to describe to the jury your best memory of what it looked like.
She said a piece was missing.
Karen pointed out and said, look, my taillight. And she said, do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him. But the taillight itself, the piece was missing. And as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square, and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out. And I only remember it because I thought if someone walks by that, they're going to catch their jacket on it.
How long of a time did you have to actually look at the taillight?
Under a minute.
How close were you?
I think
to the
that's
taillight
new
when you
too, but
looked
we'll
at it?
see.
I was in front of it. I could see.
I remember the middle piece.
And when you talked about the taillight, you said a piece was missing. Is this the left side or the right side of the Lexus that you saw the piece of the taillight missing?
It was the right side, so it was the passenger taillight.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't remember that from last time either, but again, I didn't review the last trial. I'm going off of my memory, which ADHD. So my functional memory is what it is.
Should I remain, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. May I recognize what is in that photo?
That is Karen's SUV.
Is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw the vehicle that morning?
Without the snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is in this picture.
The photograph you look at is not the car.
I think it would be helpful for the jury because there is a lot of confusion about what a piece, like what is the one piece. So when she's saying this square, at that point, put it on an Elmo and show the jury what square we're talking about. But
In the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Putting that aside, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the damage that you saw to the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's car that morning?
Yes.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
because what everybody means by a piece is so subjective.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 13.
Sure.
Because
Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look
not
at
a
the photo
small
that you just
piece.
described. Do you see the white area in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that where the taillight had missing part?
Yes.
And where was the metal in relation to that white part?
Was
you
that
see?
whole part missing?
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a rectangle, but it's vertical, sort of.
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
Yes, one of the side, it's almost like an encasement, but the right side, I think it was the right side, was sticking out a little bit, like out from the car toward me.
Did you express any concern about the metal sticking out?
Yes, because I thought at that height it could clip someone's coat or something if they were walking by.
So did it
You
look
mentioned
like
the
that?
defendant asked you if you thought she hit somebody.
Correct.
How many times did she ask you that?
She asked me that in the driveway. How many times? She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And my answer was, no, I don't think you hit him. I'm sure you hit something because your taillight's broken, but I don't think you hit him. Why would I think that?
Did you have any reason to think at that point that she hit anybody?
No.
Did she ever repeat that phrase or question in the same or similar manner again that night?
She did at the scene where we found John.
Before or after you found John?
After we found John.
Okay. So we'll get to that then. Could we please take that picture down, Ms. Gilman? How far of a ride is it from Meadows to Fairview?
I would was, I don't know,
That
maybe 8 minutes.
That night, how
So when
long
you
was
left
it?
John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview, you said you were driving.
Yes.
Was there
What time is
any
it?
comments or conversation from the defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Bella's mom, who lived near Jen's sister. There was talk, and I said, where is Fairview? And Jen said, it's off of Chapman, so it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane, so I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
Describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen was, frantic, and she was yelling. I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She would be in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat, then be in between us.
Did you have any words with Miss Reed?
I told her to shut up several times because I was trying to drive, and I couldn't concentrate. I told her to sit back and buckle up because it was bad driving. I didn't want to get into an accident and her not have a seatbelt on.
How often was the yelling on the way to Fairview?
Oh, several times. It was like you couldn't control her, and I was trying to drive in a blizzard.
You went down Spring Road before you get to Fairview?
No, Spring Lane is before Fairview off of Chapman.
And did anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
I'm sorry?
Anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
No.
More of the same?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that when you got to Fairview, the defendant began kicking your door.
Yes.
When you looked out, you didn't see anything.
I did not.
And at some point, you ran over to where Miss Reed was.
Yes.
Tell us what your first observations are when you get close to the defendant.
Well, it was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over, and I said, oh, my God. I jumped out of the car. I ran over, and she was lifting up his shirt.
I realize that we have lots and lots of new Lawnard friends in the chat. Apologies. My kiddo does color guard, so he spins wooden rifles and was rehearsing this morning and caught one to the side of the nose. So seems okay, but I remind him that the hands are more effective. It happens. Just had to make sure it wasn't moving in a way that it needed to go to the doctor. So sorry for all the new Lawnards. That could be confusing. Band. It's band. It's the most dangerous part of band. All right, let us continue as she's getting into very important testimony. But that's who walked into my office.
When you get close,
He'll be okay.
to the defendant.
Well,
Not
it
broken.
was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over, and I said, oh, my God. I jumped out of the car. I ran over, and she was lifting up his shirt to try and warm him, I guess. So I went over to his head, and I began to dig his head out of the snow.
Can you take us back and describe for us what you're seeing?
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine, but his right eye looked like it was huge, like he had something happen to it.
Like what?
And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR. I had been certified at work through the American Red Cross, so I knew chest compressions were more important. So I started to do chest compressions, and I yelled to Jen and told her to call 911. Karen was trying to do mouth-to-mouth. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but I knew chest compressions were more important, so I concentrated on that. I yelled for Jen. I carry blankets. I have 2 kids, so I carry blankets in the car, so I yelled to Jen to get the blankets. I don't know what I thought I was doing with blankets, but I wrapped them around his head, just thinking we're trying to warm him up. He was covered in snow.
When you first ran over, you mentioned that his head was covered in snow. Was his head fully covered in snow?
Yes.
When you looked down, could you see who it was at first?
At first, no. I had to dig him out.
When is it that you realized that this was your friend John?
When I cleared the snow off his face.
Did you feel his skin?
Did I feel what?
His skin.
Yes.
And could you tell us how it felt?
It was cold. Like he had been there in the elements for a while.
You mentioned that his head was covered with snow before you brushed off the snow. Was other parts of his body?
They're asking this a lot because the Commonwealth is going to argue, I think, more than they did last time, that no one could have known that that was John O'Keefe unless you knew where he was before because his head was covered. So I think they're going to continue to ask her this. Lally asked her this maybe once last time and didn't get into it more. But I think Brennan is going to continue to ask about, so you didn't know this was John O'Keefe until you cleared his face. How, and his argument will be, the only way that Karen Read knew that this was John O'Keefe was because she left him there. That's going to be the Commonwealth's through line of this. So
He's still covered
I
in
think that's
snow?
why we're seeing it asked
Yes.
more.
Can you share with us what you saw?
His legs were covered. His arms were by his side. He was on his back. Karen had lifted up his shirt, so now his shirt was down, but I was doing chest compressions so you could see his clothing. He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And when I put the baby blankets under the back of him, there was blood on the blanket, so I think he had a cut on the back of his head.
Was the blood from his nose and mouth frozen or running?
I don't think it was running. It was not gushing.
You said that you brushed off the snow from John's face.
Yes.
Did you brush it off from both sides?
Yes.
Did you brush it off to the extent that you uncovered his entire face and head?
Yes.
So, did you have gloves on?
No.
Bare hands?
Yes.
And that's how you felt the temperature of his skin?
Yes.
When you brushed off both sides of his face, did you ever feel any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
No.
Did you ever see any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
I did not.
That goes to media interviews
How
Karen
long
gave.
did you give chest compressions for to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, I can't be sure. I would say 4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point.
Brennan, have you ever given anybody CPR? It could be 30 seconds, could be 7 hours when you are stressed. It's okay.
And then the EMTs came. So however long it took for them to get to us, 6 minutes.
When you were trying to save your friend John, did the defendant say anything?
She was just running around screaming, Carrie, Carrie, Jen, Carrie, Jen.
Was anything said at that point about her taillight?
About what?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
When you were waiting for the police and EMTs, just briefly, what was the temperature like and the visibility like?
The temperature was freezing because I remember at one point I couldn't feel my knees, which is why I had Jen take over. And the wind was still whipping and the snow was still coming down.
At some point, did help arrive?
Again, on this, from everyone who testified this morning, the thing that has made the most sense was how Carrie relays Karen Read running around, screaming their names, saying, did I hit him? Is he dead? And asking questions in a panicked way. It is the thing that has made the most, her version has made the most sense of everyone I have heard go through the morning. We'll see as other witnesses testify, and we'll see if there's cross. But Carrie's testimony is telling. Like, this is what I remember.
Yes, they did.
And when help arrived, what did you do?
I stood back and watched them work on him.
Did you see first responders trying to give first aid to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
How long were you outside for that morning?
At that point,
Well, the entire morning.
maybe a half hour.
When the first responders were trying to save John, what else were you doing?
I was calling my husband. I called my mother. When they put him in the back of the ambulance, I then made a call to Mrs. O'Keefe. I think I called Mr. O'Keefe first, but he didn't answer. So I called Mrs. O'Keefe and told her John had been in an accident. And she screamed, "I can't do this again."
What did you do after that phone call?
The police put Jen and Karen in the back of a cruiser. And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside. I was standing outside just watching. And Karen was saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And I said, no, they're working on him. I can see tubes moving. I can see them moving. Something, if he was dead, they wouldn't be working on him. She grabbed the front of my shirt and said, are they working on him? And I said, yes, they're working on him. At this point, I think I was in shock. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't think he was dead. I thought they could save him. I knew he was in the EMT, in the ambulance with the EMTs, and I was just hopeful that they were going to be able to do more than I could.
You said that at one point, Ms. McCabe and the defendant were in a car, and then you mentioned at some point the defendant grabbed you. Did she grab you when she was in the car or out of the car?
She was in the car. I was outside of the car.
At some point, did the defendant, Ms. McCabe, get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you go over to the ambulance before it left?
Did I go over to the ambulance?
Before it left?
No.
Have
Did
they
you
asked her about
watch?
John's phone yet?
Yes.
At some point, did you see the defendant get out of the car, the police cruiser?
No, I didn't see them get out, but they were out at one point.
They were what?
They were out of the vehicle, but I didn't watch them get out. I was watching the ambulance.
At some point, you saw them out?
Yes.
And did they watch, or were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
Did what?
Were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
I don't know.
Just Me McGee is asking the questions in the chat that have lingered this entire case. I understand Carrie and Karen not knocking on the door at 34 Fairview. I do not understand when they say call 911 and Jen McCabe is outside her sister's house and her brother-in-law is law enforcement, how she doesn't go to the door and beat it down saying, we need help, we need help. It's her sister's house. Her brother-in-law is a first responder. I agree with you, chat. It does not make sense. Even if you're on the phone with 911, to be beating on the door with your other hand, saying, we need help, we need help. I don't know. I understand Karen in this moment. I understand Carrie in this moment.
No.
They are panicked. And I think Carrie's trying to
I
hold
wasn't
everybody
concentrating
together.
on either one of them. I was concentrating on my friend in the ambulance.
When you were trying to save Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any signs of life?
I did not. And I checked his pulse. No, I did not.
After the ambulance took John to the hospital, tell us what you do next.
I left. I told Mrs. O'Keefe, I said, I'm going to come get you. She said, well, I'm going to have Braintree Police take me to the hospital, which was in Brockton. And I said, they're not going to take you to Brockton. I will come get you because neither of their cars had four-wheel drive. So I asked if I could leave, and they said, give me your number and we'll follow up with you. And I took Karen with me. We drove down the street. At some point, she was on the phone with Erin O'Keefe, John's sister-in-law, and Karen was saying, I think he's dead, I think he's dead. I grabbed the phone and I said, I don't think he's dead. He's in an ambulance. He's been in an accident. At this point, I didn't know what was going to happen. At some point in the car, as we're driving, she was on the phone with her mother. And I think when we were driving, we got all the way to the elementary school. And Karen said to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You're going to have to take care of the kids. And I said, nobody's dying. Nobody's killing themselves. Let's not think about that. And then one of the officers called me and said, do you have Karen Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, could you please turn around and bring her back? Her parents are saying that she's suicidal, so we're going to take her to the hospital and section her. I said, okay. I didn't get far, so I turned around, went back. At some point, she was on the phone with her mother, and I got on the phone with her mother and said, I'm going to be heading to the hospital. Let me give you my phone number. It's the same hospital John's at. I'm assuming they're going to the same. That's where Canton takes everybody. And her mother said, please make sure that they don't let her have her bag. There are things in her bag, medicine I don't want her to have. So I said, okay, I will. So we got back to the house, and she got in the ambulance, and one of the EMTs asked me for her phone, so I handed that over, and I said, the mother wants to make sure that she does not have her purse because there's medication in there that they don't want her to have.
Did you see the defendant leave with medical personnel?
Yes, I did.
Before we move forward, I want to step back for just a moment. Did you see when the medical personnel, the first responders, lifted John from the ground and then put him on a bed?
Yes.
Shortly after they moved John from the ground and brought him to the bed to bring him to the ambulance, did you go back to where John lay when you first saw him?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go back to the spot where John was lying when you first saw him?
When they lifted him up, there was grass underneath him, and I could see his phone. So I went over and picked up the phone and the 2 baby blankets that were left on the ground.
So let me ask you, when you went back to where John was lying on the ground,
When was
you said you
this?
saw grass. There was not snow under him?
No, there was not.
How much
Was
time?
there many inches of snow around that area?
Yes.
But none where he was lying under him? You said you picked up a couple of items.
Yes.
Could you repeat that again, what you picked up?
I picked up John's phone and 2 blankets, the blankets that I had Jen get out of the car.
Where are
What did
we?
you do with John's phone when
time?
you picked it up from the ground?
I put it in my pocket and gave it to a first responder when they came over, or I
Is this
handed it off to a first
Before
responder.
she left? Is
And
this
the
when
blankets
she
you
came
picked up, were
back?
they in the ground area or on snow as well?
They were, I don't remember.
George, don't you start causing
How
problems.
long after you put the phone in your pocket, do you remember when you gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
I feel like we're out of order.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes.
And does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
Yes, but I don't remember. Somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept it in your pocket before, until you gave it to a first responder?
I do not.
At some point, did you get in your car during that morning before you left and drove from the scene?
Yes.
Do you know if John's phone was still in your pocket when you first got into your car?
I don't know.
Was your car heated that morning? Did you keep
Yes.
it running?
Yes.
And was the
I
heat on
think I
it?
kept it running the whole time. I don't even think I shut it off.
I see. I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did you decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree. Barely. I was on the highway. I was the only one on the highway. I spun out a couple times.
Can you
right
describe
near-
what you mean by spun out?
Well, the driving was, no one else was on the road. The driving was horrible. So I spun out almost at the Braintree exit to get to their house. And then I got to the O'Keefe's house and I said, we are not taking the highway back to Brockton. We're going back roads, which is a much longer way, but there was no way I was putting us in the car and that treacherous.
When you went to the O'Keefe's house, you mean Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe Sr.'s house?
Yes, John's parents.
That's different than Meadows Road.
Correct.
When you got to the home, did you go in?
Yes, for a second. They were ready and waiting for me. They wanted to get to the hospital.
When you say they, can you tell us who was waiting for you?
John's parents, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, were waiting.
What happens next?
Mr. O'Keefe said something about a Dr. Rice and that they were trying to warm John up. We got into the car. Mr. O'Keefe got in my passenger seat. Mrs. O'Keefe got in the back seat. Mrs. O'Keefe's niece worked at Good Samaritan, so we were trying to get in touch with her to see if we were going to be allowed in because there was still COVID restrictions. John's brother was already on his way there. And Mr. O'Keefe at some point said, "He's gone, Peg," and he slammed his hands on the dashboard. But they didn't actually know if he was gone yet. At one point, Karen called me from the ambulance, and on the phone, Mrs. O'Keefe said, "Karen, what happened?" And she said, "I left him at a party." And Mrs. O'Keefe said, "And you just left him?" And Mr. O'Keefe said, "All right, that's enough. She's been through enough." Then we hung up with her. I said, "We're on our way to the hospital."
Let me ask you a question. When the defendant said that she left him, did she say whether she left him outside or inside?
No,
She said I left him at a
Was the
party.
question, follow-up question, never asked?
no.
Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
Not in the car,
talk about
but when
hearsay
I
in a
got to
minute.
the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital room.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
How long did it take for you and the O'Keefes to get to the hospital?
I would say maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Share with us the mood in that car.
Good Lord. There are hearsay exceptions at work here. Hold on. That's a horrible pause for this witness.
I think I was in shock.
All right. There are hearsay exceptions at play here. So for all of you asking, why isn't this hearsay? What Karen Reed says is not hearsay. It's a party opponent's statement. What the O'Keefe parents said or are saying is not being offered for the truth of the matter. It's being offered for context. So we don't have hearsay that's going to be objectionable, that's going to be a problem, because nothing is coming in other than Karen Reed's statements for the truth of the matter. So there are hearsay exceptions in all of this. So hearsay is not just simply an out-of-court statement. There's nuance to it. So this is the nuance of hearsay statements. Hopefully that helps. So hearsay with exceptions.
And I think they were in shock. There wasn't, other than talking to Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, trying to find out if we could go in for COVID reasons, there wasn't much talk.
When you finally get to the hospital, take us through your first steps. What happens?
We finally get to the hospital. We walked in. Paul, John's brother, was there. We went over to him, and then Susanna, Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, came out from her office and offered to take me to the bathroom to wash up because I had blood all over my hands. So I went into the bathroom, and I asked her afterwards if she could take me to the chapel so I could say a prayer. So she did. She took me to the chapel, and then when I came out, she took me into her office and explained to me that a Dr. Rice was going to come talk to the family and take them into an office and talk to the family, and then the family would be able to go see John.
Did you get a chance to see John?
I did.
Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about what you saw?
Objection.
I waited in the waiting area. I spoke to my mom. Phone calls were coming in because people had heard what happened. And Mrs. O'Keefe, the family went in to see Dr. Rice. I watched them go in. I watched them walk down a hallway. And then when they came back out, Mrs. O'Keefe told me he was gone.
Objection.
Strike that statement,
Without
defense
telling us what anybody
objected
said
to
you,
that.
please just share with us what you saw.
I think it's probably not offered for the truth. It's offered for what she did next. But either way, they're not going to argue it.
I went into the hospital room, and John was in a neck brace. At this point, there was a trail of blood going toward the gurney or the bed that he was on. This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the only way to describe it. I thought he was going to look better seeing him in the hospital because he had been worked on, but he was not. There was much more blood.
Yeah. not
Were there
better.
any other ways that John looked different in the hospital than when you first brushed the snow off his face in the front of Fairview?
When I brushed the snow off his face, his left eye was fine. It had an ice cube on it that I pulled off, but the right eye was
An ice cube?
out to here, like a golf ball. When I got to the hospital, both eyes were swollen with, it looked like blood. They looked purple.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
May I quickly approach sidebar?
Okay.
I have so many questions about Ice Cube. Well, not that Ice Cube. About if she's talking about, I don't know. I have questions. Ice from snow, I'm guessing, but Ice Cube is odd. They are approaching. I'm going to zoom past it. Of all the testimony we saw last trial, I found Carrie's to be some of the more or most emotional, because her emotions ring very true when she testifies, ring really organically or organic. She's being asked a lot more than she was asked in the first trial. Also, I think Brennan's questioning is much easier to follow than Lally's. And so some of her answers are more detailed than what we saw from her during the last trial.
With the court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to show you a photograph.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Recognize
Why
Yes,
would you
dude.
do that to her?
that how John looked.
Yes, he did.
What? Brennan!
the camera not on that, please.
I'd like to mark this as an exhibit. I will not publish it.
The reason I am mad at Brennan is because it's just not necessary.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
The identification of the witness can be done through law enforcement. It can be done through medical personnel. I do not like doing it through one of his close friends who's a civilian. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think anyone on the jury is sitting there going, okay, but is it really John O'Keefe? How do we know the person she saw is the person that ended up at the hospital? It's not a question. This is not a question of identification as to the victim in this case. It's not at issue. Her emotions are very authentic. There is no need to I do not like it. I'm going to stop there before I get just really, really pissed. There is no need.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
There is just no need.
After you last saw your friend John, what did you do?
Yeah, the jury's not.
After the hospital?
I don't think the jury's going to like it either. I think they'll probably react the way you do, which is, why would you do that to this witness? Show it to the EMT. Is this the person you transported?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
After the hospital,
Yes.
I drove. Well, we went back into the corridor with the family. And Karen at one point called from the hospital asking me,
If Brennan was connected to his
she said
witness,
her
he already
father was
would
on
have
his
felt
way
her
and could I
emotion.
go over and greet him or bring him to the O'Keefe's when he arrived. And she described him. Her father did arrive, so I went over and said, are you Mr. Reed?
God,
or
I'm so mad.
something of that nature. And I said, Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you. So Mr. Reed went over and spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And Paul and John's parents and I, we didn't know next steps. We were waiting to see if we could leave or if we have to give information. And eventually we were able to leave. So I drove Mr. O'Keefe home and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe home to John's house.
Before you left John, did you take a bracelet from him?
When Mrs. O'Keefe and I went in to see John in the hospital. There was a bracelet that was on his right wrist. It was a blue, like, rubber bracelet. And that bracelet was made when his sister passed away, and her husband, and he wore it all the time. Mrs. O'Keefe still wears it to this day.
Could have just asked her
Did
that.
you drive the O'Keefe back to their home?
I drove Mr. O'Keefe back to John's house, and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe back to John's house.
You went back to John's house on Meadow.
Yes.
When you arrived at Meadow with Mrs. O'Keefe, did you go in?
I arrived with Mr. O'Keefe, and no, I did not go in.
What did you do next?
I went home.
At some point after you went home, did you return to the O'Keefe residence or Meadows?
Not that day. The next day I did.
Where did you go?
Where did I go?
Yes.
I went to go to see the family the next day.
And where were they?
They were at John's house at Meadows.
So they were then staying at John's house at Meadows?
Yes.
Did you go and visit them?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because my friend had just died, and I wanted to be with the family.
Were there other people that were coming and going?
Yes.
Describe the level of traffic of people coming and going to Meadows that next day.
There were people coming from all over. John's friends, people from Canton, people we went to high school with. There was people coming in and out, dropping off food.
When you were there the next day, how long did you stay for?
Several hours. Maybe like 2.5, 3 hours.
Did you ever see the defendant there?
I did not.
That's why he's asking.
Now, you told us that you had only met Miss McCabe once before that night.
Yes.
And after that night, shortly after what happened, did you speak to Miss McCabe again?
Yes.
How often?
Very often. We wanted to know what happened to our friend, so she would call me. I'm going to
Yeah, it's not getting into what she said. It's getting into that they talked, because it's going to come up.
Would you speak to her on the phone often?
Yes.
Regularly?
Yes.
And so things changed
Yes.
after that moment.
Sir,
Yes.
Did you start to see her in person?
Yes.
Spend time with her?
Yes.
For somebody who was not your friend, why did you, at this point, form this close bond?
I think because we went through something horrific together. We bonded over it. Mrs. O'Keefe at one point did say, you two need to sit.
Did you ever write down a list of things that had happened to try to remember?
Yes.
that's why he's
When you were
asking these questions.
spending time with Miss McCabe, did you become friendly?
Yes.
Friends?
Yes.
How close of friends did you become
She, to this day, is a close friend of mine.
to this day?
Yes.
When you were at the scene, when you were trying to help John, there were police officers and first responders?
Yes.
Now, you're from that area,
Well, yes. I'm from Canton, but not that side of town.
and you are active in the community at all?
Yes.
Sports, children?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know a lot of people from Canton?
Yes.
Did you know any first responders?
Yes.
Who did you know that you saw that night as a first responder?
That morning,
Yes, I'm sorry, that morning.
Y'all,
Mike
thank
Blank
you for not
is
speculating. We're just
my friend's
going
daughter's
through
father.
what happened.
No, my daughter's friend's father. I'm sorry.
Your daughter's friend's father. And
Yes.
does he have children that are friends with your daughter?
Yes, his daughter is friends with my daughter.
How close are his daughter and your daughter?
There's a group of 5 or 6 of them that are best friends.
Are you on a first name basis with Mr. Lank?
Yes,
When you saw him that morning, did you recognize him?
I did.
Did you speak to him?
I said, Mike, is that you? He said, yes. That was it.
Are you friends with Mr. Lank's wife?
I
What
am.
morning?
How often had you been to the house with the children or on your own before that day, before that morning when you found John?
Well, often when the kids can't drive, so when they do sleepovers or whatever, you drop them off, pick them up.
Your children would sleep over each other's house?
Yes.
So you had a friendly relationship with Mr. Lang before
She
you
said
found
that.
John?
Yes.
And do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Did what?
Do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Yes.
Did you go to his house the day after you found John?
I did.
Who were you with?
Well, Jen and I had gone to the O'Keefe's house together with, I don't know if it was one or two of her daughters and both of my kids. And then when we were leaving, my daughter said, "Can you drop me off at Mike Lank's daughter's house?" So I dropped her off.
Mike Lank's house,
And did you
'cause
do that?
I presume his teen lives with
You
him.
dropped her off?
Yes, I did.
When you dropped her off at the Lang house, did you speak to anybody?
His wife came out and got into the back seat just to find out how I was and how the O'Keefes were and
How were you?
Shitty.
how were they.
How were you?
Oh, I was not well.
And did you have a long conversation with Mr. Lang's wife?
Yes.
Was Miss McCabe with you?
Yes.
After you left the Lang house, you left your daughter at the house?
Yes.
You remained in the car?
Yes.
Oh. At some point, did you speak to Mr. Lang's wife again?
Yes.
Are you friendly with her?
Yes.
Did you ever try to get information, inside information about this case?
No.
After this case began,
It's leading.
did you ever come to court?
Did I ever come to where?
To court.
Yes.
And what was the reason you came to court?
To support the O'Keefe family.
At some point, did you stop coming to court?
I
Don't
did.
answer just yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware
He,
or
I
watching
think, was worried about
any type of news or
What would happen?
publication on this?
Yes.
As you were watching and
interested
learning
where
information,
he's
did
going.
you begin to contact
with this.
people at the district attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
What?
Did that include victim witness advocates?
Yes.
Did it include law enforcement assigned to the case?
Objection.
He's thinking she's going to be
The form of
cross-examined.
the question, I'm sustaining the objection.
Who did you contact?
Specific names?
Yes.
Steve Nelson, my victim advocate. Yuri Buchanan, who was a state trooper. And at one point I contacted Michael Morrissey's office.
What'd you have to say to them? Now I just want to know everything. Just
Do you
now
remember
I want to
any
know
time
everything.
being interviewed by police
Tell me everything.
officers or state police about this case?
At my house on January 29th.
Oftentimes, chat, just to answer the many questions coming in, victim witness advocates will often work with not just victims, but also witnesses, particularly depending on the office, people who were at the scene, witnessed a traumatic event, witnessed vehicle collisions are going to have to testify, have other stuff going on. So it's not, victim witness advocates often will work with more than just direct victims of crime. So I'm very interested to see where this is going.
Do you remember at any time being interviewed by police officers or state police about this case?
At my house on January 29th.
So that same day you found John, you were interviewed?
Yes.
Do you remember who interviewed you?
I do not.
Do you remember your mental state at that time?
I was not well. It was in the evening at some point.
Were you interviewed at a later time by any other law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, and where were you at that next interview?
I think I was at Jen's house. We were making a timeline together when two law enforcement showed up to question her. But I happened to be there, so they took us.
Law enforcement, and this is on law enforcement should have interviewed Jen and Carrie on the 29th separately and told them not to discuss the case. But them sitting down and making a timeline, I can understand people saying, let's figure out what happened. When people ask me, this thing's going on, I say, write it all down. Car accident, witness something, write it all down. Write it all down. You're going to forget things, just write it all down. It's not a group project, though. And law enforcement should have interviewed them and said, don't talk to anyone else about the case, about what you saw, about what you heard. But yes, write it all down, write it all down, write it all down. Because you will forget, or take a voice note, or send yourself an email. Just write it all down. Not a group project. And that's on, I mean, that is on law enforcement not telling them to not talk to each other. Because again, Carrie, it seems to me, is in the frame of mind of everyone is drunk, what the fuck happened? And after that kind of night, what do you and a group of friends do? What do you and a group of friends do if weird shit happens? Like that one time I went to Vegas on New Year's and things happened. And I'm like, I missed what happened before. Can somebody fill me in? Because I saw this. What did you see? What did you see? How did we get to like this thing that happened? Because I can tell you my part and I need your part. And then you kind of debrief. And so I'm not surprised that that's what they're doing. Again, on law enforcement to tell them not to.
In separate rooms and questioned both of us.
Were you sober at that point?
Yes.
And what was your mental
She was the only
state
one
then?
sober the whole time.
Still, we hadn't even had a funeral. So I was still, I couldn't believe what was happening.
And after John's passing, did you still continue to help out with the children?
Yes.
Music to my soul, yes. That's what I'm saying. That's
With court permission, I would like to play an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 4.
All right.
Before you start it, ma'am, I'm going to show you a video from the scene that night, okay?
And the thing with debriefing with all of them is it is a natural thing to do. That's why law enforcement needs to interview people separately and immediately to have their separate recollections.
Ms. Gilman, is this sound? Thank you.
Back to the dash cam.
Could we start at 6:09:50, please?
There's the sound that we remembered. This car is parked just exactly in the wrong spot. In the cleaned up video, though, you can see the wind a lot better. And I can hear Karen screaming, Carrie, Carrie, Jen, Jen.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Like, also, if you're, well, first responders are there now, but if Karen is running around, and I don't doubt Carrie's recollection on this, of all of the people well, we'll see if my mind changes this trial. But of all of the people that testified, Carrie's recollection of what was going down this morning rang the most true to me. It didn't feel embellished. It didn't feel exaggerated. It didn't feel like she was reaching. She's saying Karen was doing this. I was annoyed. She didn't try to hide that she was annoyed. And then she's sorrowful. But Karen is running around all over the place. Another reason you would think somebody would knock on the door at 34 Fairview and be like, can you keep her inside? Like, she is freaking the fuck out. First responders are coming. Can someone please just help us manage the absolute freak out? And chat, you make a good point. She was the one that wasn't drinking with everybody the night before, Carrie. So, yep.
Is that you with the fur on the hood?
Yes.
There is more information than last trial, but I think some of that has to do with the questioning. A lot of it has to do with the questioning. We'll see how Cross goes. Lally did not ask a lot of this witness. Also, if your sister-in-law is there, do you knock and be like, babe, gloves? Can things are happening. So.
That's you in the middle of the street?
Yes, I'm to the right of the car.
I'm sure they will ask Jen why she didn't knock on the door. I'm sure they did last time. I just don't remember. It's interesting to me that they're going through this whole video with Carrie. I wonder if we'll see the prosecution trying to downplay the law enforcement witnesses and use civilian witnesses more.
Could you stop for one moment, please? Ma'am, you see the other two people in the middle of the screen right now? Do you know who they are?
That's Karen and Jen McCabe.
Do you see the proximity or the closeness between them?
Yes.
You are not close to Jen McCabe in this video.
No.
Is there a reason why?
I didn't really know her, and Karen was running around like you saw. I didn't want to be near her. I just found my friend.
Okay. Could you continue, please?
Harry was focused,
6:15.
and I imagine pissed at everybody
You can let
else.
it run, please. Stop, please. Thank you. Ms. Roberts, is this when the first responders were moving John from where he was laying?
Yes.
Please continue. Could you continue to watch the area near the flagpole, please?
They did not have her watch the whole dash cam last time. It has to be miserable for her to sit there and watch this dash cam. For those of you asking about the volume in the dash cam or who are new to this case, hello. This is the dash cam inside the vehicle. It is only picking up, other than the baseline wind and the running of the vehicle, it is only picking up the loudest noises. So there are very few things you hear. 90% of the conversation outside of this police vehicle, you don't hear. The windows aren't down, and they are responding to, they don't think a crime scene at this point. They are responding to a medical. So nobody's even thinking about it. I mean, nobody even thought about it once they identified it as a crime scene. So nobody's thinking about it. No body cams, nothing. So all you can really hear are the highest kind of screams from Karen and the wind, and sometimes the windshield wipers. But they're responding to a medical, and they're trying to do that. So does it suck? Yes. It would be super helpful if there was more video. It would really be helpful.
Stop, please. That last 15 or 20 seconds of video, did you pay attention to that, Ms. Roberts?
Yes,
She was
that was
shaking
the
out the
moment that I
blanket.
picked up the phone and blankets. Not before. I don't know what I was doing before when you asked me.
And that location where you picked up the phone and blankets, was that where John was lying?
Yes, it was.
And is that where you saw the ground that did not have snow?
Yes, it was.
At that point, had you put the cell phone in your pocket?
Yes.
If there's no objection with the court's permission, I'd like to watch a little more of the film, but if we can double speed it so we get an opportunity to view it, I want to get to another moment in it.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
When she picked up the phone is important. I saw a number of you asking, why is she picking up potential evidence? Nobody thinks this is a crime scene. Nobody thinks this is a crime scene at this point. So
Around 16, 17.
Carrie is
would be
treating
fine
this as
still.
if her friend has had an accident. And
Stop,
it's,
please.
again,
The person in the blue jacket, do you know who that is on the right?
to be fair to Carrie, it's on, for those of you asking, didn't Jen grab the phone? Carrie always said that she grabbed the phone and law enforcement said they got it from her. It's on law enforcement to tell the civilians what to do in that moment. Hey, don't touch anything. Hey, secure the scene. They did not. Carrie is operating out of like just go mode. Like, I don't know what to do. I'm trying to do what I think I need to do. People do all kinds of stuff in situations. It's why law enforcement and first responders are trained. They are trained on how to respond in those situations. It's also not their loved ones. So how people behave when their loved ones are injured, have medical emergencies, vary greatly. So why is Carrie doing what she's doing? Just trying to do the things you would do. That's my friend's phone. I can't let my friend go without the phone. So it's on law enforcement to secure the scene and to tell them. And no one told them. So am I bothered at Carrie picking up the phone? No. Am I more bothered by those in 34 Fairview not coming out? Yes. So the law enforcement did not secure this scene at all. That's why they should have. It's one of the reasons why they should have.
The side of the screen?
That's Jen McCabe.
And you can't see you now. Do you know where you are at this point?
I don't know where I am.
Continue, please.
And for Carrie heard Karen saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? If I'm Carrie, I'm going, what are you even talking about? You're drunk. Shut up. Which I think Carrie told her earlier in her testimony, saying, just shut up. So Carrie's not giving that credence. Law enforcement didn't either. Medical personnel didn't either. EMTs never said hit him with. What do you mean by hit him? Nobody followed up on that.
What are you doing, Ms. Roberts?
Cleaning off my car.
Why we're still watching this, I don't know. But there's a part that Brennan wanted to get to, and I don't want to zoom because
Please
this
stop.
is the cleaned up video, and it's a lot better
Did
than
you
the last
mention
one.
at some point you went back and the defendant, Ms. McCabe, were in a car?
They were in a police car at some point.
Did you do anything with them when they were in that car?
At one
She already
point,
said she
Karen
was
asked
talking
us
to
to
him.
say a prayer, to pray, so we said a prayer.
Was it before or after this moment on the video? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. If you could continue, please.
It would have been helpful if they had put them in the car with the dash cam running. That would have been helpful. But alas. Chad, I appreciate all of you asking
Stop,
me
please.
why and
Just
what
for a
are we
moment.
doing.
Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
IDK.
No.
Okay. If you can
Miss Roberts, you don't see yourself on screen. No. Do you know where you are? No.
continue, please.
I'm so mad at him about showing her that picture that I have no chill. I'm so pissed. I have no chill. At all. And I don't know if I will be able to regain objectivity. I know a lot of you asked if he did it to make her cry in front of the jury. If he was connected to his witness, her emotion was
that you walking by,
true.
Ms. Roberts?
Yes, it was.
He didn't.
Note the time is 6:21.
There's no need. The jury would have felt how she was feeling. They know how upset she is. You can tell. You can feel how upset she is. You don't need tears to feel how upset she was. You could hear her voice shaking. So there's no need to push that further. The jury understood what she was feeling. It was not forced. Him trying to force it, if that's what he was doing, which wasn't necessary. The wind is just a lot clearer in this dash cam.
You know where you walked?
Do you know where you
No.
walked?
I
Are
do
you
not.
behind this car, this dash cam view?
She just said no, asked and answered.
Say that again?
Are you behind the view
I'm
of
mad.
the dash cam?
I think it looks like I went over to the right of the vehicle.
Okay.
Why are we doing this? Ma'am, is that you? No. I'm putting him at 1.25. We're gonna see this dash cam video a lot more. I'm speeding it up. I mean, we've seen the wind, we've seen the snow. Does she come back into frame?
This is, for the record, 6:23.
I'm leaving him at 1.25 for a minute because I'm not trying to evaluate the tenor of her testimony as we're going through. Do you know where you are while you're not in frame?
Oh, wait. At 6:23:08, are you still beside or behind the view of this car?
I believe so.
And do you know where Ms. McCabe is at this point?
No.
Or the defendant?
No.
Please continue.
Do you know where you are? No. Where's everybody else? I don't know. Can you see anybody in frame? No. Great.
Ms. Gilman, when it reaches 6:24:18, if you would stop again.
Do they come back in frame? Chanty in the chat said, I don't like how AJ is just letting him bore the jury. Lol. Yes, when your opponent is digging themselves a hole, you let them keep digging or offer them a more ergonomically efficient shovel. Yeah, just let them go.
At this time, 6:24:18, are you within view of this camera angle?
No.
Where do you think you are in relation to this camera angle at this point?
I'm still either to the right or behind the dash camera.
And do you see the defendant or Ms. McCabe in this view?
No.
And this is at 6:24:18. Could you continue to 6:26:25, Ms. Gilman?
Chat is saying they think he's laying this time-wise down with regard to Jen McCabe's searches on her phone. I think you guys are probably right with that. But I don't know if... So at this time, none of you are in frame is helpful. But we'll see. But I think you guys are all right that it will tie back to the Google. You know, yesterday it was hot in my office. And I didn't bring my sweater in this morning. We're going to have to grab it at lunch. Now I'm cold. It's spring in the South. Hot, air conditioning, hot, humidity, no humidity storms, hot. The map on the Kardashian cam is in full effect on day 2 of the trial. No, the jury's sitting there going, what the fuck is the point? Why are we doing this? Are we going to see something? Maybe there's anticipation because they haven't seen this trial before. Maybe they are anticipating that something will be relevant. They are optimistic at this point. They've not seen this 15 times yet. They are hopeful that the point will be found. We are getting to the weather. People are doing things. There is a flurry.
Did you notice the first person that came from the right and the second person that are not law enforcement?
That was myself, and I think that's Jen McCabe.
6:26:25. Continue, please.
I have this at 1.25.
And do you know who that is on the right with the police officer?
That was Karen.
Do you know where the cell phone is at this point, Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I don't know. I could have handed it to a first responder at this point, or it could still be in my pocket. I'm not sure.
The battery temps will be very interesting. I'm really interested to see the timing on those.
Ms. Gilman, if you could next stop at 6:34:48.
Yeah, I think some of this is for battery temp and some of this is for Google searches. But if the defense is arguing this happened to John O'Keefe somewhere warm, the phone battery is going to be very interesting. different experts, and it looks like they've dug into the digital data even more. While we are watching this for the first of many times, I'm going to pull up some of your questions and comments. Melissa in the chat said, did Carrie see 47 pieces of taillight when she picked up his phone and blanket? She said nothing about that. And they asked about glass, and she didn't say I saw plastic.
Was that you walking by in the street?
Yes.
Rebecca wants to know, said neighbors are watching. Do you think they are also wondering where the Alberts are? I don't know. Maybe. Generally, when shit goes down, first responders are like, who's working? What's up? What's happening? Like, they want to know the tea as well. But, you know, it remains odd to me. And I will leave it at it remains odd to me. Sarah said, I wonder if the reason they're asking civilians these kinds of questions is because the trust in law enforcement is so low in this case. I think there is an awareness of that. I think I'm going to continue to note the observation throughout the trial. I think they are going to try to do as little as they can through law enforcement. We'll see how that holds. This just feels like we're wasting time. Itchy Spider asked, the discovery violation is about text. Will the Commonwealth still be able to question ARCA about things outside the text? Yes, they will, because it was also regarding how ARCA was hired when they were hired by the defense. There goes the fire truck. So the voir dire will be pretty open outside the presence of the jury, it sounds like on Monday at this point. We'll see. The schedule is evolving. Like the prosecution's theory of the case. Emily, too much. It's too snarky. It's true, though. I regret nothing. Brennan's not wasting our Zoom room. I don't think it is a fair representation of the trial for me to skip all of this. I think 1.25 is the balance that we are striking. Valerie said, I still don't believe the Alberts don't have surveillance cameras. I've got questions about that, too. It's 2022 when this happened. Michelle said the cops across the street didn't come outside either. It is a very fair point. And F.R. Smith said there was a deputy chief of Canton in the house right across the road who coincidentally never came out of the house either. It's a completely fair observation. It is a fair point. Kristen said, is he trying to show the temp of the battery timeline? I think he's going to argue these later and line them up. I think Brennan has looked at how he wants to close this case and, in the words of Steve Jobs, has started connecting the dots backwards, which is also how I prepped cases.
You know who
we
you're
have time
speaking
to
with?
chat.
I don't know.
Which is, what are the jury instructions on the crime? What is the evidence you want to talk about to each of those jury instructions? And then connect the dots backwards. I don't know whose phone that is in court.
At this point, can we pause this and take our morning recess, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Pause, please. Thank you.
Mr.
Folks,
Brennan,
I
we're
wanna take 15,
fucking
20
bored.
minutes.
Mr. Brennan, how much more of this?
All right, please, jurors, close your notebooks, leave them on the chairs, and follow me.
Do you think that phone alarm is the judge's alarm? Like, time to take the morning break? Do you think that's the judge's alarm? I think so. We're going to zoom. We're going to zoom past the morning break. We're at the only light, not the only fan. And guess what? We're going to resume, it looks like, with the dash cam video. Welcome
Ms.
back
Roberts,
from morning
we have
break.
about a minute and a half left. I want to watch the video until it reaches 6:35, please, Ms. Gilman.
Minute and a half left. I'm still at 1.25. Oh, they're going to have to bring law enforcement in as witnesses. They're just going to try to... Oh, well, their phone's going off again in court. They're just going to, I think, try to bring things in other ways. Whose phone? And the judge isn't screaming at somebody. Is it a juror's phone? Is it in the video? Maybe it's in the video. Stina G said, and a number of you said in the chat, that Hank's been reading socials. The bracelets have been wondered about recently. I didn't know that. I don't pay a lot of attention to what's going on social about this case, so I'm glad you brought it up. Brennan 100% is paying attention to what's on social. No, 100%. I think he has to. Well, he or someone on his team. Which, again, if I was a law student now, I'd be like, assign me to the social T police. You want me digging through everything being said about a case? Get it. Because a lot of what we were looking at
Ms. Roberts?
was
No.
MySpace.
Fast forward just a little bit more, please.
And the comment section on news articles. That's what we were looking at most. I can't imagine trying to keep track of a case, especially a case if there are other things going on, trying to keep up with all of the various forms of social media and then the less popular forms of social media. Like,
Were
to
you
have
in the
to
car?
be a DA and
I just
be
got
like,
out of the car.
what's 4chan?
Did you remember if your car was warm?
Yes.
Gonna be a lot. The phone's gotta be in the video. You know,
6:34.
to have to go
Do you see
through
yourself?
Yes, I just got in the driver's side
the
of my
web.
car.
And at
the-
that
the
point,
gray web.
do you remember whether you still had John's cell phone or you had given it to a first responder?
I don't remember.
Between you having it in your pocket and giving it to a first responder, did you put it or place it anywhere else?
No.
Did you take it out of your pocket and place it in the elements at all?
No.
So it was either in your pocket or in the hand of a first responder?
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
Done? Done with the done with this witness? Done with this witness. Also, I think pausing the video gave us clarity that the alarm sound was within the video because it stopped when the video was paused. So the phone alarm or whatever was in the car. It's the only thing we could hear clearly. It looks like Alan Jackson's doing cross-examination. I'm going to slow this back down. So. Also, hello, law nerds. If you are new to this trial, welcome. Don't forget to do the YouTube things, likey, subscribe things. We are just watching through trial 2. I'm trying not to give spoilers. We have like 20% of you yesterday that hadn't watched the first trial. So I'm trying to juxtapose without spoiling. It's hard. I won't always do it well, but I will try my best. The chat will try their best. We will try not to speculate. We will try to talk about the strategy that we might see.
Your Honor,
Always
may I?
easier in hindsight.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Roberts. How are you?
Good morning.
Shitty. She's shitty. She's shitty. He has a
Under
very
questioning by Mr. Brennan,
collegial
we
tone
talked about
with her
the number of
so
times
far.
or a number of times that you have spoken to the DA's office or some member of the DA's office.
Tell me everything.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
How many times in total do you think you've
I want to know everything about this out of just direct and pure curiosity. Why are you calling the DA's office? What's going on? However, if it's, I don't know if there's any allegations of witness intimidation with this witness. I don't know if that is going on. If that is alleged to be going on with this witness, it could open the door into that. So I imagine he's going to tread carefully with this. But I do want to know what she's calling Morrissey's office about. Because I just want to know.
spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
I don't have a number.
Would you say it's more than a dozen?
Yes.
Would you say it's more than 50?
Maybe around there.
Okay.
Maybe less.
And who are the folks, Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrissey.
You spoke to Michael Morrissey, the DA.
And What was the, I want to take those in order, and two of those are at the DA's office. One of those is not. Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually a Massachusetts State Police officer. Is that right?
Isn't he located in the DA's office?
Let's take those in order.
Aren't they, like, embedded?
How many times would you say you've spoken to Mr. Nelson? Just if you can give me a thumbnail.
I don't know,
A
maybe
thumbnail?
30, 40.
Okay. Have you received what you would consider to be updates on the progress of the case? From Mr.
I would
Nelson?
ask questions, and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were your questions ever prompted by conversations that you had with your friend, Miss McCabe, Jen McCabe?
Sometimes Jen would say, could you ask Steve this? Because I had a rapport with Steve.
Okay. Were those
What now? What now? What now? What now? Interesting.
conversations by text message or phone calls or both?
He
I
hit
would
that
usually
nail on the
text him.
head.
Okay.
He hit that nail on the head 100%.
What about the conversation with, or conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney? What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed.
Oh,
That's
dear.
not my question.
Objection.
But I'm answering your question.
Hold on.
Why are you objecting? Brennan! STFU! Jackson asked the question, Brennan. You sit down. You sit down, Brennan. Jackson can dig his own hole.
Morrissey.
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed.
That's not my question.
Objection.
But I'm answering your question.
Hold on.
Oh, she's
What's
pissed.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you.
It explains
Were
why
you
she's
Were
calling.
you phoning him? Were you meeting him? Were you texting him? That's my question. The circumstances of the
She's going to explain
communication
why
itself.
she's calling.
I phoned the office asking for a meeting, had a meeting, and then he left a voicemail at some point and texted me and said, I just left you a voicemail.
Okay. Was that the extent of your conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected DA?
I had one other meeting with other witnesses
Okay.
and the DA.
And turning to Yuri Buchanan, what were the logistics? I'll use that word instead of circumstances. What were the logistics of you contacting Yuri Buchanan? Was it by phone? Was it in-person meetings, text messages, or all of the above? All of the above.
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken
Oh,
with
100%.
Yuri Buchanan?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with.
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial
Okay.
and sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
Okay. Where was the meeting?
At the DA's office.
Who else was there?
Different times that I would meet with him. Steve Nelson would be there.
She said the last time.
One
I
time.
didn't hear her say trial. I heard her say the last
Brian
time.
Tully was there. Mr. Brennan's assistant.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Okay.
Did she say trial? I heard last
I don't
time,
know.
but if she said trial, she said trial.
Adam
It went
Lally
quick.
and Laura McLaughlin.
Were those meetings? You said there was 2 meetings, or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2
I
weeks?
said a few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify.
Meaning
This time or
what,
last
yesterday,
time?
the day before?
Last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Videos, testimony, transcripts,
No.
reports?
No.
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We went over my testimony on the screen. And then I just talked about my testimony from the last time.
Okay. When you say you went over your testimony on screen, what do you mean?
They
We
put up the
watched my
transcript.
testimony from the first trial on a TV
Oh,
screen.
Okay, so you were shown something. You were shown a video of your prior testimony.
Yes.
So I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
y'all heard her say trial. I'm going to back it up because I wonder if that's why the court is approaching. But before I do that, you asked, a lot of you asked in the chat, whether or not she had opened the door or the defense had opened the door to talk about the witness intimidation. I don't think so. This witness doesn't come across super defensive. She comes across mad to me. Maybe they read the same. And so she was going to say, the reason I'm having these calls is because of this thing. I'm not just getting up in everybody's business. It's because of this thing. But I don't think it opens the door further. She was going to answer why, even though he just wanted to say yes or no. But she comes across mad to me. So if she said trial, we're going to go back. I heard her say last time. So yeah, I think, but mad and defensive can read the same. So I'm going to just back up real quick because I want to see what she said. And then we're going to zoom past this break.
The DA's office.
Because I'm curious, but you can read your trial transcripts. Like she could sit down and read her whole transcript from her previous testimony. Is her watching it an issue? No. But the fact that the jury now knows that maybe it can be watched might be. So we'll see what the court has to say, but
Your
I just
Honor,
want to
may
hear
I?
it.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Roberts. How are you?
Good morning.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan, you talked about the number of times or a number of times that you have spoken
beyond
to the
this.
DA's office or some member of the DA's office. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
I'm going to put this on 1.25.
How many times in total do you think you've spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
Because it was beyond this.
I don't have a number. Maybe around there.
Okay.
Maybe less.
And who are the folks, Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri
beyond this.
Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrison.
I jumped backwards real quick.
And what was the, I want to take those in order, and two of those are at the DA's office. One of those is not. Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually at Massachusetts State. You say you've
it's
spoken
past
to
that.
Mr. Nelson. Just if you can give me a thumbnail
I don't know, maybe.
on the
Past
progress
that.
of the case. From Mr.
I would
Nelson.
ask questions, and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were your questions ever prompted by conversations that you had
It's
with
past
your
that.
friend, Ms. McCabe?
With Steve.
Okay. Were those conversations by text message or?
Past that.
What about the conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney? What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed,
That's not my question.
Objection.
but I'm answering your question.
Hold on.
All right, it's past
What's
that.
the-
She said during
I'm
the course
going
of this
to
during the course of this
sustain the
trial.
Phoning him, were you meeting him, were you texting him? That's my question. The circumstances of the communication itself.
I phoned the office asking for a meeting, had a meeting, and then he left a voicemail at some point.
I'm gonna get to where she talks about her like during the course of this trial. That doesn't to me intimate another trial, but I'm gonna get to her reviewing her testimony and talking to Brennan. And then we're gonna skip past the sidebar.
There.
Different times that I would meet with him, Steve Nelson would be there. One time, Brian Tully was there. Mr. Brennan's assistant.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Okay.
I don't know. Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin.
Were those meetings, you said there was 2 meetings? Or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2
I
weeks
said a few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify.
Meaning What, yesterday, the day before?
Last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Videos, testimony, transcripts?
No.
Reports?
No.
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We went over my testimony on the screen. And then I just
I
talked
skipped
about my
past it.
testimony from the last time.
From the last time, I did. I zoomed
When you
past
say you went
it.
over your testimony on screen, what do you mean?
That was my testimony from last time, which is fine, but I zoomed past it. I was trying to get into that. We're still before the sidebar.
Different times that I would gaze off left and I wasn't last time.
Okay. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time.
Okay.
I backed up a little because now I'm curious.
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken with Yuri Buchanan?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with.
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time.
Okay.
Just
so
sort of,
last trial, this
all
time,
the
last
things
time.
went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that?
Interchangeable. All right. Let's zoom past the sidebar because they go to sidebar, and let's make sure we get past that. So when they go up to sidebar, it's really rude to just fast forward somebody like that. Let's go back past the sidebar until they come back onto screen. I wanted to back up and see it, but yeah, from the last trial and then from last time, it went pretty fast. So not calling attention to it, I think, is the right thing to do, but it's going to be a problem, especially for civilians.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Other than watching your testimony, were you shown anything else? Transcripts, videos, like videos that you may have seen today, dash cam videos, anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I was shown anything.
Okay. Did you discuss other parts of your prior testimony?
Me too.
Yes.
Okay. What was discussed concerning your prior testimony and how it would impact how you testified today on direct examination?
Mr. Brennan had just asked me, can you just tell me what happened? So I told him the story verbally.
Okay. Anything come up about
Which is appropriate.
Specific instances?
It's appropriate to sit down with a witness for the first time, introduce yourself, and say, can you start at the beginning and tell me what happened?
Of how you
Completely
were going
appropriate.
to testify today
No.
or yesterday?
No.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about the video that you were shown by Mr. Brennan. It's the dash cam video of Officer Seraph. I'm not sure if you know which officer that is.
No, I don't.
It's the one that you've been watching.
Okay.
That dash cam that shows your car in the foreground.
Yep.
I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions about your memory of that incident and then perhaps show you the video depending upon what the answer is.
Sure.
Do you remember when the officer first arrived, you and Miss Reed specifically were at Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe at that moment?
She was there too, but she was waving down the first responders because it was dark out and he couldn't see us. He had a spotlight.
You and Miss Reed were both providing some
Seraph.
level of CPR, some level of life-saving efforts.
Yes, as was Miss McCabe.
What was Miss McCabe doing?
When I was doing chest compressions and Karen was doing mouth-to-mouth, Jen was either on the phone with 911 or handing me baby blankets.
Okay.
At some point, she did take over doing chest compressions because I asked her to.
Okay. So Miss Reed was focused on Mr. O'Keefe's
I
head,
think it's
face
white.
area.
Correct.
You were focused on the chest.
The water bottle.
Correct.
Miss McCabe was, at some point at least, she had called 911 or dialed 911.
Yes.
When Miss McCabe dialed 911 and was on the phone with 911, isn't it true that she was actually in a vehicle at the time?
That is not true.
She was outside?
She was outside.
That's your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Have you
not
heard
accurate.
the 911 tape of that call?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that tape was also captured by an open line on Miss Reed's phone?
Yes.
That open line that phone was dropped inside the cab of an SUV?
He was in the back seat, I believe.
Right. So in order for that for that open line to capture sort of the background of Miss McCabe's side of the 911 call, Miss
Yep.
McCabe would have had to have been either at or in the cab of the truck?
The back of the SUV was open. She was standing there.
Got it. Okay, so she was right next to or adjacent to the cab of the SUV.
She was in back of it with the back was up.
I see, that back hatch?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember
Interesting. It's interesting that
Reed's
that's her memory.
statement,
I would need to listen
her
to
initial statement to
the-
Officer Seraph when he got out of his patrol
I do
car?
not.
Do you remember
911
her
again.
saying something to the effect of, my boyfriend, I left
need to hear
him,
the 911 again.
he never came home?
I do not.
Have you listened with audio to that dash cam at the moment that Officer Seraph arrives at the scene and y'all flag him down?
We just watched it.
Right. Have you listened to it for the audio side? I mean, in other words, instead of focusing on the
no.
video.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you to do that with the court's permission. This is exhibit, it's been previously
And
marked as
Chad,
exhibit 4.
I don't truly,
And with
even if, well, I don't know. I want to listen to the 911 again. I want to listen because I remember listening to it from inside the car as it was recorded on the voicemail with the wipers going. And it sounds a bit far away. I don't remember listening to it from Jen McCabe's phone to 911. So I'd want to re-listen to it. Again, if her memory is mistaken, I don't read that as an intentional lie. She's like, that's what I remember. So I appreciate you, chat. I appreciate no name calling. I know it is not always an easy tenant of the chat, but there are times witnesses are mistaken. We'll see if it's mistaken or not, but the 911 call, res ipsa loquitur on that. It'll speak for itself. We'll hear the 911 call. So we'll hear the 911 call and we'll see what she said last time about it. I don't think she was asked about this last time.
the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate.
But I'm interested to see it.
Most readily at about 4:07, maybe
Okay.
10 seconds into it. I'm going to give a little run up and then ask you to listen very
Okay.
closely to the audio.
Yep.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, Evan. Stop. Do you recognize the video as being the same video that you saw and you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, in just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead.
Everything's open on that car.
Stop. Did you hear that last statement?
No.
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in
I
the
heard.
background?
Oop, I was trying to move the
I
closed
heard a
captioning.
voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay. Did it sound like she said, my boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home?
What?
Could you hear that?
Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson. Sir, you're getting wild. Did you? I'm backing that up. For all of you listening in the background, I'm gonna run that tape again. I'm gonna run that back again. He's allowed to lead, he's uncrossed. Leading's not the issue. But did you hear how fast he was speaking that sentence to try to get that all in before Brennan jumped out of his seat like a rabbit. Ooh. Pushing it. I'm backing that up. He was just like,
Stop.
I'm going to actually go back one more time because that time I heard, the only thing I heard was somebody say what happened, which I hadn't heard before. I heard what happened. So this is the last time we're going to try to listen.
Stop. Did you hear that last statement?
No.
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in the background?
I heard a voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay. Did it sound like she said, my boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
Next question.
He moved on quick.
That's all I have for the video. We can take that down.
However,
You talked about,
though it's a lot, I will note that when this witness testified about Peggy O'Keefe and Karen Reed, that statement is already in a different way, kind of. Because Carrie said she had Karen on speakerphone or Peggy had Karen on speaker. Somebody had Karen on speakerphone. And they said to Karen what happened. And she said, I dropped him off at a party. And that's when Peg yelled at her, you just left him there. So a version of that statement is in. But it's a lot when he's just like, but did you hear a woman's voice say, I dropped my boyfriend off at a party and he never came home? The jury will get to listen and decide. But you can hear her saying things in the background, and you can hear a door slam and what happened.
on direct examination, some of the injuries that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered, both what you observed at the scene and then what you observed later at the hospital.
Yep.
And
you noted those injuries.
To be fairer to Jackson, though it's still a lot of a question, this witness's testimony from yesterday was that Karen Reed called her basically in the middle of the night screaming, he never came home. So, and telling her, this witness testified to earlier, so this information's also already in that way. This witness testified earlier that Karen said Kaylee was home. He wouldn't just not come home. He never came home. And that's when she said he's probably on somebody's couch. So the information is in other ways. It's just really hard to hear there. But this witness has testified multiple times that there is a version of he never came home.
Injuries, correct?
Say it again?
You noted those injuries. Those were,
Yes.
You made note of those.
Yes.
Or at least some of them.
Which is why
You
the
said you
prosecution's
saw
not
a
losing their mind. Because it is
Hematoma
in
of some
other
sort
ways.
over his right eye, is that right?
Correct.
And there was some significant swelling to his right eye
Correct.
at the scene.
Correct.
Did you also notice a laceration just above his right eye, just under the eyebrow?
I saw it at the hospital, but I
Okay.
don't know if at the scene I saw it.
Fair enough. At some point, you saw that laceration to his right eye?
Yes, I did.
Did you also see a laceration to the left side of his nose, a smaller laceration to the left side of his nose?
I don't recall. I know there was blood coming from here, but I don't know if it was coming from inside his nose or from a laceration. I don't know.
Was that
When
after
said
you
here,
started doing
You're pointing to the left
compressions?
side of your nostril.
Yes.
And basically just above the nostril, correct?
Yes, right around the nostril, there was blood coming this way.
Okay, draining to the left side of his cheek.
towards
Yes.
the ear.
Okay. You also saw, once you got to the hospital, that his left eye had swollen as well.
Now, both eyes were swollen and filled with what looked like blood.
And his left eye was black as well as his right eye.
Correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you saw, well, actually, I don't know if you did or not, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. I apologize. Did you see his right arm?
I did.
Did it appear to you that he had some abrasions or lacerations, parallel abrasions and lacerations and punctures on his right arm?
They were scratches.
Scratches. Ms. Roberts, you've previously testified that when you arrived, let me take you back instead of jumping right into it. After you met up with Ms. Reed at Jen McCabe's house that morning, so this is just after 5 o'clock or so, the three of you arrived back at One Meadows, correct? Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. You're trailing the Lexus SUV, correct?
Correct.
The Lexus pulls in to the driveway and you pull in directly behind Ms. Reed and Jennifer McCabe is driving.
Correct.
You're driving your SUV, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified that when you arrived at One Meadows at that moment, that once that SUV, the Lexus SUV, had pulled in and you pulled in behind the Lexus, you got out of the Lexus, sorry, you got out of your SUV, they got out of the Lexus, and that's a point at which Karen showed you the back of her taillight and said something to the effect of, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you think I hit him? Do you recall that?
I recall saying I didn't know if it was when we were coming or going, but she did point out the taillight.
Okay.
I remember that.
Previously testified under oath, your quote was, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her.
Mr. Jackson.
I'm going to just
Sure. Page 58, lines
let the
14
sirens
through 19
pass.
for court and counsel.
The courthouse is near.
Did you testify,
Everything else.
quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her, period. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark.
And Alan Jackson, you were the one who was so worried about a reader having neutral inflection. You were so concerned about the reader having neutral inflection. Sir, I wonder why. I wonder why you were worried about a reader having neutral inflection. Listen to your inflection.
End quote. Is that how you testified?
May I see it?
He read in the question mark. He read it. He's reading her transcript.
When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark.
Right.
End quote. Is that how you testified?
Right.
May I see it?
Sure.
Right. It's leading. It's leading.
I
It's
apologize, I've
allowed
already
to.
got it up here.
It's leading. It's allowed
Does
to
it
be
have
leading.
a date on it, Mr. Jackson?
It does.
It's allowed to be leading. It's cross. I'm gonna.
426, 22.
They're marking page and date and time from her last testimony.
Thank you.
Which again, I think it's fair. I would want to see the whole thing and make sure that
Do
I
you
was
have
oriented.
the pages after this?
Yeah, I'd want to be oriented
sure I
as to
do.
context.
Because in the pages after
My
this, I
question,
say,
my question, Ms. Roberts, is that a quote that I just said? Is that accurate? Do you see it in the?
yes, it is.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
I see the quote, but I say is for redirect if the DA is paying attention. But yes, I would want to be oriented as to the entire context of the conversation as well. That again, doesn't bother me.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
One more time. Thank you. Just for reference, I'd like you to, I'm going to show you both pages. That's the page I asked you to look at, and then the following page as well. Please take your time.
Okay.
I'm trying to let her read it in real time. Lauren Hoop said AJ is testifying. That's what cross-examination sounds like. Cross-examination sounds like the lawyer is testifying. Now, the jury is told the lawyer's questions aren't evidence, only the answers to them. So technically the evidence is yes, no, but that's not how brains work. So yes.
What I'm looking for is still not here, because I did say I wasn't sure if it was
Yes.
before or after.
Ms. Roberts, you do have to wait for questions.
It's not a natural conversation.
When you gave
Being
this testimony,
cross-examined,
you
you
were
don't
in
get
front
to
of a grand
explain.
jury, correct?
I'm not sure which one that is.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury on April 26th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, about 2 years ago.
Yes.
3 years ago. You were under oath at the time. Is that right?
Yes.
Things were fresher in your mind at that time than they are now, 3.5 years later, I'm guessing. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked the question to describe the circumstance when you arrived at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes.
And the answer that you gave was, quote, we pulled into it's a driveway, there's 2 cars, and then 2 cars, and then a single, so John's car is there. Karen pulls in, and I pull in behind her. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the back of the car, saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? That was your testimony at the time, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, I'd like to take a look at a quick video that you may or may not have seen before. We'll find out. Your Honor, I'd like to have this. Actually, this has already been previously marked as Exhibit 12C as in Charlie.
Okay.
And it's a short clip. So I'll play the entire clip with the court's permission.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that video.
If you see my eyes to the side, I'm reading the chat quite a lot. It's interesting seeing how you guys read her testimony, because for those of you that didn't watch the last trial, I'm curious as to how the jury sees it without any more
Do you
information.
recognize what's depicted in the video?
In a vacuum.
Yeah, that's when we arrived at John's house.
Okay. And who's the
So I
person
appreciate
with
you guys.
the plaid red pants?
That is Jen.
And who's the person that's just rounding the back of the car in
Oh,
front?
I'm in the
That
way.
is Karen.
Hold on.
What is the
Move
car
me.
in front?
That's Karen's SUV.
That's the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it is.
Behind that Lexus SUV, Ms. Roberts, is there another car?
That's my car.
And who's getting out of that car?
I am.
Okay. And this is the point that you were describing at least in the grand jury testimony at that time.
Yes.
This is the time that you're describing.
That I thought it was when we walked in.
This is the time that you were describing, right? When you arrive at the scene.
Yes.
Or, arrive at One Meadows.
I didn't
Yes.
mean to do that.
Okay. Let's
Sorry,
go ahead and
chat.
play this through. Okay, you can stop it. And you can bring the lights up. You saw the interaction between all 3 of you and the vehicles, correct?
Yeah.
At any point, did anybody stop and take a look at the tail light or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay. And there's no video of that?
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that?
No, I don't believe so.
Right. So the video that does exist describes nearly exactly the time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit him?
Correct.
Okay. And that obviously was incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident at least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury.
Yes.
Okay.
To me, that is not the biggest gotcha moment in the world. She's like, it happened when we left the house instead of going in the house. Okay. Okay. Okay.
You were interviewed
I think there's
January
other things.
29th, you've already testified to that, correct?
We'll
By
see.
Troopers Dunn and
The point remains, though.
my memory's failing me now.
There were two. I don't know who they were.
Okay.
Sir,
I'm
your memory
sure
doesn't
it's in
get
my
better
notes
with time.
somewhere. Two individuals that interviewed you on
Humans and
January
brains.
29th, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, things were very, very fresh in your mind at that point.
Yes, but I believe I was in shock. So,
The incident had just happened.
yes.
Okay. And you were asked to recount certain of the specifics about the incident that you had
I'm teasing AJ.
experienced, not days or weeks, but just hours
Testifying's
before.
hard.
Yes.
Okay. And you did your best, I'm sure, Ms. Roberts, to be as full-throated as possible, to provide them with as much detailed information as you could, and to be as...
It is day 2 of trial. If we start with full-throated now, we're never going to survive. It's day 2. You're just fucking with us, right? Right? You're fucking with us. Like I'm teasing you about memory and now you're just fucking with us. That's not happening. We're behind real time. However,
honest as you could.
going to die.
Yes.
I mean, you weren't going to lie to these police officers, right?
No.
I like his demeanor with her on cross. I also think it's really
In your very
interesting.
first conversation.
I'm going to pause again. I also think it's really interesting watching chat, because you guys are the Lawner jury, how you perceive her and how it is part of the interpretation of how you read how she's testifying. And the jury who doesn't know anything outside of this, I wonder how they will read her, because we're so early in trial. Last trial, she testified after Jen McCabe. So it was a whole, like the jury had a whole different context of how the witnesses were testifying before she testified. Here, she is the second witness, and they don't have a lot of other witnesses to check demeanor against. So it's interesting to see those of you that watched it the first time, those of you that watched it not the first time, those of you who are watching it today, those of you who have more information outside of court, not outside of court. It's interesting to watch how everybody's reading how she's testifying. And I wonder how the jury is reading it and whether that will even matter when they get to other witnesses in context.
Conversation with
We'll see.
those two troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight, or
No,
even
I did
having
not.
seen a cracked
That-
taillight.
and
No,
that's
I
the
did not.
point.
Okay.
I
You
didn't
then-
want to accuse anybody of anything.
You were then
She really wants to
interviewed on
explain.
February 1st, 2022, a few days later, correct?
I don't know.
Does that
I
sound
don't know
right?
the exact date. I was interviewed again, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay.
That was the point. Earlier when I said, what is the point? That was the point. You didn't
During
mention
your
the taillight in
interview-
initial reports.
Let me withdraw that and ask a different question. On February 1st, or whatever day it was, the subsequent time that you were interviewed just a few days later, you did then, for the first time, describe the taillight that you saw, correct?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a report?
Yes, please.
And AJ got to, and I know I was talking, but AJ got to, but in all those reports, you told the truth, your memory was fresher, and in all those reports, you never said anything about a taillight. Her response was, I don't want to accuse anyone of anything. Cross-examination is not the time you get to explain, truly. But I'm going to zoom till we get to a question because he's looking for the report to refresh her recollection, which is why we always have a little zoom room. Live court doesn't have zoom room. He has to approach to show the witness the report.
Put a little dot on the second page just to direct your attention to the discussion related to the taillight, if you want to take a look at that.
At least Carrie's not the only one pissed in the courtroom. I'd like to see how far she is reading this so I can zoom more.
Okay.
Okay. May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were interviewed on February 1st, 2022 by a trooper by the name of Connor Keefe and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince.
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
Trooper Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Does that matter?
She's curious.
No?
Nope.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell Trooper Prince and Trooper Keefe that you noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal encasement was pushed forward?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say that the taillight was completely shattered, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say that the entire lens was missing, correct?
Correct.
You said it was broken in the middle. Is that
Yes.
right? And then you described today that a square piece was missing.
Yes. That's the piece I was referring to in the
Okay.
middle.
Just in the middle of the taillight, though. That was how you described it.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears for a quick second and
I know
talk
all
about.
of us are left with questions about who wrote it and why and what context it had. All of us are left wondering. We're not
A
going to
March
get an answer to that,
7th,
I don't think.
2023 text message with
Because he asked, does it
victim
matter? And she's
witness
like,
advocate Steve Nelson.
No.
Do you remember
just questions.
communicating? You don't have to know the exact date, but if you do, fine. Do you remember communicating in March of 2023 with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson about the Ring camera at One Meadows?
I don't know the exact date, but yes.
Okay. Is it true that you contacted him to inform him that the O'Keefes needed to replace or wanted to replace the driveway Ring camera, that same Ring camera that we just literally saw through that perspective
Yes.
of you arriving?
Yes.
Did Mr. Nelson indicate that he believed that would be fine to replace that Ring camera if the O'Keefes wished to do that?
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't know.
It's interesting
At
to
some
me that
point-
they checked.
You were informed that the O'Keefes had the green light or the go-ahead to replace that Ring camera at One Meadows. Is that right?
I'm not worried about the Ring camera, y'all. You know why? It records to the cloud, and they already had the
Yes.
cloud download.
Okay.
So-
And then ultimately you then relayed that.
For me, replacing it in 2023 doesn't matter. They had already downloaded the Ring account from the cloud in 2022. So replacing it doesn't matter. It doesn't record onto the Ring. It records onto the cloud. So fine. Replace it in 2023. I don't know.
To the O'Keefes that they have the green light. You've talked to somebody at the DA's office and they said, yeah, go ahead and replace the camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
She seems to be liaising with the DA's
Did
office.
you ever
for
receive any
numerous
kind of
people.
response from the DA's office either before or after you relayed this information to the O'Keefes to say, wait, hold on, we need to do a reconstruction, we need to make sure that the camera is in the exact same spot that it was at the time of the incident?
No.
Any communication like that?
No.
So the communication that you got was, yep, go ahead and replace it, it's no big deal.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, you learned that the O'Keefes did, in fact, replace that Ring camera.
Correct.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lank, correct?
Yes.
He is friends with you.
His daughter is friends with my daughter.
You're friendly with the family.
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family.
No. Well, no.
Were you aware that Michael Lank grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with
Are you aware
both
now?
the Lanks and the Alberts?
No.
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and after Mulaney arrived. Right? Then it was Sergeant Lank.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lank there, yes.
Was he the, excuse me a second.
I feel like
I was just reminded.
She was not part of that group of
You
John's
indicated that you
friends
don't remember the date of that
at
text
all.
communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
No, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about the subject of the Ring camera?
Oh, I would love to see a text message.
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I approach? I need to know the date.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
He's like, I need to know the date and I need to ask you the date because I can't testify about the date. So I need you to know the date so I can ask you the date. Look, this is how trial works. I can't just sit here and tell the jury the date. I got to
March
ask you
7th,
the date.
2023?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Thank you, Rob.
That's funny. It's true. I need you to know so I can ask you so you can tell them because I can't tell them. Thanks.
You indicated that you did recognize Sergeant Lank at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him.
She said
No.
that in her
I said,
testimony.
Mike, is that you? He said yes, and that was it.
All right. Following that, the next day, you did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But
She
you
was
also
13.
indicated that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes.
She took issue with the word playdate. I think AJ's kid is younger. She's like, I mean, she's 13. I was just dropping her at her friend's house. They were going to talk about, I don't know, skincare routines. So it's funny to me that she took issue with the word playdate. She's like, sir, it was a hang. The teens are calling it, not a playdate.
Because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house, so she was
Not a
leaving
kickback.
to go home with me.
Hangout.
So I was
So-
going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is
That was funny.
you took Miss McCabe from where over to the
We
Lanks
look for
house?
levity where we
I
can
think
get
she
it.
was at home.
So you picked her up
Yes.
at her house
Yes.
with anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters. I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lanks house, is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First.
Yes.
And what did you do with the
Then
O'Keefe's house?
left a couple of kids, and my daughter wanted to go to the Lanks house, so I drove my daughter to the Lanks house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house?
Not the Bella child.
Yes, one or two daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the one or two kids off at the O'Keefe's, is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son.
Where the
Then
kids
you
are
went
going is gonna get-
to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever, I don't know what you call
I know.
it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever it is.
So she went over to her friend's house, yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to
Just tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. But she's like, if I allow this man to keep calling it a play date, my teen is going to excoriate me. It is going to be, Mom, you're so cringe. A play date? Really? I do not have a play date. Like, she's not thinking about Alan Jackson in this moment. She is thinking about the dead ass immediate embarrassment of her teen. They are not having play dates. AJ, they are not having play dates. All of you in the chat are like, I can feel the eye rolls of like, ugh. And when she got it out there, she did. She relaxed. She was like, they're teens. It's not a play date. Needed to be clear. It needed to be clear. We need moments of levity. We need moments of levity. But I feel like what kid is going where? And for anyone with multiple children, you understand this life where you're like, I'm basically Uber. This is going to become the new Canton basketball game, isn't it? Because we haven't heard about the Canton basketball game. This is going to be it. This is our Canton basketball game. Which kid's going where to whose house? We need a chart with some string. Because the kids are going every which way. And it ultimately doesn't matter, but this moment was funny.
your son, then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever, I don't know what you call it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever it is.
So she went over to her friend's house, yes.
Hang out.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house without her kids?
Sir, do you know how much driving this woman's
Yes,
doing?
she was going home.
She's not zigzagging
Were
Canton.
you going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
We're going in a loop.
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick
Okay.
nephew was my
Loop?
son's best friend.
Got it.
So he wanted to be with him.
Okay.
All the kids want to be with their friends. All the adults are being weird and traumatized.
I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all went in the same car. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No.
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
No.
It's a good
I don't
question.
believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Right. Exactly. You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at
That was
Sergeant
the point.
Lank's house
The
for
point was
some
y'all didn't go by
45
Fairview
minutes.
at that
Does that
point.
sound about right?
That
Yeah.
was the
And
point.
Sergeant Lank's wife,
I
you
don't think that
indicated
matches
was
up
in the
with
back
Jen.
seat of your car?
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip?
No, I did not.
But you don't know whether or not Jen did?
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
I appreciate that she does not extrapolate what she doesn't know. I don't know this. She left the car. I don't know what happened after she left the car.
You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just a number of times, the volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another on her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4. Not many, to my knowledge.
When you would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Is it the weirdest thing to
You
me?
obviously understand the importance of
With
providing
Jen, it's
statements
weirder.
to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again?
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement free of influence. from
Law
other
enforcement
people.
didn't seem to think it was important
Yeah.
in this
In
case.
other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
Yes.
But you sat down to do a timeline as a group
And that's because
assignment.
if your statement is somehow, or if your
They should have told
communications
you
with
no.
law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into to question the credibility of the person providing the statement.
Objection.
calls
Can you
for
answer that
speculation.
question, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay, next question.
Sure. A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right?
Objection.
That's
Sustained.
a jury determination.
I want to talk about the statements in the prior testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts.
Talk about the group project.
There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement
That's
was
fair.
on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again?
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview, if anybody?
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't
wanna know how
remember.
they called her
They
cell
may
phone
have
when
just
she
shown
drove
up. I don't
away.
remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape
I don't-
recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously.
I believe so.
During your conversation,
I hate
with,
that everything wasn't recorded.
and I'm jumping
So
around
much.
a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the DA's members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No.
Was anybody taking notes?
No.
No, none of the DAs were actually taking notes. The ADAs.
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking notes.
No pads and pens on the table.
There was a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay.
Right. Why? And that's not on her to make them take notes. It's on them. But it points out.
You received a phone call
Again,
just
what they
before
were
that
doing.
interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night of, I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm not following you very well.
That's okay. On the 29th,
Yeah.
when you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m., maybe just a little bit before that,
Yeah.
you received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay. Including just before that interview.
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No.
Did you tell her at some point did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
Okay. During the course of that interview, when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m. you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she
We've
was
gone
worried,
all the way back
correct?
in time.
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes.
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
Yes.
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once you all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
That's correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, is he dead, over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that if anything, she
Seemed like
said
what
that
she
if anything
said
happened to
regularly.
John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
So the objection sustained.
Oh, fair. We should talk about this point. The objection is sustained because the prosecution can use hearsay, which is within an exception, to introduce statements of a party opponent. The defense cannot introduce their client's own statements through a witness. So even though this was already testified to, the objection is because the defense cannot admit their client's statements, because as to them, not a party opponent. So hopefully that helps clear up. The rules of hearsay are very intricate. This shit's really confusing in law school. Even early days practice of law gets confusing, and there's still lawyers who don't do it well and judges who don't do it well. Hearsay is confusing. So that is why it is allowed when the prosecution asks and not allowed when the defense asks.
Did you indicate at any time, I'm sorry, let me ask it a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it? Please give it to at that time.
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
It's the party eliciting it. It doesn't matter that it was already elicited by the prosecution. It's the party eliciting it, and Brennan is not going to give an inch. So. But they're the party eliciting it, even though she already said it. Do I think it is the end of the world? No, because it's going to come up again. Because the officers are going to be asked about why they sectioned Karen Reed, and that's going to come up
A
then.
little mark by paragraph 5. You could take a look at that.
They can ask her about it, but they can't ask her to elicit the statement again. I need a cat camera. Hold on.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
During this interview with
My office is a mess, but this is why we need a cat
Chico,
camera.
They indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now is the time to do it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Fred is a
Were you
donut.
informed that you
That's
were
hearsay, too.
limited on time
Donut.
in that interview? Meaning, we got to get this done, we're leaving, we're out of time.
No,
They didn't cut you off, correct?
no,
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
I don't recall.
You just read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there's anything further she could recall that would be useful, please provide that information.
Object.
Sustained.
Donna, may we approach?
Yes.
This is getting into hearsay. I don't know if they're trying to offer it for the proof of the matter or if they're trying to offer it for, I don't know, to explain her behavior. But this officer is the proper person to ask that question. So that's why they're going to sidebar, because truly everyone's kept to objection without grounds most of the time. It's frustrating for me because it makes it harder to explain because you have to guess to the grounds. But when it's hearsay, it's pretty clear that it's hearsay or that that's the objection. We're going to sort out a cat count during this trial.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Having
Maybe
looked
later.
at the report,
No, bring it to her and show it to her again.
she's just, it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and Chico told you at the end of the interview?
I don't recall. It's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it. Even reading it, I'm not remembering it.
I see. Okay, fair enough.
She's like, I can read it, but I don't remember them saying that.
Here, the details about what you told or what those two officers told you are not fresh in your mind, and nothing's refreshing your recollection about that.
Right.
Okay, but you do remember the basics of what I just described in that conversation with those two troopers.
I mean, they asked me what happened. I told them, but I was also in shock.
You never said during the course of that interview that my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning just hours earlier and said
That's
he's
why he's
dead and then
asking.
hung up, correct?
No, I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days later.
I see. And in fact, when you were asked about that particular statement, when you were asked about that particular series of events, that never came to your mind.
No.
That literally the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead and then hung up.
Correct.
That's why he's asking.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
I think where he's going
You
to
did
go
add
with this
that,
is she didn't remember till after she and Jen sat down
I'm
and
sorry.
talked.
One
about
other
their
thing that you didn't add
timeline.
in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico is anything about the taillight either, correct?
Not.
Okay. And you also didn't say anything about any sort of a Google search or the praying that you talked about in the back of the patrol car, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't remember.
The second time you were interviewed,
That's why initial statements
that was
should
the February
be
1st interview.
recorded.
That was with Kathleen Prince and Connor Keefe, correct? And you just looked at that report, at least part of that report. Is that right?
Say it again.
Connor Keefe and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay. I want to make sure I get the dates down, so I'm sorry to belabor this, but. May I approach?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would look at the report of that interview?
It might.
She's like, I don't know. We can take a look and see if it does. It may not.
Am I reading the whole thing or just the part where you dotted?
Just if it refreshes your recollection
Oh.
of the date.
Oh, for the date, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What date was it that you met with me?
February 1st.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
So the second time you told your
It's the first time the jury's hearing this.
memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, if that's a valid term, prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe, was helping you with the timeline, and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you, and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, and you remember this, and okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory. Going over the event with someone.
She's not backing away from it, AJ.
Right?
You don't need to go so hard.
So
she's
what's
like,
on
yes,
that timeline,
yes.
you would agree,
She's
is
with
not
you. She's like,
completely
yes.
independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's like, yes, that's what happened. She's not stepping away from it at all. She's like, yes, that's what happened. We sat down and tried to figure out what had happened.
Yes.
So some will say it's getting the story straight. Some will say it's piecing it together. Either way, law enforcement should have interviewed them after law enforcement was at the hospital, before they had a chance to sit down and try to figure out what happened. That didn't happen. But I think it's fair for her to say, this is what we did. We sat
Thank you,
down.
Honor.
That's what we did. That's what they did. That's it.
So the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
This comment deserves a pause. This comment deserves a pause. This comment deserves a pause because 10 out of 10. Original E said they stopped, collaborated, and listened. Yes. So again, I don't put fault on them after everything that happened, sitting down and saying, what the fuck even happened? I put all of that on law enforcement. I put all of that on law enforcement for not getting everybody's statements down close in time to when this happened. So, yep.
For me to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview, as you were interviewed in Miss McCabe's house. I mean, that was the purpose of the timeline, to help you with that interview?
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
She said,
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline, and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you, did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
Okay. And then it was after that that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean the second time you were interviewed on February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No. I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that or are you
Ma'am.
aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Have you
It's
ever been
not a proper
provided,
question, but
a text
I'm
message
living.
or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
No.
Listening to your...
I've lost objectivity in this. Some of these aren't proper questions, but tell Carrie everything Jen said about her while we sit and watch. Tell her everything Jen said about her in those group texts while we sit and watch. And then ask her if she watched Jen's testimony. I want to know. I want to know. Some of them aren't proper questions. Just know that the part of me that wants the tea and the part of me that is an objective lawyer are battling with each other. Because AJ's going to have a real good time being like, you mean you didn't know Jen McCabe said this? You know, you didn't mean Jen McCabe said she's telling them everything? You mean you didn't know that this is why the timeline was getting put together? That's where he's going. But I saw a couple questions and I'm going to answer it and then I'm going to let her finish because, you know, I'm a talker. Don't worry, that'll make sense to everybody. Cheryl in the chat asked, really, Emily, you don't think making a timeline is a bit sus? In these circumstances, I don't. Here's why. As we are having the testimony come in, and even with the last trial, law enforcement has barely treated this as a crime scene. She was woken up at like 5 a.m. to Karen Reed, I think presumably still drunk, screaming at her. And then all of the wheels came off of everything. And she has been close with John O'Keefe and his niece and nephew. And she's spending the entire day trying to figure out what the fuck happened. She wasn't with any of them that night. She wasn't at the waterfall. She wasn't at CF McCarthy's. She went to a pizza party, went bowling, went home, got woken up at 5 a.m., spent the entire day driving people around, including John O'Keefe's parents, who had just lost essentially a third child. And she's sitting there going, what the fuck happened? Because no one told her not to. Law enforcement should have interviewed them when they left the hospital. Should have said to all of them, we're going to sit you down in a recorded interview room and we're going to ask you what you remember. Because humans are naturally going to be like, what do you remember? What about this? What about that? She is trying to figure out what the fuck happened. Do I blame her for that? No. Do I blame law enforcement for not doing their job? Yes, I do. And that's why they should do their job. Because the humans are going to human. Now, when we get to all the texts that Jen is texting, we'll have a separate conversation. But as to her, it's not sus. It's not sus to me that she was like, what happened? And she doesn't know Jen from anything. This day, she'd met Jen once. So she's like, what the fuck did you all do last night? Why the fuck is Karen calling me at 5 a.m. screaming? What is happening? So my opinions will be different as to different witnesses, but as to her, that's where I'm at. So that's where I'm at. I don't think it's sus as to this witness.
You're suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
She doesn't know she doesn't know this group of people. This is not her group of people.
The third time you...
And I'm not done.
Told your story.
The talker. And I feel more strongly this way than last trial. Because when we got the background, more than last trial, of John and I knew each other in high school and we became close after he took on the kids because our kids are close. She's not part of his friend group. They are friends through their kids, and she pitched in almost as family would. So she's like, no, I pitched in to help with the kids. I got to know his parents and his siblings. She's not part of like the friend group. She's part of like the family friend and kid friend group. So Jen McCabe and that whole group, those are not her people. She doesn't know who they are. So no, as of this day, is all of this sus? No. Not to me. But we'll talk about other witnesses when they come up.
Was later that night in a telephonic interview. Is that right? With Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay. That wasn't my question. My question was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor, yes or no?
And that...
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. Meaning, but it was after the interview with Trooper Prince?
I don't think so.
Think it was beforehand?
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
After?
In her home at 12 Country Lane?
Correct.
After you gave your interview?
Other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there
Her husband?
writing down the timeline for
Who's
us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Denise? So she was scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating
She
it?
was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right.
Yeah, scribing.
And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally.
Yes.
She would say something, then you would say something, then it would spark something that she would say, and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
D Nice
How
has
is it
entered the
that
chat.
Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen, and I asked to speak to him.
So
What?
Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes.
Right. Was that interview recorded, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
Sir.
The fourth time you met with police was February 2nd, the very next day, at about 12:08 p.m. Is that
Oh,
right?
no, there is new,
I
there
don't
is new
remember.
information.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper
I don't know
Keith?
what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police yet a fourth time, you were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police.
Yes.
And handed your phone over, is that right?
Yes.
And she handed her phone over, is that right?
Yes.
And the two of you were
ever
together
interviewed
when you
without
signed your
Jen?
consent forms, is that right?
Yes.
Ever? She ever spoken to without Jen there?
The fifth time you told your story was in front of a grand jury, is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
I do.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Before
those
you
of you new to
testified
this
at
trial-
that grand jury, just physically you were brought
For those of you new to this trial, you're going to have to wait till we get to Jen. You're going to have to wait. You're going to have to wait till we get to Jen. You're just going to have to wait.
into an anteroom.
You're going to have to
where
experience
you waited
it.
to be called by ADA Adam Lally, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen and Matt McCabe.
So Jennifer McCabe was with you yet again just before you gave
Yep.
official testimony under oath concerning this case and concerning the incident.
Correct.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you testified
This morning in the car
in
ride
this
over.
trial?
In this morning.
I mean, I'm not Nostradamus over here, but I'm just saying. I need to add a whoop, there it is, to the soundboard. But do you notice how calmly Jackson is going through this cross? And just the jury, for all of you that didn't watch the first trial that are in the chat, hi, do the like, subscribe things. All of you are sitting there and saying one thing in the chat. Who is Jen McCabe? Who is Jen McCabe? Who is Jen McCabe? And the jury is asking the same question. So by the time they get to Jen McCabe, the jury's going to be like, what you doing? Who you talking to? Why does your name keep coming up? And the further back the prosecution puts Jen McCabe on the witness list, the worse it's going to get. Because the jury is going to sit there hearing over and over and over and over, Jen McCabe, Jen McCabe, Jen McCabe. She testified after Jen last time. And it is going to build anticipation to who is Jen McCabe. So for the defense, numerous of you mentioned breadcrumbs. What the jury has heard is that there's this Jen McCabe Google search. They heard that in opening. And now they're hearing that every single time this woman speaks to police, is interviewed, calls the DA's office, whose name is attached to it in this cross-examination, every single time, Jen McCabe. If y'all are sitting there going, who's Jen McCabe? Imagine how the jury's feeling. And we're not even halfway through day 2.
Did you discuss your testimony?
No.
So you and Miss McCabe, who became friends because
Correct.
of this incident,
Correct.
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony
Correct.
And your testimony now is that you did not discuss anything about what you're doing here
No,
or what you're
I
going to
did
testify
not.
to.
She called to wish me good luck today.
So that is about here, though.
When did you talk to her the last time before this morning?
Yesterday.
I don't know, maybe a couple of days ago. I don't remember.
It was yesterday.
Within days
It
of
was
you taking the
yesterday.
stand yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever...
He's done a good job of connecting everything she has told police to Jen McCabe in this cross.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you... to take a look at... Actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say
Witnesses
that you did
are
or did not
allowed
recall
to discuss their testimony.
texting with Jen McCabe during the course of that January 29th interview with state police? Do you recall that or no?
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of text messages?
Sure.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Interesting. And again, Jackson not getting upset with her, I think plays into his overall strategy. Because if he cross-examines Jen McCabe again, we know that that's going to be fiery. So if what he is going to say is that, because Carrie, I think, is a good witness.
Thank you.
Damn it!
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't know what he knocked over, but it was really fucking loud.
Look, there's two tabs. Take a look at the tabs
Horrors,
and the
stop
data
it.
across the two tabs.
But if what, because I think she is a good witness, but if what he is going to argue down the road is everything she
Okay.
told law enforcement was after she talked to Jen McCabe, do you need to get feisty with her? No. Do you need to fight with her?
Absolutely.
No.
I'm in no rush. May I?
Yes.
Take this back.
Lyndon said, "Oh no, the hors d'oeuvres." Yeah, I don't know what he knocked over. It was so loud. It was like loud and kind of hollow.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch.
Yep. Oh, I did wear my Twilight shirt today. I think it's almost it's time.
That was quicker than we thought, Judge. May I
Okay.
proceed?
Yes.
It's like time for the stand desk. Okay.
Did you take a look at this document?
The real
Yes.
EDB will
Does
sit
that
back
refresh
down.
your recollection that there were two text messages at around the time of your interview with those two troopers?
No.
Did you?
I'm ready to stand.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Ms. McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Do you recall Ms. McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, different question, did you, in fact, call Ms. McCabe right after the interview and talk to her?
I don't know.
Law Nerds, this is a good time to remind you to download the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. We built it for you, free to you, not to us, but free to you, so that you know when witnesses you care about take the stand. Because
Have you ever
there will be
testified
slow
that
points, and then there will
at
not.
the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car, and there was an interaction among the three of you?
Yes.
Have you ever testified, or have you ever stated, in any particular, that during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray?
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction, where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car, and Ms. Reed asked you to pray, that Ms. Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia.
No,
You've never said that.
I've never said that.
That's a
You
great
testified at the
question.
grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not
That date
know.
right?
This is also why he's not going to completely tear apart this witness, because there is testimony from this witness that I think is good for the defense.
I have no idea.
It aligns with the defense.
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes?
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
Yes?
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but guilty of perjury.
Oh, he should have built that to
Yeah.
end on the Google hypothermia. Best laid plans. But I think her statement of her being the one to hear Karen on scene saying, could I have hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Goes with the defense theory. So they don't want it. They want to say that the things that are bad for them is influenced by Jen McCabe, and the things that aren't bad for them are her memories. That's, I think, where that will go down the road. Ines asked in the chat, Emily, please teach us about what a hostile witness means. I don't know if we have time while AJ's looking for stuff, but generally it means when you get to cross-examine your own witness, it doesn't mean their attitude. It's not a vibe thing. It's not like they're unpleasant. It means if you call a witness and that witness becomes hostile, you treat them as an opposing witness, so you get to cross-examine them and ask direct
Is it
questions.
your testimony that
leading
you have
questions instead of direct
never
questions.
said
Not
that
vibes.
Karen
It's a legal determination, so you get to lead.
told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I stepped on the top of that question, so I'm gonna back that up just a little.
Is it your testimony that you have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm curious as to where this is going. So,
Thank you.
Sure.
Chutney wasn't a hostile witness either, though, because Elle was cross-examining her. She was the state's witness. So Chutney technically wasn't a hostile witness either, though her vibes. Oftentimes, the witness has vibes with the person cross-examining them. It's not pleasant to be cross-examined.
And if you could read on to page 83 as well.
It's also incredibly unnatural to be asked a question that is forced to be yes, no when there is more information and not be allowed to give the more information. You are forced to the literal yes, no, even though there's more to say.
Yep. I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that
I was told.
she was asked to Google it.
Ding, 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 ding. Tag team, back again. Check
You
it, check it,
testified
let's
under
begin.
oath
Whoop,
at the
there
grand
it
jury
is.
that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside, and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
I mean, what, the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct? That's
I don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear. May I approach?
Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Just approach to the bottom of the page.
At the bottom?
At the bottom, last couple of paragraphs.
Okay.
Chat, for those of you that didn't watch the first trial, if you feel like you're trying to unwind a junior high school game of telephone,
Yep.
Yes.
I say I think, so I'm not
I have
positive.
a question for you.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
Yes.
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Ms. Reed, ask Ms. McCabe?
and then you were asked a question at the grand jury. What, if anything? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, you were. That's exactly how that went.
While they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question.
I was talking,
May I
sorry.
ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Isn't it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury?
Oh, we
quote,
knew.
What, if anything, did she, Ms. Reed, ask Ms. McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard? End quote. Do you remember being asked that question?
No.
She's like, I saw a type there. I don't remember it. He's trying to refresh her recollection. She's like, I don't remember.
16 through 18.
Okay.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Well, we did get a what, if anything, this trial on day 2.
Yes.
Okay. And in response to that question,
You said,
you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
I'm interested to
That was
see.
very detailed. You'll agree that
where
that's a
he's
very
going with that.
detailed and specific recount of an event. You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of a cruiser, correct?
Yep.
You recorded or reported the time. It was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooped him up onto the gurney, correct?
Yep. I thought it was about that time. I wasn't sure.
Location.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over.
She said, I thought it was
That's
about
my
that
mistake.
time, but I wasn't sure.
What was your answer, Ms. Rowe?
I thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you. It was Jen. It was my client, Karen
Yes.
Reed, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
You were so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
Yes.
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying, is that right?
Yes.
And the actual words used. You were as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
Correct.
You will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that. In
The
the
answer to my question, Ms. Roberts.
But it's not true.
Not a trick question. What you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet, that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury, in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that, the reason that you said that false statement, was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
Is that? I'm going to let her answer.
Yeah, let her answer
Nobody
it.
told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time.
How did you
which
know
is
it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms. Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury, correct?
Notice how he used the word influenced.
I was telling what happened in the back of the cruiser.
The timeline
can answer.
you wrote,
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
the timeline you wrote, with Jennifer McCabe's help, influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes.
Whoomp. That's what he was getting to.
You were later asked about that statement in another investigation, by another investigator or set of investigators, correct?
I don't know.
And at that point, the jury's
Were you
just like,
interviewed by a different law enforcement
I'm done with you.
agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
I was not told that.
They asked you
Jack, I'm
whether or not
surprised
you
he's not
heard
done.
Karen Reed
Like,
ever say anything to Jennifer
I've done the
McCabe
damage I needed
about
to do.
Googling anything, correct?
Done.
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection
You-
to look at a copy
Well, it's not going to
of
get better
that
from here
interview
because you're done.
and that report?
Sure.
Because the jury's just like, you told the grand jury you heard it, but you didn't hear it. You were told it. So when you need to testify to what you saw, what you heard, and what you did, that's not what you did at the grand jury, is it? She has not backed away from it much,
Yes.
but she's like, well, she did try to distance when she was saying, well, I was just telling what I knew happened during that time. You didn't know it. You were told it. That's a game of telephone, not a game of testimony.
And don't answer anything about the document until I ask you a question, if you don't mind. Please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Damn. It's a good cross. He got to where he needed to go with it. And did it patiently.
Ms. Roberts, do you recognize that as being a report of an interview that you conducted?
And this is
I've
the
never seen
problem.
this before, but
Understood. Yeah,
This is the
you may never
problem.
have seen it, but does it remind
Interviewing
you that,
witnesses
that
together.
that's
Yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law
Yes.
enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7 of that report.
So earlier when I said to chat, hey, this might be a misremembering, I'm not pressed about it, I don't think she's lying,
And if you look, there's a
That's
small
not the same
paragraph
as
about
now.
2 paragraphs up from the bottom.
that's a lie to the
I
grand
think I
jury.
may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
correct.
And she knows it.
Done?
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach?
You done? All the way. You done? All the way. All the way done.
Ms. Roberts, does that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes.
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
That is
searches.
correct.
And you
Let
went
him
on to
finish.
say you saw McCabe on her phone.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Well, there's
Correct.
more information to that,
So
wasn't
what
there,
you
Alan?
told the grand jurors was in fact false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, any questions?
Oh, I bet he has fucking questions. The important part at the very end of that was, but I saw Jen on the phone. So I'm real interested to see about the cross, because at the end, she said, but I saw Jen on the phone. If you're all in the car together, how do you not hear Karen, though? But I want to hear all of Lally's questions. So you did see Jen on the phone, but you didn't hear why she was on the phone. I'm so curious because I don't know if we get back from, but you told the grand jury you heard it. And she's like, I misunderstood Lally's question. We'll see.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll see. However, she wasn't aggressively trying to fix it, which I appreciate. She was
When
like,
you spoke to the grand jury about your memory,
and we know this is
were
where
you
this is
trying
starting.
to fool them in any way?
No.
Were you trying to?
Objection.
Watch the form of your questions.
Were you trying to mislead them in any way?
Objection.
Sustain. Watch the form of your questions.
They're leading, Brennan.
When you spoke to the grand jury, were you honest?
Yes.
When you were asked the question, what, if anything, did the defendant ask Ms. McCabe, did you begin your response by saying at one point?
You can show her her response.
May I approach?
Yes.
Page 83, line 19.
I want to hear that whole question again.
Can I ask you to look at page 83, line 19? Just read it to yourself and the lines that follow. You done?
I want to hear that whole question
When
again.
you were asked that question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically, personally heard that statement?
I'll allow that.
Did you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And when you spoke to the people in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever
I want to hear the question again, but I'll do that later on my own time. So he's going to get to, I think, the point of, so when Lally said, what if anything, did Karen Read say? Lally didn't say, what did you hear Karen Read said? Lally's question was, what, if anything, did Karen Read say to Jen? And she's going to say, well, I know that Karen Read told Jen this because Jen told me. If it says that you heard, it's not going to be good. But if it's, Lally's question was, what if anything that you heard is as to her specifically? So we're going to let him go. Because if he misphrases the question, Jackson is going to jump up and just be like, ah.
tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No.
Were you consistent in both of those statements?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far as what you personally observed between those statements?
Let him finish.
I'll allow that.
If it's that you heard,
No.
And when you were asked about what the defendant may have said to Ms. McCabe or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Objection.
I mean, either way, it leaves the wrong
Did you
impression.
begin your answer with at one point?
Oh my God, leading.
Yes.
When you chose the words at one point, what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were
What?
brought to the grand jury to testify?
Oh.
This is Google search.
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement?
Yes.
By me. Did I ask you that question?
No.
Did you personally hear that statement?
No.
After this happened, you discussed what had happened with people, didn't you?
You're not making
I'm sorry,
it
say it again.
better.
After you found John lying in the snow, did you discuss what had happened, what you saw with other people?
Yes, of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss this trauma that you had been through?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Say it again.
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No. Didn't.
Lally, damn it, Emily. Freudian slip. Brennan, are you going to lean into the police didn't do their job? Is that what you're leaning into? Did anyone tell you not to discuss it? No, no one told us that. Right. Brennan. Law enforcement didn't tell him, so they all talked.
People.
Yes, of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss this trauma that you had been through?
Oh, he's objecting to the word trauma.
Say it again.
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No. Didn't say it again. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
After you found
She's
John
wild.
that morning, did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever tell you you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No.
Did anybody ever tell you that you couldn't have support of other people?
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
Was this a traumatic event?
Yes.
Have you spoken to it to a number of people about it?
Yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about
No, not
what
tell us
happened
why.
that
Tell us why
morning.
you did.
I'm going to allow that.
The form of the question is wrong.
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But Jen in particular, I do speak to her. I am friends with her. We went through a really traumatic experience together.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes, many people.
Why?
Because it helps me get through. And it's whether John's family, friends, whoever, I've talked to a number of people about it.
I mean, verbal processors
You're
get
friends
it.
with John's parents?
Parents?
John's parents, the O'Keefes.
Yes.
You still friends with them?
Yes.
Do you ever discuss what happened?
Yes.
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
Yes.
Was there a warrant?
Objection.
Okay,
Sustained. Ask it differently.
yeah, that's not a proper
Did
question
you feel
for her.
like you had any obligation,
That doesn't
legal
change
obligation,
anything.
to give your phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, they asked for my phone. I handed it over willingly.
Did you think you had to?
No,
I don't
but
think that-
there was no reason not to.
Changes.
When they went through your phone, do you know whether they saw all of your phone calls that were on that phone?
Objection.
I
Do
don't
you know that?
I don't know. They cloned my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
Objection.
I'm going to strike that answer. So the answer
calls
is I
for
don't know.
What type of
speculation.
information did you have on your phone when you voluntarily gave it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Text messages, phone calls, call logs, pictures.
You said that you stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think any of that
At some point, at times,
undoes,
you try to help
undoes
them with things?
some of that
daily.
damage.
Do you try to help them with the children?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you were asked about contacting the district attorney's office about replacing a Ring camera.
Yes.
Huh.
Whose Ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
What motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the Ring camera?
Because we knew the Ring might be some sort of evidence that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Do you have a Ring camera?
I do.
I think it's mindful,
Do
but
you
I
know
don't
if
think they
there's a
have to do
difference
that.
between the actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Did you ever ask to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asking to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
You were asked questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her,
Interesting
from her,
attempt to fix the cross-examination.
about dropping John off.
Say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital. She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No.
Were you ever told where he was left?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
No.
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
No.
When you were being when you were being interviewed by law enforcement, did you ever?
Chat what? Chat what? Chat what? Chat. I feel like a real reaction streamer right now. Chat. What? What? We're going to back right up. We're going to back right up. We're going to back right up. We're going to back that thing right up. We're going to back that thing up. We're going to back.
Influence.
We're going to back that up again. We're going to back that up again. When you were being influenced, interviewed? Sir. That was not the slip to make, sir.
No.
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
No.
When you were being when you were being interviewed by law enforcement, did you ever refuse to be interviewed?
Oh boy.
No.
Were the interviews all the same or different?
That
They were all
was a
different.
slip.
They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review and detail of everything that you knew?
I was just
Oh
asked
no,
to
I
tell
rewound
the
it. He didn't
story
do
of
it
what
twice.
happened that morning.
I rewound it.
And at some point when
More
you were
than once.
interviewed, you were asked about
I couldn't
the
help
phone
it.
calls
That was
that the
me.
defendant made to you that morning at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
When you received those phone calls,
It was spicy.
Jennifer
I had to.
McCabe was not on the line, was she?
No.
Was she a party to the calls?
No.
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words
Because it's on his mind.
that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
I'll allow that.
No.
Do you have a clear memory of what the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29th, 2022 at around 5 in the morning when she first called you?
Yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying.
Is it
sorry.
your independent memory?
Yes.
How well do you remember it?
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
I'll allow it.
When she first called, she said, "John's dead. Carrie," and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she called back, was there any other party on the line other than you and her?
No.
But who did
What
you
do
say
remember
she
the
said that
second
to?
time that she called you?
Yes.
Yeah, I had to
She said,
replay the
"John,
tape.
I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself."
But did you tell Jen all of that and when?
Did anybody ever ask you to lie
No.
or exaggerate?
No.
Would you?
Say that?
Would you?
No.
Sustained.
You were asked whether or not you told people on January 29th about the missing pieces to the defendant's taillight. And you began to say you didn't tell anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
Why not?
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to point fingers at his girlfriend.
So you
Was
thought
it
it was
in
a problem?
Broken with missing pieces that
So you
morning?
thought it was a problem?
Yes.
Why did you think it was a problem?
You saw the ring video of you and Miss McCabe and the defendant going into John's house?
Yes.
Had you
How did we get from her thinking, did I hit him? Or could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? How did we go from her thinking, like, what are you talking about? Stop, to, I don't want to point fingers at anybody. Like, how did we get between the two? Because her testimony of the morning is, I don't even know what you're saying, stop, to, I don't want to point fingers. Where did that shift?
you seen that video before today?
Yes.
Curious.
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
Yes.
When you went into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When
Take any-
we took off our shoes and
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background on that.
This is outside the
John
scope.
was a
But
neat
okay.
freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Had you ever worn shoes in his house?
Oh,
Had you ever seen anybody wear shoes in his house?
no.
You and
They
Miss
do
McCabe?
now. They do now.
You and Miss McCabe took your shoes off?
Yes.
Did the defendant take her shoes off?
She did not.
How do you remember that?
Because Jen and I were standing there for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off, and she had already gone in the house.
Do you know why you were called that morning?
If I am panicked and freaking out, and all of you have said you're going back to the house to go look for him, you're going to find him, I'm not stopping at the door. Anyone else stopping at the door? You're not stop. This is also not a serve. You're not stopping at the door. They're not bothered at this point. They're not pressed. I think they think Karen's being ridiculous at the point that they go back to John's house to look for him. And Karen busted through the door, my interpretation, and went searching the house. Because at that point, she is panicked. That is not a serve to me. And if the Commonwealth comes in here and tries to say she didn't take off her shoes because she knew he was dead, miss me. Miss me. Everything from that morning points to the direction that she's panicked. Everything. Just miss me with that argument. And they all stopped because they think she's being ridiculous and overdramatic. And they're like, with this. So yeah, they stopped to take off their boots because they're like, she's going to go in and find him. We all woke up at 5 a.m. Mm-hmm.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Did you volunteer to be part of this
Yes.
after the call?
Yes.
You had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house.
Yes.
Do you remember actually seeing the tail light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
No.
I mean, didn't she testify it was cracked previously?
Do you know that the portion of the ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that that portion is missing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
No.
Despite
That's why
no
he said
video, are you
missing.
certain that you saw it?
Say it again.
Are you certain that you looked at it with the defendant that morning in that driveway?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Okay.
Objection.
Oh,
Okay?
boy. They're approaching. I'm going to zoom while they approach. They put white noise on for the jury. So that's what that is. Imagine how fun that is as a juror. Delightful. So they can't hear the sidebar. Even though the judge says, the sidebar is not to keep anything secret from you. Let us put on this white noise so you can't hear a fucking thing that we say. We're not keeping secrets. But let us put on all this annoying white noise for you.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
He lost
Yes.
whatever that objection was.
Counsel had asked
She
you
told
if
him to
it
move on.
was your story. Was this a story?
Say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Do you wish it was just a story?
Jesus Christ, Brennan.
There's no further question.
Yeah.
Okay, so recross.
Just asked.
Do you wish it was
Just
a
a few
story?
minutes ago.
Are you?
Did you ever say
Just keep.
that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
Right.
Correct?
Damn it, Jackson, stop reading the chat. I'm teasing. We're behind in real time, but all of you clocked it. I did not remember that you heard. All of you were like, no, it says that you heard. I hope this is the only thing he gets into in recross. I hope he just leaves it. That you heard, period, end, and then walks away. That's it, done. That's it. I hope he just ends recross there.
Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
Right.
Correct?
I misunderstood the question.
And you misunderstood that question?
Yes.
What
I
did you
did.
misunderstand about that question?
No, leave it be.
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said,
That you
what
heard.
did you hear her say? That's what
I
your
think the word
testimony
was
is now?
heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that. But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer.
Yes.
Correct?
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes.
It's like being a little
Technically.
bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so
Jackson,
Remember-
that's argumentative. The court is going to lose their mind. You can't, we all think it. You can't say all of the quiet part out loud. Jackson's just like, but we're gonna.
Statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
I backed it
Yes.
It's like being a little
Technically.
bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically, I was under oath, and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it.
And yet under oath,
But I knew it happened at that
and
time.
yet under oath you said you did.
He's giving her
Correct.
too much
And that was a
leeway.
lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally.
But you did.
And
Not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or is that it?
I didn't hear what she just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
I'm sorry, Miss Jackson.
That's what happened.
Damn it, Emily, stop quipping. What did he say? Because now it sounds like he's walking away from the podium and they're still going back and forth at each other. Because he started making the side comments, and now it is all spun. And now she's making comments, he's making comments, and the court's like, no.
Okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question, or is that it?
He's walking. Look at her. Look at
I said I
him.
misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
That's what you're saying now, correct?
Oh, shit.
That's what happened.
All right,
Can I ask one more question?
okay.
In that quote,
I'm glad I backed up. The chat that doesn't watch me regularly is like, yeah, girl, stop talking. I know. She is staring daggers at him. And what he said walking away was, that's what you're saying now. Sir. Damn.
you said at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long. Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia. What did you mean by how long?
Oh, he's not
What were
done.
you about to say?
I don't recall.
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
I don't recall.
Hypothermia?
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right, Ms. McKay, I'm sorry.
No! Your Honor, no! I just woke up, Fred. Your Honor, no! 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 They got the judge. Even the judge. Thank you, Miss McCabe. Holy shit. That's wild. Those I don't recalls were too fast. But then the judge, this whole recross is the wildest shit.
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Oh my God.
Okay. All right, Ms. McKay, I'm sorry. Ms. Roberts, you were upset.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
May I?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. We're gonna get to the clip he's gonna play. We're gonna take I need to take a breath, and then we're gonna get to the clip he's gonna play, and then we're gonna zoom. We're gonna take like 10 minutes for lunch and zoom. Yesterday, we had very linear, clear testimony from Carrie Roberts. Today, the wheels just came off. I think she tells the clearest recitation of what happens from when she woke up to Karen Read calling her on the phone, through getting to 34 Fairview, to picking up John's phone, to seeing John in the snow, to everything that happened after, including picking up John's parents later, going to the hospital, going back to One Meadows. I think her retelling of that from the last trial was the clearest. She was not cross-examined last time, and she was cross-examined today. And that cross-examination elicited that at almost every point that Carrie Roberts is asked about her story or her memory of the events, Jen McCabe is right there. And the defense tied Jen McCabe to all of those interviews. And then brought up grand jury testimony where Carrie Roberts testified in response to Adam Lally's question, starting with what, if anything, did Karen Read ask Jen McCabe while they were in the back of a cruiser, that you heard? And her response to the grand jury was that she said at one point, Karen Read asked Jen to Google, and I wrote it down multiple times because the Google was Google hypothermia or how long, and then it went back to Google hypothermia. So by the time we got through cross-examination, Ellen Jackson's like, but you never heard that. And she said, no, I was told that because she and Jen McCabe sat together before police interviewed Carrie at Jen McCabe's house and put together their timeline. And I think Jackson did a good job of pointing out what she said initially to police, what came in later, when she sat down with Jen McCabe and they started talking about things. On redirect, Prosecutor Brennan's like, did anyone tell you not to talk to people about this? No, which is all of my smoke for law enforcement. All the witnesses should have been interviewed separately. And I think Jackson will be able to use this effectively to point out why the investigation wasn't done well. Because memory is impacted by what people tell you. To her credit, Carrie, for most of that questioning, did not back away from, yes, we sat down and talked about it. Yes, I said, I remember this. What do you remember? Yes, we were trying to piece together what happened in a timeline. But once you piece it together, it's real hard to piece back out what you remember and what you were told. And that was very clear when we got to the grand jury testimony, where she testified that she heard Karen Read ask Jen to Google hypothermia, when in fact it was Jen McCabe that told her that Karen Read asked her that. And then it kind of snuck in there that she did in fact see Jen McCabe on the phone. That was in there too. But I don't know if anyone's going to remember it with all the other stuff that was happening. Because it was, so you talked to law enforcement. Who was with you? Jen McCabe. So you were outside the grand jury to give your testimony. Who else was waiting out there? Jen McCabe. So you were here and here and here. Who else was there? Well, I was at my Jen McCabe's house. Jen McCabe was in the house, but not sitting with me. Every single time. To the point that when we got to the end of her testimony, the judge said, thank you, Miss McCabe. I'm sorry, Miss Roberts. But that wasn't the only slip in that testimony, because during redirect, Brennan said, when you were being interviewed, the cross-examination tied together all of the conversations and memories to everyone talking about this together, which I think will effectively be argued. This is why law enforcement should have interviewed everyone close in time to the event, separately, and recorded it. How do you know what anyone remembers, and how do you know what memories were influenced by what people said? And I don't fault Carrie Roberts for trying to figure out what the fuck happened that morning. She was the only one that wasn't at 34 Fairview and out at the bars and the rest of it. Law enforcement didn't tell her, no, don't talk to anyone. So I'm not surprised she was trying to figure out that same day what happened. And she said that the reason they were making a timeline is because Peggy O'Keefe asked her to. We didn't see Peggy O'Keefe testify before, but we're going to today. Let's get back to testimony, y'all, because man, that recross was so fiery. Jackson's pissed. The judge is just like, okay, Jen McCabe. Look. Oh my God. Today. It's day 2. I want to see what clip they're going to play.
Before this is played, is it possible to take a quick break so we can review this? There's a lot of clips. I'm not sure what this is. I'd like to see it before it's played.
I did all of that, and we're going to the lunch break.
This?
Probably about 10 seconds.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The proper form of the question is how long?
15 seconds.
All right. Jurors, we're going to ask you to take a break, and we'll bring you back in, and we'll see you 10 seconds. All right, we'll give you a 5-minute break.
That's fine. Thank you, Ron.
Court, all rise, please.
They're taking a 5-minute
closed.
break to review a 10-second clip, and then they're going to have to go to lunch. Unless they decide at some point to just go to lunch. Let's see if they come back onto the record. Yep, they do. Good. We have Zoom room.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Man,
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Let's see what clip 3 is.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jimmy Terry, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's going to be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Right.
I'm just going to back that up one more time. We're going to listen to it twice because we get instant replay and the jury doesn't. We're going to listen to that one more time because I want to. This is the audio recording of the defendant's interview with Gretchen Voss from June 20th, 2023. This ended up being, I think, just a written piece, not a video piece. So this is Karen Read giving an interview about the taillight. So let's play that one more time.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jimmy Terry, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's going to be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
That corroborates
Right.
some of Carrie's testimony, and nothing was found in John's driveway. But it also corroborates, because she says, when my car is seized, there were pieces missing. I had picked them out. It corroborates what Carrie said, because she says, and I showed Carrie and Jen, look, there's pieces missing. And she said, and I was worried about it because there was stuff exposed, which is what Carrie said too. And she said, and I picked pieces of taillight out and dropped them in the driveway. I think I know where the defense is going to go with that later, but no spoilers. So no taillight was found in the snow at the driveway, but she said, I picked pieces out. So it corroborates what Carrie said at this point. Now, I think it will, like everything, be used in two ways. I'm not going to spoil it. Let's keep going.
All right. Rather than calling your next witness, who it'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes, Your
Why don't
Honor.
we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here? Okay. Folks, we'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess.
I love that they feed the jury.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your books. Put them on your chairs and follow me.
I love that they feed the jury. Not all jurisdictions do that. Some jurisdictions are like, go fight all the other jurors for cafeteria food. Good luck. They are taking the lunch break. I am going to take the lunch break. But yes, I think what we're going to see in this case, like a lot of cases, but in this case in particular, is that the defense can argue their theory of the case alongside the prosecution arguing their very different side of the case with a lot of these interview statements. I truly think that the neutral evidence is going to matter quite a lot when we get to the neutral, like the scientific evidence. What does the coroner say? Like, what does the physical evidence say? What does the digital evidence say? And then does that give context to what the witnesses say? But we'll see. But the prosecution has clearly crafted their witness order and those clips to impact the jury. As they should. This is an adversarial process. So the last introduction of evidence was very linear. It was John's family members first, and then the first responder, the second responder, the third responder. And it was just every single one in very linear order, and it was fairly dry. This is not dry. Brennan's questioning, though his stunt with the photo pissed me the fuck off, Brennan's questioning is much easier to follow. there is a story to be told. And at some point, because Brennan and Jackson have some similar qualities in the way that they do things in court, and they're going to start chafing at each other. It's going to be interesting to see. So, this trial is going to be interesting. The strategy here of the lawyers is very interesting to watch. Court is going to be back very soon. So here's what I'm going to do. They are not back yet. I'm going to take 10 minutes. I'm going to go grab some food, some hydration. We will give you an app notification when court is back. If court is not back yet, I will push that a little bit because I'm going to run, do the human thing so we can come back after lunch. But if you do not have the Law Nerd app, you need it. Peggy O'Keefe is going to testify after lunch. This is all new testimony. And I will tell you right now, chat, for those of you that are here now, you'll know. For those of that are here later, we won't know. I know that, or I'm aware that the internet has feelings about Peggy O'Keefe. This is the victim's mother. My tolerance is going to be very low on name calling, on excoriation. I am here to evaluate her testimony, but the chat is not going. I am going to have very low tolerance on name calling of Peggy O'Keefe. We will evaluate the testimony. I don't think it'll be the Law Nerd chat, but we do have those that come into the chat. I'm giving you the heads up. My tolerance is low. She lost her daughter, her son-in-law, and her other son. And I am viewing it through that lens. So yes, she has a civil lawsuit against Karen Read. Yes, it will come up in cross-examination. Yes, I am going to evaluate her testimony and see how it comes across. Yes, I am curious about how she testifies, but I am not going to have tolerance for disparagement. We can evaluate her testimony without. So I appreciate that. Some of you are asking, what's she going to testify to? She had conversations with Karen Read that day. So I appreciate you. And we will let her testimony unfold, but that's where I'm coming at this from as a witness, and I will remind you. The Law Nerds know this, but people's friends and family and witnesses' friends and family watch this channel, watch this chat, and do so because this chat does not demean, degrade, does not name call, disparage, dox, which I've seen elsewhere, which is awful, and all the rest of it. This chat evaluates testimony, and as a reminder, that's what we are going to continue to do, and that's why we are here. So that's why y'all are here. If you wanted to Thunderdome on the internet, there's a million places to Thunderdome on the internet. There's very few places to not Thunderdome on the internet. So it's okay to have opinions about the testimony and how it comes in, and I appreciate y'all. So I am going to go get lunch really quickly. I also have questions about how Peggy feels about all of this. I don't know how the O'Keefe family feels much about this investigation. I don't even know if they can process how much fuckery there is here. I don't know, because it's just so bad. The investigation is so bad, and her son deserved better. And I am mad on their behalf because John O'Keefe deserved a better investigation than what he got. 100%. And it is at the core of this case, and it makes me mad. Even if that good investigation renders that no one gets prosecuted, then that's what it is. But a good investigation needed to happen here. And I am still not seeing a good investigation. Let's get some lunch. We know who's testifying after lunch. Law Nerds, you're the best. We will send you an app alert in case court is not back when I am back. So if we push that back a little bit, We will send you an alert at the Lawnerd app, free for you, lawnardapp.com. Download the app, turn on your notifications. There's a whole walkthrough in the app about how to do that. Lawnards, you're the best. I don't want to watch trial with anyone else either. So let's get some food real quick. I'm gonna put on our hold music. It cut out a little bit yesterday. I think I've got that sorted now. So we're gonna put on our hold music, and then I'll be back. You guys are the best. 10 minutes. It's 12:43 now. 10 minutes. Mods, don't forget to hydrate and eat. Lawnards, it's gonna be a long court day. All right, let's go. Me, I have to yeet myself. We have to yeet myself. Well, y'all, I'm going to have to be back soon. So I'm rushing because I don't want to miss this. So I'll be right back. Hey, Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during Verdict Watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Trying to stay in the loop with this trial? I know sometimes it's hard if you miss a day. That's why I've got daily case briefs dropping over on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show audio feed on your favorite podcast app, so you can stay in the loop even when things get busy. All right, you guys. Are we ready? Are we ready? I think we're just about ready. Do you think we're just about ready? I think it's time to go to court. I know. I zoomed back a little bit early. I did because we knew new trial. We've heard it over and over. This is a new trial. But we are on witness 3. And this is a witness that did not testify at the first trial. So I don't know if we are going to just get into what happened when they went back to the house, if they're going to get into Peggy O'Keefe's conversations with Karen Read in the car, if we are going to hear a little bit more about John O'Keefe. At some point, there can be limits to that, how much you talk about the victim, because there's a balance between explaining who the victim was and bringing that into the case, but also not overly playing into sympathy. So there is a balance between that. And having the victim's mother on is going to be emotional. Whether people like the victim's mother, don't like the victim's mother, either way, she is grieving quite a lot. So she's also a precipient witness to things that Karen Read said, which is an unusual circumstance. So we are going to get into it. I appreciate all of you for taking in the testimony and not attacking the person giving the testimony. I will have very little patience for that with this witness. But the law nerds don't do that. That's why y'all are here. And 2 things can be true for all of us at once. We are law nerds. We can evaluate testimony and still hold space for empathy and for sympathy and for understanding, while also being, evaluating the testimony. It's going to be, I would think, emotional. So we can do all of the things, but I am holding, I don't know what she's going to say. Have I followed what the O'Keefe family has been saying about this case? No, I haven't. I followed the civil case just a little bit at the very beginning and haven't followed it since then. So let's see what happens. Law nerds, you are the best chat in the internet. And so again, the smoke that I am pointing in this case for just about everything is on this investigation, because it was their job. So we will see. Brass Tax says, but they're not mad. I'm sure they're mad at someone. Grief is a really tough thing. And I think as a prosecutor, there were many times I got to learn how to navigate the grief people were feeling, plus their frustration with me doing my job, especially if we chose not to prosecute things. That energy goes somewhere. I was fine with it being directed at me. I'm like, I get why you're mad. Be mad at me. I'm the person to be mad at. Because nothing we do is going to change what has happened. So I don't know. It was a part of my world for a very long time, so I'm used to it. But also, I am a mom. So I am anticipating that this is going to be hard for all of us. So we'll see. Let's watch together. Thank you for being law nerds. I appreciate you. It's why you make this the #1 place to watch trials. The internet can be a vile place, but it doesn't have to be. All right. Let's go to court, shall we? We can do hard things, law nerds, and 2 things can be true at once. Look at us. Look at us. We can do the things. Because we're humans. All right. If this testimony ends up being here as just a sympathy play on the part of the prosecution, I'm also going to be mad. I'm also going to be mad. So let's see. Emily, put the volume on. Oh, good. There's no volume in court just yet. the volume's not on. We are them getting back into court and bringing this witness in. I wonder if they'll bring her in before they bring the jury in. So
All
she
right.
can
Thank you, jurors.
get in. They were at sidebar. The jurors are in.
Thank you.
They're going to call the next witness.
All right. Your next witness, please, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Brennan.
Honor. The Commonwealth calls Peggy O'Keefe.
Also, if things are just blatant plays for sympathy, the jury clocks it and generally doesn't appreciate it. So, all right, this is witness 3. I'm like, how are we just at witness 3? Like, so much happened today. I feel like we're in day 5 of trial. For those of you that are going to ask, how was she in the courtroom earlier? The exclusionary rules have some exceptions. So I don't think she was in the courtroom for Carrie's testimony. I did not see her today.
So,
I don't think she was there
good afternoon,
yesterday.
Mrs. O'Keefe. Yeah. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Could you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Margaret O'Keefe. I am John O'Keefe's mother.
Are you married?
Yes,
Who are you married to?
John O'Keefe Jr.
How long have you been married for?
John O'Keefe Sr.?
53
I'm going to back that up. The whole courtroom laughed, which I needed because I already I'm sad. Like already I'm sad. So is her husband John O'Keefe Jr.? Was John O'Keefe the third? Okay. Victim Officer O'Keefe was the third. Perfect. Thank you, chat.
Who are you married to?
John O'Keefe Jr.
How long have you been married for?
Too long. 53 years.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
53.
Years.
Long enough?
How long have you lived
I
in the
appreciate
area?
the break and tension.
We moved to Canton 3 years ago.
Before you moved to Canton 3 years ago, where did you live?
Braintree.
How long had you lived in Braintree for?
50 years?
Did you begin your family in Braintree?
No, we lived in Mattapan first.
I can't
That's when
imagine
my daughter was born.
uprooting
And then
from
we
your
moved to Braintree.
community of 50
Your
years.
daughter was born when you were in
because
Mattapan?
of this.
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's name?
Kristen.
How many
I
children
can't
did you
imagine.
have?
3.
You, Kristen and John.
And Paul.
Is Paul the youngest, the baby?
The baby.
Did you raise your
Can we not refer to a
children,
grown man as a baby?
Well, how long were you in Mattapan before you moved closer to here?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How long did you live in Mattapan before you moved closer?
2 years
And then the rest of the time you were in the area?
in Braintree.
And tell me a little bit about your immediate family.
My daughter. My daughter Kristen had a tumor, a cancerous tumor that she had for 5 months. And she died in November of 13. She had 2 children. And then 2 months after she passed, her husband passed from a heart attack. And then you all know about John. And then my son Paul is over there.
That was 2013, ma'am? Could I ask you about her children?
She had 2 children, Kaylee, who's now 17, and Patrick is 14. And he's a run for my money.
Do you remember how old the children were when your daughter passed?
3 and 6.
When that happened, was there any plan for the children?
As far as?
Well, what was going to happen with the children?
when she passed
Yes, ma'am.
and when he passed.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think there was a plan for
my
when he
son
passed.
decided to be the head guardian.
How do you plan
And
for
then
that?
we had, I was the other guardian, and there was Steve's brother and sister were the other two guardians. So there's four of us.
May I approach to adjust the microphone?
Yes.
Also, chat, if any of you are like the emotional,
Don't be too soft.
the grief, I literally can't, we will message you when the next witness is up or at the end of the day. I get it. Grief begets grief. Take care of you. I'll summarize this in the case briefs.
Did I understand that there was a decision that
Tomorrow.
John would be the primary guardian?
So it's okay.
Can you share with us how that decision came about?
I'll let you know.
Well, he was single. The other two guardians were married, and they didn't have children, but he decided to do it himself, and then I was the second one in case he needed me. So I was over there most of the time, like when the kids get home from school or, take them places, and then have them on weekends so he could have a break. So that's what I did.
Did other people help out in addition to you and John?
Yes, my husband was there, and Paul and Erin were there, and the other members of Steve's family.
I understand at some point John worked in law enforcement.
Yes.
Besides that, could you just share just a little bit about him with us?
He was a police officer at headquarters. And when he first started, he was in Hyde Park, and then he moved to Dorchester, and then into Boston itself, and that's what he did.
I was hoping if you could tell us a little bit about John besides his work.
He was enthusiastic with sports. He was wonderful with the kids. He took care of them and did everything for them. Take them places on vacations and everything. He was their number one when they called him JJ.
Would you mind if I showed you a photograph?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
Depends what photograph it is. I wonder if they're not going to call John's brother and sister-in-law this trial, and that's why they're calling his mom. Because last trial they brought this in.
Can you tell us what you see?
I'm going to pause
That's
this
my
real
son?
quick just because. Yep. I'm going to pause it real quick before I just start crying with y'all. Last trial, they brought this information in, which is appropriate, through John's brother and sister-in-law. I wonder if they are not going to bring in John's brother and sister-in-law. And if you remember, they brought in a lot of John and his connection to his niece and nephew through the Aruba witnesses. Like a lot of how he showed up for people, how he built a community around him, how he changed his work to take care of his niece and nephew, how much family meant to him, and who he was outside of how he died. That a lot of that came in through the Aruba witnesses. They're not calling the Aruba witnesses. I wonder if they're not going to call the brother and sister-in-law, meaning this would really be the witness to bring this information in. Plus, she had interactions with Karen Reed that day. So she's also a precipient witness. So I think that's why we are going to see Peggy testifying and perhaps not those other four witnesses. And if they don't call a lot of the witnesses from CF McCarthy's, if they only call one, this would really be that witness. So a lot of you are asking, so we know the Aruba witnesses are not going to be called? Yeah, they said they're not doing any of it. So, all right. Let us continue.
Thank you. May I introduce this as an exhibit?
Yes.
Exhibit 16.
And they are allowed to bring
With the court's
in
permission, I'd
witnesses
like
to
to
talk about
publish.
the victim to
Yes.
an extent. For those of you that are like, what are the Aruba witnesses? I'll catch you up later. It's from the first trial. but we're going to see a different trial this time, and I think that's why.
And so, Keith, do you know when this picture was
testifying.
taken?
Oh. I really don't know. It was in the summer of I don't know what year. I really don't know the year. But is that one he probably took him to a fair or an amusement park, and he had his picture taken there with it. And then the kids were with him too. So.
Do you know how old he was in that picture?
43, maybe.
Okay. What year was John born?
75.
Ms. Gilman, could you take the photo down, please? How old was John when he passed?
45. My mind's not working right now.
Fair.
I understand. It's okay. Can I ask you a few more questions?
And the jury's going to understand that.
You let me know.
She's like, can we just...
I want to go back to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Is that okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Nope. Nope.
Were
Getting
you
that
home?
phone call's... Nope. Getting
I
that
was
phone
home
call's
in
going to suck.
Braintree.
In Braintree. Who were you with?
My husband?
Did you receive a phone call?
Yes, from Carrie Roberts. It was about 6:15, between 6:15 and 6:30 in the morning.
Did you know Carrie Roberts?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She lived in Braintree for a while. John and her were friends. They went to the junior prom together. And then
What?
we found out that she moved. She lived in Canton, and she was...
What did you just say? What did you just say? What did you just say? How did this not come up? How did we spend a day and a half with Carrie Roberts and not know that they went to prom together? How did this not come up? She made it sound like they kind of knew each other in high school and they played soccer together. Did I misinterpret that? Because that's how it sounded. Like, hey, we were kind of friends. We kind of, we heard nothing about prom. Junior prom? Okay. It's also helping me distract from the emotion of her receiving another phone call that is the worst phone call that you never want to receive in your life. So that's helpful for me.
She was around the corner from us, and she helped us out with the kids.
Okay.
And her were friends. They went to the junior prom together.
Okay.
And then we found out that she moved. She lived in Canton, and she was around the corner from us, and she helped us out with the kids.
And when you were helping take care of the kids, would you often see Miss Roberts?
Yeah, because she'd take Patrick and her son Ryan places. And, yeah, so I saw her all the time.
Often?
Yeah.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank. And I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She said, they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital. So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you driving. I says, we can drive there. We both have four-wheel drives. And she says, no, I'm coming.
Which
so
is a
she
stand-up
came
thing to do.
get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad.
Carrie's statements are not
And
being
in the
admitted for the
meantime,
truth.
I had called one of my nieces to find out because one of my other nieces
effect on the
worked
listener.
at Good Samaritan. And I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room, and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor, and as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, "Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead?" And I just kept walking, and then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital, and I said, "What is she doing here?" And she says, "Oh, she's being psych evaluated."
Why would they
So then
tell her
brought us
that?
down to the room where my son was.
Also, why is she?
He's bruised up. His eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
Okay. I'd like to go back, if I may.
Okay.
May I?
Yep.
Also, if Karen's his girlfriend, it's not weird to me that
When
she's
Kerry Roberts
there.
picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only three in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
Yep.
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, "You just left him there?" She said, "Yes, I just left him there."
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, "I left him there."
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway
She
or
answered.
the street?
Asked and
She said,
answered.
"No, I just left him there."
He's 45. So she dropped
You
him off
told
at a
us
party.
that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was
Are we jumping back in
asking
time?
if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's
Can you
jumping
describe
backwards.
a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, "Is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?"
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
Just loud, and I don't know. She was just loud, and as she was saying it.
And when she was asking you, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, "What is she doing here?"
Okay. And did you speak to Miss Reed herself?
No. No.
At some point, and you and your husband got to see John?
Yes.
And were you with Kerry at some point?
Kerry was there, and then my son Paul was there.
How did you get home?
I think I went home with Paul, and I think my husband went home with Kerry. We went back to Canton at the time.
Do you remember
home being in
generally
One
the
Meadows.
time frame? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was morning.
Do you remember getting home that day?
Yeah. It was snowy, icy.
Was anybody home when you got back?
No, it was just us. And then the kids started coming home. And that's when I was trying to, take care of them. And then there was a knock at the door. And it was Karen, her father, and her brother asked if they could come in. And I was just trying to calm the kids because Patrick was just out of control, yelling.
Of course.
And then they came in. And then he said, "Do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things?" Which I never should have let them go up there. But at the time, it was...
She
I
practically
just couldn't
lived
think
there.
straight, and I really didn't have anybody else to help me keep them down in the kitchen. So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
Oh, she is not happy.
How long were they, when you say upstairs, do you know what room they went to?
I assumed the bedroom.
So I'm going to strike that, Ms. Pizzuti. If you
That's speculation.
What you actually know, okay? And Mr. Brennan can
Yeah,
ask a
there's
better question.
for all of you that are like,
Thank
there's
you.
stuff
Could I
missing.
read
Yes,
a bit?
there's context missing.
Ma'am, how many
in
rooms
this
are
testimony?
upstairs
That's what you're feeling.
in John's home?
1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms and an office. And off the master bedroom, there's a bathroom, and then there's a closet. It's a big house.
Did you see the defendant and her father go upstairs?
I didn't really see them go up, but I knew they were up there because I could hear them.
You didn't follow them up or go to look?
No.
You didn't know which room or rooms they were in?
No, I'm assuming the bathroom and the master bedroom.
My question was poor. You didn't see which rooms they actually went in?
It was speculation. That's why the objection.
How
You can't
long
speculate. You can't fill
was
in the
the
blanks.
defendant
I
upstairs
heard
in
them
John's
upstairs.
home with her
Period.
father?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes?
Did you see them come back down?
No, I did not.
When they were upstairs, what were you doing?
I was
Did you
trying
see
to
them
calm the
leave?
kids.
Both of them?
But yeah, well, mainly Patrick.
How was Patrick reacting?
He was
Sherry
very upset
said-
once we told him. Because he slept over a friend's house the night before. And he just said, I'll never see him again. Sorry.
It's awful. It's awful for the kids. Brennan, stop asking.
Mrs. O'Keefe, would you like to take a short break?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
You can just let me know when you're ready. Take your time.
Okay, go ahead.
You ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. That morning, when the defendant and her father came into your home, did you personally interact with the defendant?
No.
Was there any hugs, condolences?
No.
And we're not going to know, I don't think,
Did
what
you
was going
ever
on with
confront
that relationship
the defendant
before.
with any accusations when
'Cause-
she was in your home that morning?
I don't even remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that's the last I saw of her.
Yes, it's legally okay to ask these questions.
Did you ever
This is proper testimony.
lean over a kitchen island? Do you have a kitchen island in your
What?
house?
No.
Did you ever lean over the kitchen island
That's leading. Why are we leading?
and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car?
No. I don't remember talking to her that morning.
That's
Did you see
in one
when
of
she
her
left?
interviews.
Nope.
Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?
Nope.
The children, who's their guardian and custodian now?
Well, there's still 4 of us. 4 of us.
Where do they live?
One in Boston, one in Stoughton, and
She's talking about the
Falls and
guardians.
Bridgewater, and me
Where do the children live?
with me
Bad question.
in Canton.
They live with you full time?
Yes.
You're their primary caretaker?
Yes.
Thank you.
That was shorter than I thought it would be, which I'm glad for. There is clearly subtext to frustration beforehand. I wonder if they're debating not cross-examining her, which would be probably a okay thing to do, or keep it very limited. The prosecution is getting to that last question that was, did you ever say, I think he looks like he's been hit by a car? That's coming up from one of Karen's media interviews. It does answer the question for the jury, who's taking care of the kids now? Because that came up last time quite a lot in chat. There were a lot of questions about who's taking care of the kids. That question is answered for the jury. So I'm glad it was quick, but it also, to me, was very clear that even from the moment she saw Karen Read at the hospital, that relationship was not good. Because otherwise, why would you ask, what is she doing here? If that's the person he's been dating for a few years. So let's see what Cross has. Probably not a lot. We'll see. I'm sorry for your loss, maybe.
Mrs. O'Keefe, I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
All right.
Yep.
Mrs. O'Keefe, you're all set.
Thank you.
Okay, so what else is
And that is, you guys are like, you called it, Emily. I know. It's like I worked as a trial attorney. There's not much you can say. And you have to check with your client. And it's already been put out there that there is at least tension, because I think you can feel it. I can feel it, that there is tension between Karen Read and Peg O'Keefe. So having Jackson stand up and say, I am very sorry for your loss, and then sitting back down is A, good look in front of the jury, and B, easier than just standing up and saying, no questions, which is dismissive. You can't just say no cross. So that was a very quick testimony. But I don't doubt that everyone in the courtroom is crying. Does that change the burden of proof? No. Does it humanize the case? Yes. Is that something that's appropriate? Yes. So let's see. Let's see where we go with the next witness, shall we? A lot of you in the chat are saying, what did her testimony do?
I'd like to introduce two clips, labeled 4 and 5.
Well, now he's going to introduce clips of Karen Read, but A, it answered questions the jury may have. B, it introduced the photo of John O'Keefe in life, that I think this will be the only witness they get that in through. C, it corroborates some of the hearsay that came in, not for the truth, during Carrie's testimony, and it brings in the statements and the interactions with Karen Read at the hospital and afterwards. But when you have the mother of the victim on the stand, and we've heard, so far in this trial, we've heard audio of how Karen Read was at the crime scene. You also see the vast distance between Mrs. O'Keefe and Karen Read, because her characterization of Karen's behavior at the hospital was simply she was being loud. So you also see that wasn't good. And if the prosecution is leaning into that this was the end of a relationship, that coldness might not be to the prosecution's disadvantage, because they are trying to argue that Karen and John were breaking up. If they call the kids to testify, that's what they'll ask them about, that this relationship was ending. And this relationship was not good. And that leans into that. Miguelina, will you let the app know we are moving on to other witnesses? Let's continue. So that's my supposition.
Both,
Can you explain?
both clips 4 and 5 are on that zip drive.
Okay. 17.
That's, I think, the strategy behind a lot of that.
There's no objection to these?
I appreciate they at least put what interview it's
I don't know
from.
what they are.
Neither do we, Your Honor.
Is there a second, please?
Damn it, they just muted it. I just put popcorn in my mouth. It's so rude. Court, what are we doing? Damn it. I have to chew. Ugh. I didn't think we were going to sidebar. Why are we sidebarring? I thought we were just playing clips. Well, everybody has resumed their spots in court. We're zooming past the extended sidebar.
Hopefully you'll get to walk right through. There is another short recess.
What?
There is another short recess. Hopefully you'll get to walk right through the first section courtroom this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
To the only fan. Back to the only fan. Back to the only fan. Back to. All right, let's see if we can get past the. Oh, it looks like it goes quick. Okay. Let's get.
Watch the first one, then I'll hear your.
Oh, the jury's been excused. Okay. Let's. I've recovered. The jury's been excused. They're going to argue this on the record and show the court the clip. They're arguing about the clips. So the jury is out as we go through these clips because there will be argument. You can't effectively argue them without the court seeing them, it seems. So let's see what happens. I'm curious. I'm ready. Let's see clips.
All right.
I don't think they're going to call Paul O'Keefe.
Watch the first
I think
one,
that's a
then
good
I'll
call.
hear your argument, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Jackson.
I know you can't zoom in real time, but we can.
So, Ms. Gilman, if you play that first one, please.
Outside the presence, 2020.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked tail light and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
All right, so tell me why I should admit that clip.
You should admit this clip because it demonstrates consciousness of guilt. On the morning of John's death, Miss O'Keefe sees her son at the hospital and goes back to Mr. O'Keefe's home. In the driveway is the alleged murder weapon, the Lexus with the broken taillight. It's the middle of a snowstorm, and a prelude to that
and she's like, I gotta get out of there.
Is a phone call from the defendant's father to the Dighton police looking for a ride to go in and see his daughter at the Good Samaritan Hospital. He's looking for a police ride because the weather conditions are so terrible. When the Dighton Police Department declines that ride, he gets the assistance of his son and his son's wife pick him up and bring him to the hospital. At the hospital, there are a number of comments made. I think I hit something. There is evidence we have where the defendant, her mother, and her father admittedly discuss in different ways the broken taillight. It is an issue that is primary on their mind. In this tumultuous, grieving moment, the taillight is central between these parties. Uninvited, the defendant and her father.
Oh, what the fuck just happened in court that we missed? Chat. Jury's not there. He's not testifying. He's arguing to the court. He's arguing to the court that this clip is consciousness of guilt. But something just happened. Damn it. This is why I want them to zoom out.
Primary on their mind. In this tumultuous, grieving moment, the taillight is central.
I backed up.
Between these parties. uninvited, the defendant and her father go to the O'Keefe house without invitation. They knock on the door and they ask to come in. They go into the house. There does not seem to be any interaction, at least with Peggy O'Keefe. And curiously, they go upstairs for 15 minutes. They stay at the house for less than an hour. This is a family that's grieving the loss of their son. Less than an hour, they go back outside. Instead of leaving in the one car, they take the alleged murder weapon, they get into two cars, and they drive away and remove the Lexus with the broken taillight from the scene.
Well, that's not the scene.
That is clear consciousness of guilt evidence, removing the murder weapon from an area where witnesses can see, photograph, identify the damage. In fact, despite the other evidence about the cracked taillight in the testimony, it is a centrally contested issue in this case.
As the defense keeps saying.
Is already questioned and confronted, as they have a right to do, about the shape, manner, and extent of that broken taillight. The removal of it is helpful for the defendant. And so the fact that they stay for less than an hour, remove the Lexus from the scene is important. This statement by the defendant is clearly an attempt to create an excuse, a ruse, for why they removed the murder weapon from the scene. It is an attempt to suggest that she somehow is targeted. She somehow on that morning is victimized. She somehow on that morning is the...
Counsel, I just got to ask you a question. I'm going to back up so your whole sentence doesn't lose impact. Counsel, have you ever been in like a place or a situation where people just like don't want you there? I mean, I don't know if that's ever happened, but there's like there's a vibe, right? After seeing Mrs. O'Keefe testify, when Karen Read says, I feel like they don't want me there, in the last two things that we've seen, do you believe her? Chat, let me know. Do you believe her? When Karen Read says, I don't think they want me here, I think they think I did something or whatever, do you believe her? I do. Because there were two parts of Mrs. O'Keefe's testimony. And one part was very clear how much grief and stress she has been under. And the other part was very clear that there was coldness even that day between her and Karen Read. The coldness didn't come afterwards. Karen didn't run to try to hug her and be like, oh my God, Peg, I can't believe this. Peg didn't run to Karen and be like, oh my God, Karen, I can't believe this. What happened? They were not cordial. Peg said to the nurse, what is she doing here? Did you listen to the testimony, counsel? Because that was a vibe, and the vibe wasn't welcoming. And I'm not saying she's right or wrong to have the vibe. The vibe is the vibe. It just is what it is. But when Karen says, they didn't want me here, I don't think it's a ruse, I guess is what I'm saying. It's not. What is she doing here? That's what was asked at the hospital. I wonder what was asked when Karen Read walked in the door at One Meadows. And again, I'm not judging how the O'Keefes responded. But if you're trying to argue to me, the judge and jury of the Law Nerd chat, if you're trying to argue to me that that clip is consciousness of guilt when Karen is saying the vibes is they don't fucking want me here, that's not made up. Because I think that was probably the vibe. And you showed me that that was the vibe with the last testimony. I don't know if I would have agreed that that was the vibe, if I hadn't just seen that testimony. Maybe I would have felt differently about this argument had Peggy O'Keefe not just testified. But after watching Peggy O'Keefe's testimony, I don't see cordialness. So I don't think it's a ruse. Let's continue with his argument about that clip being a ruse.
Ruse.
Back up. I'll back up to let him say the full word.
The scene is important. This statement by the defendant is clearly an attempt to create an excuse, a ruse.
Thanks, Leonard.
For why they removed the murder weapon from the scene. Is an attempt to suggest that she somehow is targeted. She somehow on that morning is victimized. She somehow on that morning is the intent or the object of something that is abusive from Peggy O'Keefe. And so this evidence will demonstrate
Fred Ridley now
a key part of our consciousness of guilt evidence on this issue, that there was no viable reason to take that evidence from the scene other than to obscure it. It was not because Peggy O'Keefe yelled at her or intimidated her or threatened her. This was, again, a central conversation between her, her father, and her mother in those early morning hours. This is what was foremost in their mind. And so that's why it's not only relevant, it is an extraordinarily strong piece of the conscience of guilt evidence. And inevitably, the defense may or may not try to provide some type of explanation or excuse, but we have a right to the full force of our proof, and this is part of it.
I think if Peggy O'Keefe looked at me and said, "What are you doing here?" I'd be like, "I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I feel that. I am out." Just I'm interested to hear Alan Jackson's argument to this. This is much from Brennan.
With regard to the first clip, which is clip 4.
We didn't see a different one.
That's the only one we're discussing right now.
Then, in that case, now that I look at it and I see the transcript, I'll withdraw an objection. I don't care.
Right, because it's good for the defense. I think it's better for the defense. He's like, "Yeah, I'm not objecting." Just kidding. I wouldn't be able to get this in about my client. I wouldn't be able to get this explanation in of my client saying why she left. This clip explains Karen Read's behavior. Without this clip, it's like, I can't believe she didn't stay. I can't believe she didn't comfort the kids. I can't believe she A, B, C, D, E, F, G. With that clip, you're like, with that clip plus Peggy O'Keefe's testimony, you're like, she was sitting there going, they don't want me here. I don't want to be here. It's time to get the fuck out. Like, I am not comfortable. Doesn't? Or at least that's how I'm reading it. But I love that Jackson's like, "Oh no, yeah, let it in. I can't get it in any other way. So, do it." Yeah, I don't care. Do it. That's good for us.
I don't agree with anything Mr. Brennan just said. It doesn't go to consciousness of guilt. As a matter of fact, I think it very clearly shows the opposite.
Right, this clip's good for us.
Okay, so there's no objection. So there wasn't an objection until I said, is there any objection to this? And then you all came to sidebar. I mean, they were just going to play. So there's no objection to the first clip, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so let's hear.
I made an objection to sidebar.
Do it.
Okay, so Mr. Brennan, play the second one.
Brennan's going to own himself with that clip.
Yes.
But all right. Look, you want to give the jury more info without her testifying? Give them more info without her testifying. I forgot to write down this date. Oh, Discovery ID, April 13th. Okay, roll it. The jury's still out of the room.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, "I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car."
Oh, shit. That's not great. Oh boy.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
Okay.
And?
So tell me
the
how
relevance.
this comes in.
Similarly, conscious of guilt evidence, the defendant making what we allege is a false statement to try to excuse her conduct of removing evidence of a crime from the scene. This has additional import.
How's this relevant?
It has two facets to it. One, equally as important for conscious of guilt in the first part, as I supported for clip number 4 or 5. Secondly, it is important because we've heard testimony from Peggy O'Keefe that this claim never happened. So we now have direct testimony.
But she's not making that statement to a jury.
Have a conversation with the defendant, did not make these claims to the defendant.
She's not
and
saying.
So while also.
She's not in court testifying that they did. You're trying to make her say that they did because she said it in a documentary that the jury said they hadn't seen. Sir, you're trying to make fetch happen. If she said it in her testimony in court, it's different. You want to bring that clip in because it looks insensitive and awful. And it's grating. That's why you want to bring it in. You want to bring it in to be like, see, ladies and gentlemen, look at her. That's not the proper reason to bring it in. But I think that's why you want to bring it in. It's not how impeachment works.
Testimony that she did not have a conversation with the defendant, did not make these claims to the defendant. And so while also conscious of guilt evidence, it has additional support from the previous clip.
Nah.
Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. With this video clip, Your Honor, it's very different. It has absolutely nothing to do with consciousness of guilt. The argument is baffling. How could that possibly be consciousness of guilt if my client is simply reiterating something that she believes somebody else said? This clip is obviously, very obviously, and strategically being used to try to vilify my client with something that's completely irrelevant.
That's my opinion.
In Massachusetts, you can't call a witness just for the purposes of impeaching them. What this clip would be doing is purporting to impeach Mrs. O'Keefe, who just testified, I never said that. I never said it. I never leaned over the island counter. Never happened.
Right.
So bringing this in would be used to impeach their own witness. And that's what can't be done in Massachusetts.
And
with regard to consciousness of guilt, how does that?
You can't impeach Karen Read because it's not testimony. And you can't bring something in just to make her look like the bad guy. There's like a whole fuck ton of rules about that.
How does my client reiterating or stating that something that the victim's mother may or may not have said, how does that relate to consciousness of guilt? It doesn't. This is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're trying to get it in because it makes my client look bad. They've just put on a very, very sympathetic and empathetic witness, John O'Keefe's mother, and they're trying to make my client, Ms. Read, look bad by saying something what they perceive to be pejorative in a tone that's pejorative about that very same witness. He's trying to.
Your Honor, it's more prejudicial than probative. It's not relevant.
Whether or not
it doesn't fall under any of the rules of evidence.
Leaned over and said something about the car, being hit by the car. He's trying to create the issue so that he can put this video clip in.
Yeah, that's not how it
nothing
works.
to do with consciousness of guilt.
I think that you keep them
It's
both
not
out.
for impeachment of Peggy O'Keefe. We don't take the position that Peggy O'Keefe is lying. This is a statement of the defendant.
You can't like reverse impeach the defendant and be like, she hasn't testified. She may not testify. She has a right to not testify. But she said something in an outtake of an interview and then And then we brought in a witness to say she didn't say that. And now we're going to introduce the interview to say that, see, she's a liar. That's not how the rules of evidence work.
In the form of an admission or a statement, which qualifies for admission substantively, not for impeachment purposes.
What?
The defendant should not be able to pick and choose which of her statements do not look good for her and do not look bad for her. She made the statements, they're relevant to this case. It's not unfairly prejudicial. It's a statement that they embraced and they chose and they publicized, and it goes directly to the issue of conscience of guilt. Just because it hurts, just because it's incriminating, just because it's difficult for the defense is not a basis to preclude it. It is an admission, a statement of the defendant. It's admitted.
How is it an admission? How is it an admission? An admission of what? Right.
Substantively.
If that were true, Your Honor, then they would simply put in the transcript. They wouldn't need to play the video. Transcript is one line. His mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car. Sorry. I think he looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
AJ's argument is bet.
They want to play this because of its prejudice.
AJ's argument is bet.
That it sets. It's not in evidence at this point. The witness who supposedly said the statement has denied having said it and said it never occurred. This is far, far more prejudicial than it is probative. If they want to simply use the transcript, that's one thing. But playing this video is simply being used to vilify my client because of the tone of voice she used in the clip. That's it. That's what's not allowed. That's overly prejudicial, and it's not relevant.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about this.
Yeah,
and if I decided to let it in, you can let it in first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not going to let it in now.
Good.
May I ask for a ruling in the morning?
Yes.
May I introduce the one that was not objected to?
It's a terrible idea.
Do you want a consciousness of guilt instruction, Mr. Jackson?
No, we don't believe that.
So you're in agreement that statement just comes in?
Do it. We're not objecting. I'm not trying to introduce it. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not trying to.
No, I said you're okay.
Jackson, whoa, buddy. Whoa, buddy. Whoa. You're winning. You're so pissed about the last clip that you can't dial down the you're winning. Stop now. He's like, don't put words in my mouth, sir. Breathe. He's so pissed about the last clip. I don't think she's going to let it in. And I think that's why she's going to sit on it. You're winning with the clip that they want to put in that you can't get in, that I think is bad for them. I don't know why they want to rock with that, but they seem to think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea. Breathe. He's so mad. He's still so mad. He's like, no, I don't want to put it in. He shouldn't, but he's gonna, it seems.
Okay. We'll bring the jurors back. Won't do that.
Okay, that's a terrible idea.
Can they come right in, or is it?
That's a terrible plan.
Can they come right in?
Okay. Okay. All right, Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is now going to provide an explanation.
And just admit the other one.
Yes, and give it to me.
The Commonwealth is going to admit a clip that gives Karen Read an explanation that she wouldn't otherwise have and wouldn't be able to get in herself without testifying. Sure.
So I can look at it, please.
That's a choice.
This is it. So I'm sorry, Your Honor, do you want me to leave that on there so you can look at it tonight? And if we decide to take it off in the morning?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Because you can just single it out and play one, right?
There's like no evidentiary value to it.
Chrissy.
The court reporter is like, ma'am, I'm going to fucking kill them. They keep yelling. The court reporter would never. Out loud. All right. We are going to zoom.
All right, so the court, please.
The jury is coming back in. The reason the first clip is coming in, the jury was out for that argument. The reason the first clip is coming in is because the defense withdrew their objection. The defense is like, no, good for us. At that point, I think we got a little hubris. At that point, I think we got Brennan going, well, I wanted it in, and they're not objecting. I'm putting it in. Instead of reading the room and going, wait, they like it too much. Maybe we should sit on it.
Hey,
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce clip number 4.
Sure. Do
it.
They had pulled into the driveway.
I want to hear what you guys think of this clip after they play it. Do you think this clip explains Karen Read's behavior or shows that she's coming up with some strategy to I don't know, remove things from the house?
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked taillight and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. I know how it was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. I said, I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
May I call my next witness, Your Honor?
Please.
The Commonwealth calls Nicholas Garino.
Really? Okay. All right, witness number 4. This is going to take the rest of the day and tomorrow. She said John's mother was looking at me warily, and I was like, I need to leave. I need to get out of here. I think she thinks I did something to John. That gives an explanation. I don't think that helps the prosecution. All right, Garino, who downloaded the phones and the texts. I'm gonna zoom past this. Alessi's like, why would they do that? Why would they do that? That's not logical. Alessi's like buffering. We're still here. We're waiting for a word of the day. I feel like we're all just staring at each other now because that's exactly where the camera is. Where the fuck is Trooper Garino?
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Hey, she can take it.
Stand or sit however you're most comfortable,
I
okay?
imagine he won't be talking under his breath this time after seeing how that went last time. I imagine that he knows. Right.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Nicholas Garino.
Mr. Garino, where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Everyone's yelling.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
How long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office for?
Since November of 2019, so a little 5-ish years, 6 years.
I want to go backwards a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did before you began working for the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, sir. I was a Norwood police officer for almost 11 years.
I was trying to make sure it wasn't.
So how long have you been in law enforcement between being a Norwood police officer and a Massachusetts State Police officer?
February of this year started my 20th year in law enforcement.
Did you go to school before you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College, Westfield State University now.
I don't know why Hank's yelling.
Did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember what year you graduated in?
Yes, it was 2003.
He's projecting.
Did you have a
in court.
particular degree from Westfield State?
Yes, I double majored. I got a major in criminal justice and mass communications.
When you began as a police officer with the Norwood Police Department, did you have to go into any type of specific training?
Yes, I went to the police academy.
And how long is the police academy?
6 months.
Generally and briefly, what was taught at the academy?
How to conduct investigations, respond to calls. They did a standard field sobriety testing week, physical training, Massachusetts law and criminal procedure.
When you began as a Norwood police officer, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And did you remain a patrol officer for the 10 or 11 years you were there?
Yes, I was also part-time in the detail office, but
What does that mean?
handling jobs when we're off, so filling details like road construction, I'm sorry.
When you left Norwood and began working with the Massachusetts State Police, based on your prior training, did you have to go through further training, or were you ready to just begin?
No, I had to go to the State Police Academy for 6 months.
After you got out of the State Police Academy, were you assigned to a barracks?
Yes, I was assigned to the South Boston Barracks for my training, and then once my break-in training was done, I was assigned to the Holden Barracks in Worcester.
Would
At some
y'all
point
object
during your
if
time
we
in your career with
1.25
the Massachusetts
background
State
training
Police,
experience?
did you start to receive any type of
Would anyone be mad?
training in the specific field?
Because I feel like
I'm sorry.
Did you
We
receive
got
any
a little
specialized
tiny.
training at the Massachusetts State Police after the academy?
Once I got into the district attorney's office, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what type of specialized training
Background
you received
training experience
when you
at
were assigned to the
1.25?
Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, so I was hired by the district attorney's office. I do cell phone and computer forensics, as well as I'm a sexual assault investigator. I had prior sexual assault investigator school done, and I went for digital forensics classes as part of my now daily duties.
Yep. We are
In order to work
1.25.
with cell phone forensics, did you have any particular background in it at that point?
I had taken some classes when I was at Nord PD, but I didn't have any of the Cellbrite or Axiom classes that I do now.
We'll talk about those in a minute so you can give a little more explanation. Did you ever receive a specific advanced degree?
These will be very
in
rote and
data
standard.
forensics?
No, I didn't.
Did you
I
ever
took
receive
these
any
classes.
specialized further degree, a master's in data
I
forensics?
have these trainings.
No.
So your training came while you were a Massachusetts State Police officer through the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of courses did you take to learn about forensics?
The first one I took was Cellbrite Certified CCO CCPA is their intro course that teaches you how to use the program, how to extract cell phones using the Cellbrite program.
There's a couple words I want you to help us understand.
Yes.
The first is an extraction. What is, as simple as you can, a cell phone extraction?
Yes. Quite literally, is plugging the phone into specialized
We're
hardware
gonna
or
learn
software,
a lot.
and it pulls the data from that device to make a digital copy of it, so that way we can load it
Chad,
up
did
later.
you know that it will take like forever to extract your phone if they can't crack your password if you have more than 6 digits in your passcode? Just an FYI. We talked about it more in the Murdoch case,
That
but
way we're not manipulating or changing any data.
4 digits,
while looking
not
at
as
the
long.
phone.
6 digits,
If we were to open the
years.
device, it would change data by going through the phone itself or computer.
When you plug it in, can you explain a little bit about what you're plugging it into?
Yes. So the main program and hardware that we use is GrayKey. It is, again, specialized software and hardware that once the phone's plugged into it,
We're going to
the
hear this a lot.
software
this
is
time.
able to extract the information if we have the passcode. If we don't have the passcode and the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode depending on how long. Like for an iPhone, if you have a 4-digit, it could take months. If you have a 6-digit, it could take up to 35 years.
So does the phone have to be
Not Emily giving the chat the exact same advice. The exact same advice. If you have a 6-digit code, it could take up to 35 years for it to crack your phone. Is everyone, how many of you are changing your 4-digit passcodes right now? How many of you are changing your 4-digit passcodes right now?
accessible to actually do that download through GrayKey? Do you have to be able to open the phone with the passcode?
No. So if we don't have the passcode and it's supported, it can guess
can
the
crack
passcode
it.
without making the phone useless after, say, for an iPhone, I believe it's 10 passcodes.
It can
Is
crack
it a quicker process if you do have the passcode?
Much. It would take hours to download the device, depending on how much information's on it.
How do you ensure that the information that you extract from the actual device is accurate and the same when you're making a copy? How do you ensure the integrity of it?
So with GrayKey, it produces a progress report as it goes through its process. There are only two fields that
Yes,
we can
all of you were like, the
sort of
reason I have this
amend in
passcode is
that
because EDB
PDF
said.
that it spits out is the ID number and then the investigator name. So after the data is pulled out, it creates a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprints for that specific information. So
I have a
if you
question. Is it important if everything hashes back together? I feel like that might come up.
gone in and to edit or change it, that digital fingerprint would change. It would change the big long string of numbers that it attaches to that file.
The digital fingerprint, is that the same thing you're referring to as the hash value?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you ensure that the hash value of the product, the copy, is the same as what's on the phone?
You can run the zip file that it creates
You
with
can
the
match 'em?
information into a hash calculator, and it will give the same hash as what is produced from the Gray Key PDF report. So if something had changed or there was an error with it, the hash would not be the same as what was given from the PDF. And that's how we know that the data was not the same.
So it will mash.
So if you
hash or
download a
not
phone
hash?
and it has a hash value, this digital fingerprint, and then someone was to manipulate the phone and remove anything, even a period, from that data, if it's run again, will the hash value change?
Yes, it would not be the same because
Even
it will
if
show.
it's just, I'm sorry, even if it's just a period?
Yes, any alteration to that initial extraction with that number, it immediately would change.
So if you have an item, a computer or a phone, and you put it through the Gray Key program, and you do an extraction, a copy, where do you store that copy of information if it's not on the phone that you originally have? What do you do with it?
Detective file?
So once the program pulls that information,
Yeah, I'm just being
we have to
snarky.
place it onto our secure server at the office, and we'll take any of the files that were given via the extraction process, and it's saved there for us.
And so you copy it on another link or another digital file?
Yes, we'll save it to the server at the district attorney's office.
Can it be put on a physical item, like a zip drive or a hard drive?
Yes.
If you put that download onto a zip drive or hard drive, how will you know if that information on the hard drive matches the same information you originally downloaded from the phone?
You would need it to hash together.
Again, like I said, you could run the hash value of that file again.
You would need them to match.
Correlate it with the PDF that we were given once Gray Key has given us the information.
Yep.
So that's how you would know all the information is the same, nothing has changed.
So, for example,
Chat,
if you
y'all wanna
download...
Y'all want to get to the fun questions. We're not going to get to the fun questions till later. Y'all are jumping ahead. We got to wait to get to the fun questions. We got to wait. I know we got to wait.
an iPhone, and it has
No
that
spoilers.
digital
There's some
fingerprint
people who
hash
don't
value
know
attached
anything
to it,
about this witness
and you make
yet.
a copy or multiple copies.
Let's let them live in the moment.
Is the way to test whether or not those copies are exactly accurate is to look at the hash value of each copy?
Yes, and copying the zip file would not change the hash value. The only way it would change is if you physically went into it and deleted information somehow.
So now that you have the item, say for example an iPhone, and you've downloaded it through Gray Key, which is hardware and software, and it's on a digital file, can you just open it up and start reading it like a report or a book, or do you have to do something else to it?
Everyone
once it's
who is
pulled
new
into
to this
that,
case,
zip file has to be opened into another program.
Just wait with
Which
anticipation.
there are many forensic tools, but the ones at the office we use are Cellbrite or Axiom. They're two brands, and then
We gotta
those
get to the
programs make
foundation.
that information readable, so we can actually look at it.
So if you were to download
Fundamentals are needed
a forensic
here.
copy and you were to open it up without using that subsequent software, would you be able to read or see anything that's on that data?
To be honest, I don't know because I've never opened one of those zip files to know what's actually in them.
After the extraction happens,
really?
after there's that copy made, did you mention
You
this
just
further
copy it and
software you
send it
use
off?
to be able to actually read the data?
Yes, so that's Cellbrite and Axiom. They're two different programs, but those programs will make the
If they don't open, it's not my problem.
Are those the programs that you typically use?
Yes, they are. And there's other programs out there, but those are the two that we normally use at the office.
Are they commonly used in the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, they are.
Are there other programs beyond Axiom and Cellbrite that can be used to decipher the information so you can read it?
Yes, there's many.
In your entire time with the Massachusetts State Police, have you used any other programs other than Axiom or Cellbrite?
To look at cell phones?
Yes.
We have Sanderson forensic software that can look at databases that are in the phone to look at information. I don't normally use those because I don't want to say, I'm probably not proficient enough that I would know this exactly means this, or I wouldn't want to confuse anything that I'm looking
I
at.
think it's fair to
When
say
you
I'm not
look
as proficient
at
in that software, so
the
I don't use
information
it.
after it's been through
I think that's fair.
the extraction and then the analysis through the software. Is the data still available if you want to look into the data?
From the zip file itself, sir?
Yes.
Yes, it's always available. It's, like I said, the data in the zip file that Gray Key gives us is never changed. It's just being loaded into another program so we can see it. That's all.
The software that you use, whether it's Cellbrite or
I'm snacking
Axiom,
on popcorn.
does that do the work for you as a forensic examiner?
Yes, so it
a lunch of champions
runs,
today.
as the program runs, I should say, it will bring up different tabs. So it'll say phone calls, chats, photos, the databases, all different things that Cellbrite, their software, has run to pull this information out to make it easier for investigators to find what they're
In different places.
Beyond the initial report that you can look at and look for the information, if you wanted to as a data forensic examiner, could you look deeper beyond the production of those software programs?
Yes, you could.
Forensic data analysis,
Emily, let it go.
when
Let
you
it
look
go.
at these tools that
Let
provide
it go.
these initial reports, is that the beginning or does it dig deeper when you're a digital forensic analyst?
No, these reports are finding the low-hanging fruit in the proverbial tree. So it's showing you the stuff that the program is set that most people are looking for. As I said, the phone calls, the chats. If you need to go deeper into it, as I said, there's other software out there where you can pull these databases and try to go through the code to find what you're looking for. Once you find something, you would have to corroborate it with other evidence or data to make sure what you're looking at is exactly what you're looking for.
Have you been involved in the download, extraction, and analyzing data on phones as your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's my primary role in the DA's office currently.
And how many years have you been in that role?
Since November of 2019, so 5 years now.
Have you worked on a number of different cases that involve forensic data?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell us some of the cases you've worked on?
Excuse
me. Excuse me. I have questions about some of the. I have questions. Are we gonna cover that? Are we covering that now?
When you make a copy, about what process you use and how you produce it in a case?
I wouldn't say there's a normal process. It's all case dependent. A lot of cases we get, people want PDFs of the information.
There has to be a normal process for how you extract a phone. What you do after the extraction, after you get the information, might depend on what's asked for, but there has to be like a process for the first part, right?
Portable cases that we can create. So it's basically the portable program that I'm using.
He's talking fast because I haven't sped up.
Someone could find the information they're looking for, or I give the raw information if requested.
What's the difference between PDF?
I can't speed up the Boston accent when we're talking about the raw data being the raw data. No, wait, he might actually mean the raw data, not Massachusettsing it. Emily, let it go. I have him sped up to 1.25 because this is background training experience.
PDF form and raw information.
So Cellbrite can create a PDF form
They really
of every
mean raw.
bit of information in the phone.
No.
It could be like a 10,000 page PDF. It literally just lists everything that's in there. If I create a portable case, as I said, that is basically like me giving you the thumb drive, and it's showing you exactly what I'm seeing, and you can click on the tabs yourself from your own computer. And then if I give the raw file, that means someone has to go in and load it themselves to look for it.
Typically, when you are producing evidence of discovery in a case, do you produce PDF or the raw file?
As I said, it's all case dependent. Not all cases have forensic experts to come in to look at the information, so I'll supply whatever is requested. Normally the PDF or the portable case is what I give, but if more is requested, that's readily available.
And so the raw data, if requested, do you provide that as well?
Yes, if requested.
In this case, were you involved in any type of forensic data extraction?
Yes, I did the extractions of multiple phones and,
Which phones?
And analyzed multiple phones in this case.
You mentioned that there's a software and hardware, the Gray Key unit. Where's that located?
That's located in the Digital Forensics Laboratory, which is keycard access and alarmed. Excuse me, at the Norfolk DA's office.
Are there other cases or the multiple cases that are occurring at the same time?
Yes, we constantly have phones coming in and out and being worked on.
What if you have a phone and the Gray Key unit's being used? What do you need to do?
We need to wait for that phone to finish, because if we say we unplugged it, it would interrupt that data transfer and we could lose it. So we wait until the phone's done and then the next phone goes up.
Oh yeah, don't unplug it in the middle.
Did you become involved in some way in this case?
Downloading devices, sir?
Well, I'm asking generally for.
Yes, sorry.
I'm slowing it back down. Did you become involved in some way in this case? I was half waiting for him to say unfortunately.
You involved
I'm slowing it back down.
Investigating this case as far as speaking to witnesses or going to the scene?
No.
Can you describe the best you can what your role was relative to this case?
Yes, so I was brought, as I said, phones from this case to have the data extracted and then have it ready in our Cellbrite program for the investigators to look at.
At some point, were you provided a phone that you later identified as a phone belonging to Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember when you were provided that phone?
Yes, it was January 29th, 2022, about 7:30 p.m. that night.
Do you remember where you received that phone from?
Yes, I was at the DA's office. I got it from Sergeant Buchanan and Michael Proctor.
Do you remember about what time of night that was?
He said
as I
7 to
about
7:30.
7 to 7:30 p.m.
What he just said.
When you received that phone, did you have the passcode?
No, we didn't.
Without the passcode, what were your next steps?
So the phone was placed in our digital forensics lab until we could get the passcode. I was told that a family member was going to be bringing it in so we could download the device.
Did you ultimately get that passcode?
Yes, we did.
And do you remember when you received it?
January 31st, 2022.
After you received the passcode for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, can you walk us through the process of what you did?
Yep. So once the passcode's obtained, we'll unlock the phone and then plug it into GrayKey, and then it's able to pull the full information from it without having to guess the passcode.
How long does that take?
Again, depending on the size of the phone, a few hours.
After the information was downloaded, then what happened?
We'd place on our digital evidence server at the DA's office, and then if the phone is evidence, it would go into evidence. If it was a consent, we'd give it back to the person who gave it to us immediately.
Did this phone go into evidence?
Yes, it did.
When you downloaded the information
Was it
through
logged?
GrayKey, which you said was the hardware and software,
By anyone?
does it produce a report with that digital imprint?
Yes, it does. It produces a report from the time you plug it in to the process it completes, and then the amount of data,
Chad, I
and
swear
then,
I'm not
like I said,
ignoring
that
your
digital
questions.
fingerprint hash value at the end.
We'll get
And
there.
did you do that with this phone, Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes,
phone?
I
May I
did.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I promise you guys we will get there. Some of it we'll get there today. Some of it might have to wait for Chris. So. He does not look like his back
I'm
feels
going to
great.
show you a document, sir.
The court did say you can either stand or sit, whatever's more comfortable.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Did you show it to Mr. Alessi?
I'm sorry.
Which,
My apologies.
did you hear what she said? She said, did you show it to Mr. Alessi? Why? Because Alessi is the expert guy, and he's going to be doing the cross-examination of all of the experts, which I'm interested in seeing.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Can you look at both pages, please?
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
I empathize with the back pain, though. You can see him trying to.
What
There's
is
no
it?
moving that gets rid
It's
of
the
that.
GrayKey progress report that they give once the phone extractions are completed.
Do you recognize that as the report that is attributed to John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And does that document have that digital imprint, the digital fingerprint that you were talking about?
Yes.
Is it
so
hashed?
it's in. Yeah. So it's here on the back. I just want to see if it was in two places. But it would be here for the. Sorry, it's got cut off.
Why
But
don't I put it up for an exhibit? So that
Okay.
people can see it?
Okay.
I'll ask you some questions.
okay.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Is it 18th of March?
All right, they are marking exhibits.
May I show that exhibit to the jury?
That is the
May I approach the witness to show him the pointer?
Yes.
GrayKey progress report. I'm so tempted to speed this back up, but it's technical evidence, and that's not
The middle button.
fair to do because we will miss something.
Top button.
They didn't go over all of this last time. I'm going to move me out of the way.
Can you walk us through
As
what
best I
this report means?
Yep. So here at the top, here it is. Again, it says GrayKey progress report, and
Sir, my cats are also watching this trial. This is going to be a mess.
then it gives the
They clocked that immediately.
report generation, date and time, and it is in UTC, which is, get the exact definition, universal time coordinates, I believe. So you'd have to minus 4 or 5 hours depending on daylight savings time. So this one would have been January's -5. Again, 1610 will be 12 o'clock for the actual time on the 31st. As we go down, device name is Johnny. The software version is the Apple iOS that was running at the time. Model number, iPhone 11. And then if you were to look up the N104AP is also a model number. The unique device ID. This one is what GrayKey assigns to the zip file that it creates. Serial number of the phone, the unique chip ID, the Wi-Fi address, the Bluetooth address, and then the phone number.
I was trying to do
more
that.
Information underneath.
Could we scroll that, please? Thank you.
This here is the IMEI, which is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's not uncommon now to have multiple of those identifying numbers. The data partition size of the device, which is 83 gigabytes. The lock state, if the phone was locked, it would say locked. This one is unlocked.
The
So
thing
you have
is,
the
I
passcode.
now want to know
This was the GrayKey agent
what
version,
everyone's phone is named.
for the software. And then this is the last time that the phone was backed up via iTunes
like after
or
Rust.
iCloud.
I need to know what the phone's called.
This is
I
the
need
owner's
to-
name.
All of it.
You can have anything in this, but his phone had John O'Keefe set as the iPhone owner name, and then the different accounts.
I mean, it's not Gorilla
attributed
Grip.
to the phone.
Okay. Can you show us where the digital
We're gonna
fingerprint is?
leave
Yep,
KK
it's, down.
Furbush alone because I have
So
no
that,
idea what that is related
The
to.
top part here is literally every time when it's plugged in to every process that it completes until the progress report is generated. Here, this is the full file system was created on this date and time. And then even though the partition size was 82 gigabytes, it actually pulled 125 gigabytes of data. Underneath this, if you're on the next page, is that unique fingerprint right here. So it has a SHA-256 and an MD5.
And those are all the keychains.
They're just two versions of hashing to show
Password
that
you
the
and
file,
everything.
the unique fingerprints, and that's what these numbers are here. So there's one for the image of the extraction, and then one for the keychain for the other documents that GrayKey creates.
And you mentioned that if anything has changed, even a period, that number and letter sequence will change
Okay,
as
well now I can't be
Yes,
cheeky.
that's exactly right.
Because that probably is the niece's account, and then it should have been redacted, and I can't make Gracie Lou. Anyway, we will leave it. Chat, you saw it, but thank you, chat, for explaining. I'm bummed that that was not redacted. I hope that that email has already been deactivated or changed because it was not redacted. But thank you, chat, for letting me know. But it still made me immediately think of Miss Congeniality.
Did you have an opportunity to download and extract any other phones?
Yes.
Also, it
At
should have
some
been
point,
redacted
did you
if
have
it's
an
not related to
opportunity
John.
download and extract a phone from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when you received that phone?
I got the phone the same time as I got Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 29th at around 7:30 at night.
And so you received both phones at the same time
Yes,
from the same people?
correct.
Trooper Buchanan?
Yes,
Trooper Proctor?
yes.
What did you do with that phone?
Again, that was brought down to the digital forensics lab for
I know, it should have been redacted.
holding until we could get into it, or a warrant was written, or whatever legal process was going to be done, so we could get that information.
Do you secure it?
Yes, that room is locked with keycard access that only myself and two others have, and it's also alarmed.
Do the case officers or investigators that aren't part of your unit have access to those items?
No, the only ones that had access were myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and then the director, Samantha Vogt. She's a civilian that runs our lab.
Connor Keith? I recognize that name from earlier
And at
today.
that point, were you able, after there was process, were you able to get into the phone at first?
No, it wasn't supported by GrayKey, the phone model and number.
What do you mean it wasn't supported?
So the software, even if we had a search warrant, we plugged it in, GrayKey wouldn't be able to recognize it because it just wasn't supported at that time.
When you say it wasn't supported, does this have anything to do with a passcode?
For
What?
both. So we didn't have the passcode. So because we didn't have it, it wasn't supported for us to download that information from the device.
If you had a passcode, would it have been supported?
Yes, it would have been.
So is there a process when you have a phone
So it's not
that you
cracked?
don't have a passcode for to be able to access the content of the phone?
Yes, that's correct. We have to wait until we either have the passcode or the software and hardware is supported for the device where it can try to guess the passcode.
So let me ask you some questions about software. In forensic data analysis, does software change frequently?
Constantly.
When the software
Yep.
changes, does it advance?
I mean,
Does the software get better?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
I don't know. There's been a few updates that definitely haven't advanced the world, in my opinion, but that is just me. I think that calls for speculation. I probably would have objected. No, not all updates advance things. I'm just saying.
At the time you first had the defendant's
very
phone,
much open
the
for
software
debate.
you had was unable to access the contents?
That is
Which is
correct.
a whole side
What do you
quest
do?
for this
do you
jury
look
that
for
they
other
don't need.
software, or do you wait for updates? What's the process?
If there is another software out there, we will use it to try to get the information. If not, we are at the mercy of waiting for the developers to come up with the information for us.
Did you wait in this case?
Yes, we did. We had to wait.
Ultimately, did software advance so that without a passcode you were able to access?
Yes.
How long did you have to wait before you were able to access?
I believe it was July of 2022 that the software had been upgraded enough that it was able to brute force or guess her passcode for the device.
And where does the device remain until you're ready to try again?
In that locked digital forensics lab.
So when the software updates and advances, do you
That
know
happened in
that
the
it will be
Corey Richards
successful,
case,
or you
too.
plug it in and you try?
No, so
It took them a while.
on
to get
GreatKey,
into
they
her
have like
phone.
a link where you can click and it brings up a whole matrix. So it shows every make, model of phone and then the software associated with it. And it says it can do a partial download, a full download, a password guess. And it tells us. So when there's a new update, we'll check that to make sure that the devices we have can be accessed.
Did you make an attempt to have the software access the phone without a passcode?
Objection, Your Honor. Move me approach, please.
Okay. I think they've moved on. Chad is saying they're talking about John O'Keefe's phone. They moved on to talking about Karen Reed's phone because they had the passcode for John O'Keefe's phone. They're now moved on to talking about getting into Karen Reed's phone. So that's what they are talking about. Let's zoom past the sidebar. Alessi just asked immediately, can we go to sidebar? Nope. He went to go pick something up off the desk and went back to sidebar. Zoom. All I wanna do is zoom. All I wanna do is zoom. We're just gonna zoom.
He was giving the nurses a hard time.
I don't know, chat, but the feed absolutely jumped and a whole different person was on the stand. All right. Let's go back in time to where we hopefully were after that sidebar. Optimistically, we've gotten back to, that was weird. Hopefully we've gotten back to the right spot in time. Don't worry, you're not, okay. We did get back to the right spot. We absolutely jumped through a wormhole into like a different dimension. We completely teleported. Look, you guys want to try it? Go faster. I'm teasing. I don't know what the fuck happened. It was probably my fault.
Thank you. Did you use software inevitably to open the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And how many times did you download?
So there was 2 downloads. One of the partial part of the phone, and then in the same time that we had it plugged in, we had the password brute force guess software installed onto the phone, so we would try to guess the passcode. So there were 2 downloads, one with very limited data, and then one with the full file system extraction, which is everything on the phone that it can get.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 2 documents, sir.
We're laying foundation things. That's what is happening. But it sounds like he just said that's useless. I don't know if he did or didn't, but that's what I heard. Emily, are you listening for what he says into the mic? 100%. It might not be accurate. That's what I heard.
I'm going to show you 2 documents, sir.
He's probably pointing something else out, but oh my God. What made you almost spit out your water? What is happening? Is everyone okay?
I'm going to show you 2 documents that actually, look at the first one. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that a result summary from Gray Key for
What's happening today?
Phone?
This is the initial extraction that we created before the password guess process went through.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
Okay. No objection, Your Honor.
That's the original?
Yes, this is the first one.
Thank you.
Maddie Graham in the chat said, EDB, let's not forget about the tiny-wimey, wibbly-wobbly.
Yes, this is essentially the same information, except it goes further of all the
trial is very wibbly-wobbly.
Password guess attempts longer until we actually get all of the information from the phone.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
Also, they have to show the exhibits to the other side
Objection, Your Honor.
before they proceed and make sure there's no objection before they show it to the witness. And then they mark it for identification. So we're just going through that appropriate foundational stuff. So I saw Ashley in the chat might be a little behind, said, Emily, you seem shocked to hear the prom comment. There were rumors. I don't.
This exhibit as well, please.
When it comes to Real Housewives and other reality TV, I'm all about the rumors, the speculation, the drama. When it comes to trial, I genuinely want to hear things as it comes into the jury and do my best to not go tunneling into external fuckery. So I don't want to know. I want to see how it comes in front of the jury. I don't want to find it out for myself, which leads to moments where I'm pleasantly surprised, and the audience walking along at home were like, we knew this was coming. So I try to react like I try to react in real time, and I don't want to know. I want to see what's coming in. I want to see what's going on with the jury. I want to see what they know. And also, it's a lot of energy. Also, rumors, you never know. So I don't.
Sir, I'm handing you
with
back
cases,
Exhibit
don't
19.
go down those rabbit
Partial
holes.
download.
Also,
Exhibit 20, which was a subsequent download.
they're energetically expensive. Housewives, all the rumors. I keep my
You
drama to
mentioned
reality
hash
TV.
value changes
Court.
with the content of each download.
Yes.
Is there hash values specifically assigned to each download?
Yes, there is.
Are they the same number and digits in digital fingerprint?
No, they're not.
And explain again why they would be different.
Again, the first one was the partial. It was only 45 gigabytes of data, so it has one number. The second download was 109 gigabytes of data once it got the passcode. And again, that number is completely different again. And again, like I said, the information is not the same, so the hash values won't be the same.
Were there 2 other phones that you inevitably analyzed?
Yes, there were.
Let's start with the first one. Did you have an opportunity to create a file on a phone that came from Kerry Roberts?
Yes, I did.
Now, you said it's a 2-step process. First is the extraction, the copying, and then it's creating the file.
That's exactly right.
With Kerry Roberts' phone, did you make the extraction, did you plug it into the gray key?
No, I didn't.
Who did?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
How do you know Trooper Connor Keefe?
He went to meet with Kerry Roberts.
No.
Received the device
That's not
from
the
her.
answer.
He
How
brought
do
it back
you
to
know? How do you know him? Not what did he do? How do you know him? That's not responsive at all.
the office and did the extraction. His name is also on the extraction Gray Key progress reports as well. And he wrote 2 state police reports regarding it.
Do you work with Connor Keefe?
Yes.
He works with, I'm sorry?
Yeah, I would say we do the same, essentially the same job working together.
So he's in your unit?
Yes, he is.
In the digital forensic unit?
That's correct.
That phone, did it come with any paperwork, any forms?
Yes, he had 2 signed waivers of consent.
Because Kerry asked earlier, did Connor Keefe write that report?
One for each device.
And so as far as the copying, the extraction, you did not do the extraction on Kerry Roberts' phone?
No, I did not.
After it was plugged in and a copy was made, did you then access it?
Months down the road.
Were you assigned at that point to analyze or look at any of the data on that phone?
Initially, no.
At some point, did you create a file so that you could provide it to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Was that upon request?
Yes, it was.
And separately, did you know, or did you, let me ask it a different way, was a phone from Jennifer McCabe extracted?
Yes, it was.
Did you do the extraction?
No, I did not.
Was the information after extracted again provided to a digital file?
It would have been, yes.
Did you, at some point later, did you make a copy to provide to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what a USEF reader is?
So the UFED reader is a portable case that I can create through Cellbrite. Again, like I said, it's the exact same program that I would be viewing if I was sitting at my desktop. Instead, it can be made into a thumb drive to give to defense, prosecution, investigators, whoever. And there's no chance for the data to be manipulated because it's just a reader.
When you have the
He didn't ask
digital
who did
file that's been
Jen McCabe's
extracted
extraction.
and then created into a PDF or a form that can be read, can you print the entire file on paper if you'd like?
Yes, you could.
Would that include, could you print it so it includes the entire content of the phone?
Yes, it'd be thousands of pages, but yes, you could.
Is there any way to isolate particular things of interest that you might want? For example, if you wanted just the chats between 2 people, is there a way that you could have a program isolate just those chats and then give you all of them in a form that you could read?
Yes, so you can go in to cherry pick whatever information you're looking for to create into PDFs or other, it gives 5, I think, different mediums. You can have it output HTML, portable cases, XML files.
If you wanted to create a document that had a number of people in communications, could you do that as well?
Yes, you could.
So you can pretty much set the parameters how you want if you want to search for particular items.
Yes, it's very generous that way of being able to search for a keyword.
So like if there were text messages between 2 people, you could like just search for those text messages specifically between those 2 people. It'd be really simple to do. Like you just change the parameters to find those text messages like that. Is that what we're talking about?
Phone numbers, whatever it is, and then you can export that out into a PDF so you can print it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Casey Cat asked, but are we supposed to be cherry picking? Well, I think the point was you can isolate
Did you go through
data
the program
and look
create
for
a number
certain
of
things.
documents that isolated specific information that you wanted?
Damn it, Emily. Let the lawyers continue lawyering. You can isolate particular conversations.
Yes.
For example, did you go through and create a report for all of John O'Keefe's calls for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a report for all of the calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a specific document that would show just the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the phone and create specific separate documents for communications, phone calls, and text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and other people, not the defendant?
Yes.
For example, Ms. Roberts,
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. McCabe.
Yep.
Did you go through any of the phones and create documents to show any text or conversation between parties not involving John O'Keefe?
If directed, I could, but I don't believe I did.
When you took on the task of creating these documents, was it something you did on your own or something that you would wait for a request from a prosecutor or another officer?
I would wait for a request. Again, my knowledge of most of the cases is very, very limited. So if they're looking for something specific, I can assist them. If they need some type of help, I can assist them. But normally, I will open it up for them, and they have a better knowledge of the case, so they know what they're going to be looking for. Everyone in our office is Cellbrite trained, or if someone new comes in, that's the first thing they'll go to is to a Cellbrite training, so they know how to use this program, and it doesn't put the burden on myself and Trooper Keefe to try to find everything for every case.
He's like, no, we're responsive.
No, at this
Ask me.
time, I'd like to conclude.
Ask me about
this
the,
witness testimony to be recalled again.
what time was
You're in
the-
agreement with that, Mr. Lessie?
We are, Your Honor, subject to the recall.
What time was the phone call they were all highlighting in Clueless? Because I completely forget. There was like a date or a time of the phone call, and they were all going through and highlighting the like October 7th call or whatever it was. But that's really what he's talking about. I don't know the relevance of anything in the case. I'm just going through and looking for, querying for what they're telling me. And Emily Outdoors said, in programming, cherry picking is the term for selective querying from software engineer. I appreciate it because in law, the lawyers use it to throw shade at each other in filed motions, saying this side has just cherry picked this and this side has just cherry picked that. So it goes that way in the shady motions. But yes, the selective querying, which sounds better, I think, in front of a jury, or saying, we can cherry pick it, meaning we can isolate conversations. I think they're going to let him be recalled, so they're just laying foundation for stuff that's going to come next.
All right, Trooper, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you again.
So he will be back.
Should I?
You could just leave him right.
Thank you.
So we are going to go to the next witness. His testimony's not done. So we're going to have to wait some more to get to things. However,
Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
May I?
Yes, please.
the Commonwealth has witness 5
Commonwealth
coming up.
calls Mr. Whitley.
I think it's only fair while this witness is coming up that we take a moment, because a lot of you let me know in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you didn't watch the first trial. A lot of what the chat was asking about was this witness's, just a moment of this witness's testimony during the first trial.
Equally on both sides.
I think it's only fair, and because the moderators and Miguelina, my producer, are bae, because it's only fair, the moment that chat was talking about, I think we can just share without spoiling anything, because, well, we don't want to spoil anything. But this was a witness who had a hot microphone moment in the last trial, and so I think it's only fair to share with all of you coming into this trial that was the anticipation of this witness who was under cross-examination. The microphones in court pick up and project to us here. They don't project as loudly in court. So the judge sighing into the microphone is not going to be picked up as loudly by the jury as it is by us. sometimes witnesses have a moment on the stand where they are just not feeling it. And this witness had a moment on the stand where he was just not feeling it. So a little bit of stream inception for a moment, if we may. I'm gonna move Emily today up here. This is Emily last year down there. And the glasses I lost. I love those glasses. So we're just gonna take a moment to share a moment with all of those watching the trial for the first time. And then we're going to get back to trial. I know, it's EDB Inception. I miss those glasses. All right. This is the same trooper with his hot mic moment from the last trial. Sides. Okay. Kill me. Oh. Wait, do I also have neon nails then? Wait, did I unironically get the exact same manicure like a year later? What are we doing? This is during cross-examination.
Yes, I did. Material that you reviewed from the defendant's phone, is that consistent with what
Emily, do you always wear these earrings? Yes.
Yes, it is.
So the chats reflect equally on both sides. Okay.
Kill me.
Oh. Who said that? Was it this witness? It was, girl. It was. It was. Sir, blink twice. Did this witness say that? Yep. Or did Lally say that? I'm rewatching. Oh, hold on. It was during direct.
Kill me.
This witness said that. Yep.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could request certain portions of.
He did. I know. I still can't believe it. I know. You're a cell phone expert. Uh-huh. I know. In a murder trial. Yep. Like, you, with a microphone in front of you. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. That. Yep. Still agree. What's happening in this trial today? Because... Yes, this was last year. Did you not want this case to go forward either? I don't think that was Lally. That I think was this witness. Dead ass this witness. We're going to do that. 100% that witness saying kill me. 100% that witness under his breath saying kill me. 100%. Hot mic moment one more time and then we're going to move on because my brain has to keep going. But I think that was this witness. Yep. And I wonder if it's specifically regarding Lally's questioning. That's me speculating and being snarky all in one. But it's probably true. Sounds like this witness saying kill me under his breath. It is. But 100%. For those of you that are just listening in the background, come back and watch real quick because I think he said it.
Yes, it is.
He does. Mm-hmm.
Kill me.
Yep, totally this witness. 100%. What this witness? 100% that witness. 100% that witness. 100% that witness. So that was last trial. That was last trial. That under his breath, he was just like, I forgot it was Lally's questioning. I thought it was Cross. It was totally Lally's questioning. So we'll see if we have a hot mic moment with this witness again in this trial. I don't know. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. But thank you, chat, for waiting. For everyone new to this case, there were moments from the last trial that doesn't give away any testimony, but that's what the direct examination was like. That's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was like. It was painful. He was just laying foundation for text conversations between John O'Keefe and Karen Read. I wonder if they will come up with this next witness. Would that be in the trial transcript? Probably not. I don't know if the court reporter would have heard it because the microphones are more sensitive. So when the judge is sitting up there being like, we hear it more, the jury's not even going to hear it. We hear it. I don't think the court reporter would hear him say it under his breath, but the mics pick it up. Because you're mic'd. I don't even think Lally would have heard it. I don't even think the jury would have heard it. So we'll talk more about that trooper when he comes back to testify. because that will happen another day. So the foundation's been laid for those reports. Let us continue on. I really prefer to go with I'm living when I'm dead, but that witness was just like, fuck me. Like, fuck me. I get it. We all felt that way. We all felt that way during some of that direct examination. Okay. Let us continue. Witness 5. Witness 5 is being called. Let's zoom. For all of you asking, why is he coming back? He wasn't done testifying. He came in to lay the foundation for those cell phone extractions, and then he is subject to recall. He will be back for other stuff. So he was out of order so that those things have foundation so they can come in. So that witness will be back and forth a couple times.
The court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
It will become clear what foundation they needed to lay as we go forward. So we'll see what messages they need to come in today or tomorrow.
About the truth, so help you God.
Sometimes witnesses come in because it's out of order, and that's timing-wise. There can be a lot of reasons. So we'll see.
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Daniel Whitley, W-H-I-T-L-E-Y. I'm a paramedic with the Canton Fire Department. I've been a paramedic and firefighter there since March of 2006.
Before you became a paramedic firefighter with the Canton Fire Department, did you work anywhere else related to that field?
Yes, I had 4 years full-time as a EMT intermediate, and also a paramedic at American Medical Response in Brockton.
I'd like to take us right to January 29, 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Were you working?
Yes.
I don't remember him either.
What was your role that day?
I was a field training officer working on the ambulance with my partner, Jason Becker.
Mr. Becker?
Correct.
That morning, did you know whether there was a call where a group of your colleagues went to and addressed 34 Fairview?
I'll double check. I don't remember.
Were you accompanying your colleagues on that initial call?
No.
Where were you at the time your colleagues left to go to that location?
I was at the Station 2, Ponkapaug Station, on the north side of town.
Different station?
Correct.
At some point after that call came in and was responded to you, did you receive a call?
Sometime after, I'm not quite sure exactly how soon or later it was.
It's better than what, if any, call did you receive?
Another call to respond to that scene.
Mm-hmm.
As a result of receiving that call, did you make your way towards that location?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Just me and my partner at that time was Jason Becker.
What type of vehicle did you use to get there?
It was an ambulance.
What was the weather like?
It was snowing pretty heavily at that point.
Snowing.
Do you know about how long it took you to get to 34 Fairview?
Wait.
Not
one question about the snow? One question? One question without the snow? Oh, also, thank you, producer Migalina. You are the best. Migalina said he did testify last trial, day 4, no cross-examination. Fair enough.
Exactly, but definitely longer than usual. It should have been an 8-minute drive. I'm guessing 10 to 12 minutes. You could refer to my partner's report for exacts.
For exacts.
When you got there, what did you see?
We arrived on scene. Our engine was there before. We run on a response with an engine and an ambulance to medical calls. And then at least 2 police cruisers and another car parked on the street, a gray SUV.
When you got there, did you meet with anybody?
Oh, there was cross but no redirect.
Yeah,
Thank you, Migalina.
Usually we get out, we say hi to...
brief testimony.
My lieutenant and the other gentleman, Sam Parker, was on the engine before we got there. They were up front of where we parked, and then we walked down further, or at least I did, to the gray SUV.
When you reached the gray SUV, did you see anybody inside it?
Oh, there's a motion pending in the chat.
I believe at that
I'll
point we
find
were kind of, getting out. We were walking down. They were coming out to greet us. There were 3 women there.
Okay. Did you speak to any of them in particular?
Not at that point, no, not really.
At some point, did you have any interaction with any of the women?
Yes.
Pull it up in a minute.
In fact, did you know any of the women who were there that morning?
I knew Kerry Roberts.
How did you know Kerry Roberts?
First we're neighbors. She lives about 200 yards away from me, around the corner. And she helped organize a neighborhood
How do you
block
know
party, and I
her?
would volunteer every year to bring the fire truck to the block party and show the kids.
She
fire
organizes
truck
the block party.
for a little bit.
So you knew her well?
No.
Were you friends with her?
No.
Friendly?
I just would describe us as acquaintances.
Neighborly?
Did you ever socialize with her personally, other than the block party?
No.
But you knew who she was?
I knew who she was. I don't recognize her, yes.
Did you talk to her that morning?
Not beyond probably a hey or hi or something like that.
Do you know whether she ever gave you any items?
I know at one point I had to exchange whether it was a purse or a cell phone or some object from Miss Reed.
At some point that morning, did you
Exchange some
have an
object?
opportunity to meet with the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you first see her?
We were in the process of getting her to go to the hospital.
When you say we, who was helping you?
That would be, my partner, obviously, Jason Becker, and then my lieutenant, Greg Woodbury.
Where was she when you first saw her?
Somewhere outside in the street.
Do you recognize her in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you identify her, please?
Yes.
Please. You're pointing to a person. Can you give just a very limited...
You said, can you point to
the
her?
woman standing,
We didn't ask him to
sitting in
describe
between
her.
these two gentlemen here.
Say describe her.
Did you interact with her that morning, have a conversation?
Yes.
When you first started speaking to her, what was her demeanor?
Pretty upset, crying. She was, we had a Section 12 in hand, which is a medical order or a police order to be taken to the hospital for a psychological evaluation.
Did you discuss that with her?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you ask her to follow you or to come with you?
Yeah, she did.
And did that happen?
To the ambulance, correct.
So you went to the ambulance with the defendant?
Y'all, some people
Yeah.
have
And was
just
Mr. Becker
verbal
with you?
crutches.
Yes.
It is what it is.
What happens when you get to the ambulance?
I know.
So it was snowing.
But if
and
all
it was
36,000
more
of you
to
type
kinda
it at
just
once,
get everybody
I will lose my mind.
into a nice warmer location where it wasn't snowing or windy or anything like that.
Chad, I feel you.
And we would discussing that we have a Section 12 that states we regardless of if you want to go, we have to take you to the hospital. She was arguing that she really didn't need to go to the hospital, and we were trying to convince her to go to the hospital because once the Section 12 is written, it doesn't matter what the patient says, we have to get them there one way or the other, whether it's cooperatively restrained or chemically restrained with sedatives or anything.
It's not a voluntary order?
It is not a voluntary order.
Inevitably, did the defendant agree to go with you to the hospital?
Yes.
When you were going to return to the hospital...
It is not a voluntary order at all.
Was the defendant placed in the back of the ambulance where a patient would be?
So how we operate for anybody that's a Section 12 or anybody that is under the influence of anything, we always operate with two people in the back of the ambulance. So myself and my partner,
truly
Jason
didn't
Becker,
remember
were
this
back
witness
there.
at all.
And then we had to take somebody from the engine company and have them drive to the hospital, and that was Sam Park.
Sam Bach?
Park, P-O-C-H.
Thank you. Before you left, before you started to drive away from Fairview, were you having any conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you share with the jury what those conversations were about?
So we were talking. She was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours.
Did she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
No.
How often did she raise the issue?
For those of you asking, and I saw a number of you asking, earlier today, Carrie Roberts testified that she was with Karen Reed while Karen Reed was on the phone with her father and threatened self-harm. And shortly thereafter, Carrie Roberts received a call to come back and bring Karen Reed back to the scene. I don't think we got full testimony from her yet that her father had called. I think Carrie Roberts alluded to it fairly quickly. We'll get more testimony about that. But the involuntary Section 12 hold is because her father called it into police. It will come up in testimony again later. Carrie got into it a little bit earlier, but that's what it is. It is an involuntary section that was called in by her father. And we will hear some of that more in later testimony. We'll continue.
Whether or not
I remember the husband part.
Or how long
that I
he could be
remember
out
from the last
for.
trial.
I'd say at least 3 to 4, maybe more.
Part of your job is to care for patients?
Correct, yes.
Was part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with physical injuries, don't you?
Yeah, in Florida, it's Baker
oftentimes
Act.
it is physical injuries.
California,
yes.
it's 5150.
when you're
Boston,
trying
it's
to,
Section 12.
Transport somebody on how to interact with them?
Yes. Well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance, she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what was the patient that ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and
they got there after ambulance 1 had left.
Figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being
snow,
the conditions outside. We were trying to give her hope that there is a saying in the medical field: "You're not dead until you're warm and dead."
That's not helpful to her, though.
I was basically there's stories of children falling through ice and falling into rivers and being underwater for multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits. So I was telling her those stories.
That I don't remember. If we get to like carbonite, I'm out. But I don't know if that would helpful as you're sectioning someone. Damn it, now I'm doing it. To give them that conversation.
Is just kind of to say, look, let's be sure we'll get to the hospital. We'll find out more there. Just trying to give her any sort of hope that her husband would be alive.
Can you describe her demeanor when she was in the back of the ambulance with you during your interactions with her?
She would go from pretty upset, crying. One instance where she kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids. And I, at that point, I understood who Ambulance 1 had taken, because John was pretty well known in the town for taking on the care of his niece and nephew. So I said, listen, it's okay. It looks like you have a very strong support system. And then Miss Reed said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And she had been crying. And she picked her head up and said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And I said, a matter of fact, I do. And
it's like,
she
that's
said,
my neighbor.
Anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say that about her. And I said, well, she did come to out at early in the morning to look for your husband in a blizzard. And she just rolled her eyes and put her head back down. And I thought it was just bizarre.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll strike that last sentence.
It's his impression.
Would you describe her demeanor as even through that ride?
No.
Well, she was being Section 12. I wouldn't expect her demeanor to
How
be
long
even.
did it take to get to the hospital?
There is more there that I need to know.
Partners,
I'm going to have to wait until this whole trial's over.
I'm sure it has the
Do you have it right with you, sir?
I do not.
There is town tea in all of that we're just... I'm going to have to wait till this case is all the way done.
No.
Well, let
there
me
is
ask you,
more.
I would guess about 15 to 20 minutes, somewhere in there.
You don't have an exact memory?
No.
When you get to the hospital with a patient under these circumstances, do you leave them at the door?
Chad,
No,
I love
no.
how much you've
What do
learned
you
about
do?
trial.
Chad
is all over One Horse, One Rider.
We have to hand off care. So we go in and we have to give a report to a nurse to let them know what their condition is, why they're coming to the hospital, and what we found taking them to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital with Miss Reed, did you interact with the hospital personnel?
Yes.
Do you typically, after you hand off a patient to
The
staff,
junior
do you
prom
leave?
stuff does start to illuminate it.
Typically, yes. This time, Miss Reed was, I'm going to say, not really cooperative with the nurse there. The nurse was asking her to get into a Johnny, give a urine sample. She was not cooperative. The nurse tried to work with her, had an ER tech go and ask the doctor if she had to get into a Johnny. She came back. She said, yes, she's a patient. She has to do all the normal
Massachusetts.
stuff. We really didn't feel comfortable actually leaving
Hospital gown.
the general
Hospital
area.
gown.
I don't know if it was just shift change or what, but security wasn't there. And with her demeanor, we just didn't feel comfortable leaving the nurse by herself with Miss Reed.
You said that there was some difficult times. Was there some difficulty about the defendant accepting wearing a Johnny?
Yes, she was refusing to get into the Johnny, and the nurse kept saying, well, you got to get into this Johnny. The nurse did try to work with her and, you know, asked the doc if...
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And so the ER tech had to come back and say, yes, she has to get into the Johnny.
Yes,
and
she has
at that point, she did. She, you know, seemed to have calmed down and was getting into the Johnny. Security personnel had shown up, and we felt
UK
comfortable
crew,
being
UK crew particularly. Hi. Hospital gown. They mean hospital gown. She has to put on a hospital gown. Why do they call them a Johnny in Massachusetts? I have no idea. Are there any other states that call them that? No. The chat helped me out the first trial. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? So any other states call hospital gowns Johnny? I have no idea. Massachusetts. I don't know. But UK crew, I apologize for the confusion. At least she's not also. I will let it go. Emily is not going to make any more jokes. We're going to let the hospital gown go.
able to kind of leave the nurse and the tech on their own.
Before security came, was there difficulty in her providing a urine sample?
Do you know the answer to that?
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Why don't you ask it a little differently?
Sure. Do you remember whether she was giving the nurses a hard time about a urine sample?
Yes.
So break that down, Mr. Brennan. The objection is sustained.
You said that she was giving nurses a hard time.
She didn't want to give a urine sample. And then the nurses kept asking her to, you know, this is the cup, you pee in the cup.
No, I'm going to allow it.
You were there and saw this, right?
I saw it, yes.
Oh. Thank you. I have no further questions.
United's like, great, I do. On to Cross.
Yes.
I think it's funny that the expectation that somebody being involuntarily sectioned is going to be super cooperative. It's consistent to me that someone being involuntarily sectioned would not be volunteering. You know, maybe it's me. It's like, wow, that's weird. It's like,
Good afternoon, sir.
It's not weird to me.
Sir, you knew
Cross-examination.
before you got into Ambulance 2 that you were heading to Fairview Road for what is called a Section 12, correct?
We would dispatch for a Section 12, correct?
Right. And that was not your first call for a Section 12, right?
No.
You had been in that job since 2006?
Yes.
You've handled a number of them over the years, correct?
Correct.
The fact that the call came in as a Section 12 gave you some idea of the nature of the issue that you might be dealing with, correct?
We had an idea that it was for a psychological issue, correct?
Right. It told you that somebody at that location was suspected of being in some type of either psychiatric or emotional distress, correct?
Yes.
And on your crew, or of your crew, I should say, you were the one to drive the ambulance, ambulance 2 to the residence, correct?
I drove to the address at Fairview.
Now, you've said that when you got to Fairview Road, you don't recall the time, but you do recall that there were still emergency vehicles on scene, correct?
I do.
There was nobody lying in the front lawn of 34 Fairview at that time, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how much later, after 6 a.m., you would have gone there?
You'd have to refer to my partner's report.
You don't know if it was minutes or hours later?
It was minutes. It was within the hour. I don't know exactly.
Within the hour,
Yep.
okay. And you said that there were, or you testified that there were 2 police vehicles on scene, correct?
At least 2.
At least 2. There could have been more than 2.
It certainly could have been.
And those police vehicles in such a situation, particularly with the snow falling down, would have had their blue lights flashing?
I'm not exactly sure if they did or they didn't.
Were the wee-woos
sometimes the police shut off their lights when they arrive on scene. Sometimes they don't.
Okay, so you don't have a memory one way or the other?
No, nothing sticks out.
But those police vehicles certainly were not hidden. They were in plain view, correct?
I would say so.
Minimum of 2, maybe more. Correct?
Yes.
And there was also a gray SUV parked near that residence?
Correct.
And there was a fire engine there as well, correct?
Correct.
You called it our engine, right? That was from the...
Well, it would be engine 3.
Ours. From
Ours was the Station 1 engine.
I'm sorry?
The Station 1 engine. So Canton Fire has 2 fire stations.
Not the letter R.
We were coming from the second station.
Ours.
The Station 1 engine is the one that responded to Fairview.
Okay, and that was a typical large fire engine, correct?
Yeah.
And did the fire engine have its lights on?
I assume it did, only because we rarely shut our lights off on a scene.
Sure. And there were police officers walking about, milling about?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I know I spoke with Officer Sarif and Officer Mulaney.
Okay.
So at least
2.
And you know them by name?
Yeah, Canton's a fairly small town, so
no.
You know, you run into
really
the police on a regular basis.
Me being sarcastic.
Sure, and you work cooperatively with them, correct?
Yes.
Were there other police officers besides Sarif and Mulaney?
I'm sure there could have been, but I don't recall ever speaking with them or interacting with them.
Okay. Were there other EMTs or firefighters there when you got there?
Just my Lieutenant Woodbury, and then firefighter Sam Pock.
Okay, and they were in charge of Engine 1?
Well, the Station 1 engine.
The Station 1 engine? Okay. And
Is
there
there
were
an engine
also
number
civilians
9?
on scene, correct?
Correct.
So you would agree that there was a lot of activity outside 34 Fairview, correct?
There was a fair amount of activity.
I mean, there were people and vehicles.
The defense is
and
using this to go to
lights
how loud it was.
surrounding that residence, correct?
So many people, so much light, so loud.
I assume so, yes.
Well, you were there, so
Yep.
you don't really have to assume. You know, right?
There was at least 2 police cruisers and a fire engine.
Right, and civilians,
And
and police officers, and firefighters, correct? And civilians.
Correct.
All right. With all of that activity outside 34 Fairview, did you ever see the homeowner come out of his house?
I wouldn't have known the homeowner.
Do you ever see anybody exit the house?
I was not focused on the house at all.
All right. You were there to do a job, correct?
I was there to take somebody to the hospital.
Right. And you were there also to do a medical or psychiatric assessment while you were on scene, correct?
Well, yes, my partner was. Correct.
All right. When you got there, you learned, well, I have to strike that. You knew going there that your patient would have been Karen Reed, correct?
No.
Okay. When you got there, you learned your patient was to be Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And given the nature of the call, you knew when you arrived that you would be transporting her to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the first things that you tried to do was to get a medical history from her, correct?
Or my partner.
All right. And you were present for that, correct?
I may or may not have been.
getting a medical history is important so that you can pass along information to the hospital when you eventually arrive there with the patient, correct?
That's right. They're going to ask him those questions about her medical history as well.
Somebody, getting more information is always better than getting less information, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there are times when you'd like to get less information from a patient before you transport them?
So it would be pertinent information. For instance, if somebody was complaining of chest pain and they had, stents placed in their heart, we wouldn't talk about how they had their tonsils removed when they were 12.
Okay, fair enough. But getting more information is not going to negate the crucial information that you do get, correct?
It certainly could in a critical stage. If there was a critical patient, we wouldn't typically overburden passing off a report to a nurse or a doctor with non-pertinent information.
Okay. It's not your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information,
He's saying it's situational.
I would say getting pertinent information is better than having...
That wasn't my question. My question was, is it your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information,
No,
sir?
that's not his testimony.
Not agree with that, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yannetti, you know what he means.
Now, the medical history that was taken from Ms. Reed
Pertinent
listed her
information
as
matters.
having multiple
I'm gonna have an
sclerosis,
objection
right?
on it.
I want to see it happen.
Oh, that's why there was an objection. The defense did this in the last trial. They got into Karen Reed's medical history with a number of the providers so that information was in evidence. I wonder if Brennan is going to try to force that information where it doesn't come up unless the defendant testifies, because there is relevant medical history here. He objected. Lally had let a lot of that go. So we'll see what happens. But he was asking about diagnoses of Karen Reed. It would, though, I think necessarily come, I don't know why we have the only light and not the only fan. I didn't think I'd miss the only fan, but Lord. And now it's me. I think it would necessarily come up when we get to blood alcohol testing, one way or the other. But it is way too bright. So even the Irlen lenses aren't going to stop me from just being completely light sensitive in that moment. So that's why the objection. So we will see. They are still at sidebar. All right. We are going to have to move. There we go. So, and chat is saying they would probably come up in Proctor's text too. Yes, they probably would.
Thank you. Sir, the medical testimony,
medical history
that your partner and you took from Ms. Reed listed that she suffered from multiple sclerosis, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that's a chronic disease of the central nervous system?
It's my understanding.
And what does chronic mean?
I believe any disease lasting more than a certain amount of time. It could be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
Persists for a long time or constantly recurs?
Correct.
And it's a disease that affects neurological muscle control, correct?
That's my understanding.
And last question, it's also a progressive disease, which means it tends to get worse over time?
My understanding.
All right. Now, when you first interacted with Karen Reed after you got to 34 Fairview and encountered that whole scene, it was clear to you that a major focus for her was whether John O'Keefe was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
Bless you. She asked if somebody could survive after having been found in the snow without a jacket, correct?
For many hours, correct.
All right. And you mentioned something about hypothermia, that you assumed that you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation from earlier, correct?
Well, she said that he had been out in the snow with no jacket on for many hours.
And you assumed hypothermia was your testimony, correct?
He said he assumed it was a hypothermia
You are not qualified
situation.
to diagnose hypothermia, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay. And you don't know if your assumption about hypothermia was correct or incorrect, correct?
I'm interested to see where we get to with this with the defense.
Is my assumption correct?
My question is that as you testify here today, after having
Hours
dropped
in the
off
snow,
Karen
no
Reed
jacket.
at the hospital for that Section
Hypothermic
12
situation.
you don't know if the assumption that you made that you were dealing with the hypothermia situation was correct or not. Is that right?
Well, they were certainly working on him at the hospital
Sir.
as a hypothermia
They brought him. Oh, that was a rude pause.
patient.
Yannetti. They brought him to the hospital to warm him up because it was, in fact, a hypothermic situation. Whether that was ultimately a factor in the cause of death, different. But yes, the hospital also assumed it was a hypothermia situation. And I imagine when we get to the people at the hospital, we will hear about base body temperature and what have you. So it was a hypothermic situation. But he is not diagnosing hypothermia. It's going to be interesting to see where the defense goes with this. It's a new train of thought for them.
You don't know if your assumption was correct or not, sir.
I guess I don't.
And you told her, in fact, that you could not speak to that, correct?
I'm sorry, to what?
In terms of how long somebody could survive outside, correct?
I couldn't speak to his condition is basically what I was trying to say to her.
All right.
Situation.
But she still persisted in asking you over and over if he was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
She wouldn't let that go. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And that was despite your not being able to give her an answer, correct?
Again, we were just trying to sort of give her any hope.
Right.
Which also doesn't seem
she kept
helpful.
asking it, and you were trying to give her hope that he could still be alive, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, today you claimed that her demeanor had changed when you mentioned Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And the term that you used to describe her demeanor when you mentioned Kerry Roberts as being part of a support system, what term did you use?
I'm sorry.
When you just testified on direct examination, did you characterize the way that she reacted when you mentioned Kerry?
She had been crying in her hands, and
then she rolled her eyes.
I said, you know, it looks like you have a very strong support system. And she picked up her head. She had her face in her hands. She picked up her head out of her hands, looked at me, and said, "Do you know Kerry Roberts?" And I said, "Matter of fact, I do." And she said, "Anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her."
Okay. And you've previously described that in
Well, you objected to it when he said it.
Last year.
And I think it was stricken.
Her being snarky was the term you used, correct?
Correct.
I think this time he said bizarre.
But you were first interviewed by the police on February 8th of 2022, correct?
If that's what the report says, yes.
About 10 days after this?
About that.
And the events of January 29th were fresh in your mind on February 8th of 2022, correct?
As fresh as they are today.
Okay, so you do not allow that your memory was better on February 8th of 2022 regarding January 29th of 2022. It wasn't better on February 8th than it is today, is your testimony?
I would feel it's just as good.
Okay. Your memory does not get better over time, correct?
For this case, it seemed to stick out to me.
Okay, so are you testifying that your memory gets better over time?
No.
That's not what I said.
But
that would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Correct.
In that February 8th, 2022 interview, you were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I'm sorry, what day?
February 8th of 2022.
Okay.
You were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I do not recall if I was or was not.
You told the police that you knew Kerry Roberts from your neighborhood, correct?
Okay, yes.
And you've testified today that she just lived 200 yards away from you, right around the corner, right?
About that.
And you told police that you had seen Kerry Roberts on scene at 34 Fairview when you got there, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You also told police that Karen Reed, had told you about making statements about her wanting to die, correct?
Correct.
But on February 8th of 2022, just 10 days after these events, you never mentioned to the police during that interview that Karen was snarky in any way, correct?
I don't know if I did or I didn't. I don't know if it would be in their report.
If you saw that report, would it refresh your memory as to whether or not you mentioned
I want him to ask if he
snarkiness?
saw that as pertinent
I don't think I
information.
mentioned snarkiness that day. No.
Okay. All right, well, that answers my question.
Okay.
But after that interview, and of course, even after January 29th of 2022, you went back to your neighborhood, the same neighborhood that you lived in with Kerry Roberts, correct?
For all of you asking
Correct.
where this was
Do you
going,
still live in that neighborhood?
I do.
Does Kerry
This is
Roberts still live there?
the
does.
direction that's going in.
So you and Kerry Roberts have continued to live in the same neighborhood for years after January 29th, correct?
We have.
And before you ever encountered Karen Reed that day, you had interacted with Kerry Roberts in the past, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Well, you were both on the same neighborhood Facebook page, were you not?
Yes, that's why I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the
Right.
block
So
party.
one time she had posted on that neighborhood Facebook page that she wanted to have a fire truck at the neighborhood block party, correct?
What year was
Correct.
that?
And that's when you replied and volunteered that you would bring the fire truck to that block party as she requested, correct?
Correct.
And you also worked with Kerry Roberts on the Ponkapog Civic Association, did you not?
I did not know. She worked on the board prior to my arrival on the board.
So you both worked on the same board, but just at different times?
Different times, correct.
All right. We had, I think you had touched on this earlier, in addition to knowing Kerry Roberts, having been with the Canton Fire Department since 2006, there have been many times when you've worked in conjunction with the police, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to the two police officers that you mentioned having seen at 34 Fairview on January 29th, that being Sarath and Merlaney, you know many other officers at the Canton police station.
I do.
He did say it's a
And
small
as
town.
you say, Canton's a small town, correct?
Relatively.
People know each other, correct?
Sir, those were your words.
You also knew former state trooper Michael Proctor before you arrived at 34 Fairview,
Former.
correct?
I did.
He's going to say
Michael
full-throatedly,
Proctor actually
former.
was 2 years ahead of you in school, was he not?
He was.
Weird.
And you learned at some point that
You guys have the same barber?
your school classmate,
Oh,
Michael
Emily,
Proctor,
stop it.
was the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe, this case, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you spoke to the police in February of 2022, Michael Proctor was one of the troopers to interview you, correct?
Correct.
You did not go to school with Karen Reed, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You didn't help coordinate neighborhood block parties with Karen Reed, right?
Nope.
You were not in a civic association that Karen Reed belonged to at any point, correct?
Nope. Nope.
She was a stranger to you
I'm not done
on
with that.
January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yep.
She was a patient of mine, yes.
Well, as far as you knew, she was an outsider
She
to
was a
Canton,
patient.
correct?
Well, that's
I
go to a little
I did not
far.
know that. I was.
You didn't
That's
live in the
argument.
same neighborhood with her?
She was a patient.
I'm not sure if we did or did not.
You had no personal contact with her either before or after January 29th of 2022, correct?
No.
All right. Now,
I
as a
think-
result of your having gone to the scene,
The
there's-
reason I said it was argument with you're an outsider, I think sometimes because this is going to come up over and over and over again, it's okay to let it marinate. You get where he's going. The jury gets where he's going. So you went to high school with all these cops. You are on the same boards. You're in the same neighborhood. Y'all know each other. Yep. I don't think he has to say the next part because those are objectionable. I think everyone gets the point. And as they do this with every single witness, it just becomes pretty obvious.
There's a patient care record that is generated, correct?
Correct.
And on this issue of the snarkiness and the demonstration that you just did,
they can leave it for
there's
closing because the jury is going to fill that in.
Of your team's observations from January 29th, right?
Are you referring to my partner's wrong report?
Yeah, the patient care report.
Yes.
All right. And that patient care report is dated January 29th of 2022 and is timed at 9:03 and 34 seconds a.m. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
All right. And that 9:03:34, from your knowledge of how patient care reports are generated, would that be the time that you arrived on scene or the time that the report is written?
I mean, I would have to see what time, the exact time you're referring to, but it could be the time the call is closed, or it could be the time you finish the report. There could be multiple reports. I'm not exactly positive which report you're talking about.
Okay.
Do you have an
it was from that morning, correct?
Do you have a dispatch? I mean, what's the dispatch log say?
Well, it did. I assume so.
I mean, there was only one morning that you went to 34 Fairview.
Well, no, but there could be two reports. So the engine has to write a report and the ambulance has to write a report.
But they're both about that morning, correct?
Correct.
All right.
I think that's a fair correction.
There are boxes to fill out on the patient care record, correct?
Correct.
One of the boxes is primary impression.
Yes.
What does primary impression mean?
That is just what we believe.
What your impression is?
The patient's not complaint is, but what we believe the patient is suffering from.
Okay. And that is listed on the patient care record for Karen Reed as a behavioral/psychiatric episode, correct?
Yeah. So that's a box we check for just about any Section 12.
Sure. And of course, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
No, that is my partner's report.
Okay. There's also a box for secondary impression, correct?
Correct.
What is secondary impression?
That might be like just a secondary complaint most of the time. A lot of the times, patients don't have a secondary complaint.
Okay, but in this case, it's listed as anxiety/emotional upset, correct?
I imagine that's true.
All right. And again, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
That's my partner's report, yes.
There's also a box for signs and symptoms, right?
There is.
And nowhere in the signs and symptoms box is snarkiness mentioned, correct?
Snarkiness is going to be a symptom.
That would be medically appropriate.
For
and
me
then,
now.
In the patient care record,
it's going to happen quick.
That
Yannetti.
Karen was found sitting in the front passenger seat of a friend's car, crying and visibly upset but cooperative, right?
If that's my partner's words, yes.
All right. And those words, actually nowhere in the patient care record is it listed that she was snarky in any way, correct?
Again, that would not be something we would put into.
I'm sorry.
Patient care report.
And you did not put it in, correct?
It was my partner's report, and no, we did not put it in.
Okay. And once.
Oh no, Yannetti has dragged this point like up a hill, down the other side, through the snow, and to grandmother's house. The level of dragging out this point Yannetti has done. The point is, you didn't initially say that, and then you went back to your neighborhood and talked to Carrie Roberts, and you're just like a snarky guy. That's what they're getting to. Do I think it matter? Do I think it ultimately matters all that much? No, I don't. But I also think if they play more clips of Karen Reed, I think the jury will see that there are times when she is snarky, even when distressed. I don't know if that's the worst point for the defense either.
Ms. Reed agreed to go with you in the ambulance. It's fair to say she was still upset and crying, correct?
At times.
If I may have a moment.
Sure. So it's just, okay. I think, though, the point of how everyone's connected,
so that I can see.
As they build that witness by witness, will be a very strong point. if they do not overplay it. I also think juries are more critical of overplaying things like that to the defense than the prosecution, though it can bite the prosecution as well. So it just feels like we get it.
Okay. You had just testified that you said at times she was upset and crying when she got in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Were those the times when she wasn't being snarky? I'm sorry. Can we make that the answer? Yes, she was upset and crying when she wasn't being snarky. Would it be too much? It would be too much. It would be too much.
You testified on April 21st of 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
And that was 3 months after the events that you're testifying about today?
Roughly.
And your memory back then was fresh, was it not?
All the snark.
Yes.
All of it.
And
I'm
you were
bringing it
asked the
all.
question, once she was in the back of the ambulance and she agreed voluntarily to go to the hospital, did she appear to calm down at that point? Do you remember that question?
I do.
And your answer was, I mean, she wasn't arguing against us at that point. I mean, once she, agreed to come with us
acquiesced.
voluntarily, I mean, she was still upset, crying, and talking on the phone. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
All right. You didn't mention in that answer that it was only at times that she was crying and upset, correct?
She was not heaving sobs the entire drive.
The whole time.
Okay.
From
The
beginning to
outsider
end,
point was much stronger.
Ms. Reed was constantly worried about John, was she not?
That calls for speculation.
You recall
100%.
that she was on the phone at one point speaking to someone that she called Papa, correct?
Correct.
Did you later learn that Papa was John O'Keefe Sr.?
I am just learning that just now.
All right.
Wait, isn't Papa John O'Keefe Jr.? And victim John O'Keefe is John O'Keefe III? I'm going to get confused. But I think Karen Reed is referring to victim John O'Keefe's father.
And in any case, you heard her say to Papa, is he dead? He's dead, isn't he?
Sustained.
Yep.
You could hear on the other end of the line that Papa was saying something to her, correct?
The objection sustained.
May I approach?
Nope.
The witness or me?
Sidebar.
Okay.
Can I approach? Who you approaching? You can't bring in your client's statements. But it sounds like she was talking to John O'Keefe's father from the back of the ambulance. We know she was having phone calls there, but they can't admit her statements. Those, Chad is like, but he heard the statements. It doesn't matter. The defense cannot admit their statements of their client, the statements of their client. Those are self-serving hearsay. They are hearsay. As to the prosecutor, those are hearsay within an exception because they are statements of a party opponent. When the defense is seeking to bring in the defendant's own statements, their options are to bring in the defendant to the stand to testify or to not to. So those are hearsay statements. All right. We're going to zoom past the sidebar. I mean, it's going to come in at some point. Just not at this moment. It's all too much. All right, back from the sidebar.
So I'm going to release you.
Wait, we're
today.
done? The sidebar killed it?
Tomorrow we'll make every effort to start right at 9 tomorrow.
No, don't start right at 9. What? Why has the sidebar killed the flow? You go to a sidebar and it just kills the flow for the rest of the day. How are we not done with this witness? How are we not done? Can we just finish this witness? There's got to be like 4 questions left. There's got to be. Wait, I've got to grab this question in the chat because it was great. And the chat, there's a lot of you. Vanda, that is a great question. I'm going to get to it at questions. I tried to grab it. Hold on. The chat, there's a lot of you in here. So the chat is moving, but I grabbed it. Okay. With 37,000 of you, that is a great question. We're going to get to that next. How are we just... There has to be like 4 questions left.
So I'm going to release you.
Finish him!
Today, have you come back tomorrow. We'll make every effort to start right at 9 tomorrow. Please follow those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research.
Chat, y'all can
or
all discuss
investigation
amongst
If
yourselves.
you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this
Tell me
case,
about it tomorrow.
Please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful on your social media. Okay? Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, please.
Don't go looking for the neighborhood Facebook group, y'all. The court's like, be here promptly so you can hurry up and wait. Half of jury selection is hurry up and wait. Which annoys them. I can't believe them. We're just done. We're just done. This judge does end promptly. It doesn't make me mad. It makes it a little easier to plan. Today was unexpected anyway, but court is done. Let's see if they come. Oh, court is not done. Hold on. But wait, there's more. I wanted to zoom a little bit forward to see if they came back on the record. They sure do. They sure do. I appreciate it when they use the time after court to coordinate with the attorneys. All right. But wait, there's more.
All right, so we're still in session.
Court is still in session. Please be seated.
Of course we are. They should have just given that guy 3 more questions and let him be done. I can't imagine they got much more. But okay, let's argue. What are we doing? What are we arguing? What are we doing? For all of you asking,
so I would like to move things.
That is the court reporter. She is doing verbal dictation. So that is the court reporter.
Along a little bit more expeditiously tomorrow. What would be very helpful to me, Mr. Brennan, are these clips. I haven't seen I haven't watched anything on television about any of these. Do you have them all in one compilation that I can look at?
Didn't she already ask him for that?
If you don't, you don't.
I thought we had provided.
I thought
the court.
they had provided that.
We will. May I have a moment?
I thought they gave that to you like last week. Because the defense complained that there were so many clips, and the defense is like, I can't watch all these clips. Can you narrow it down? He said, I'll try to narrow it down, but here's all the clips we may use. So they're actually moving along better than last trial. It has gone more expeditiously than last trial. And I think they're going to cut out a number of witnesses.
100 hours or something, or is it?
No, we sent the share file, but it's my oversight. We should have brought in a hard copy for you as well.
I don't know that I have a shared file. Was that?
Dropbox link on Monday that we sent, but I can put it on a zip drive as I should have. And I can.
All right, because I couldn't open that. It needed an email and it didn't accept mine. That's
realize
what that
the
was.
court didn't have access. We will get a zip.
We sent you a Dropbox link, but we forgot to add your email to the permissions. Sorry, Your Honor. Our bad. We are bad. We'll just bring you a drive. Yeah, or a disk.
File and
all right, you talk to Tori about it, okay, Tori? You'll get it for me. All right.
The intention was that you'd have an advanced opportunity to look at them. I'll fix that failure.
I mean the tech.
All right. Have your associate talk with Tori.
I will.
All right.
I accidentally turned down
Anything
volume.
we need to know before tomorrow?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
I bet you there is. I bet you there is more. Your Honor, we sent you a link. She's like, right. I couldn't click the link. It wouldn't accept my email. Brennan's like, shit, my bad. Probably someone on his team's bad. Honestly, he's probably not the one sending over the links, but it doesn't matter. It is what it is. For those of you asking, isn't that a discovery violation? Chat. No. It is an oversight. It is a discourtesy they should bring in. But when you are prepping for a trial like this with that much, are there going to be oversights? Yes. Does the defense have them? Yes. Does the defense, did the defense say they didn't have all those clips? No. The court wants to review them too. So the defense had those. So no, that is not the biggest issue. It is a annoyance. Like, everyone should bring copies for the court. Just remember, if you are practicing, bring extra copies for everything. The court's always going to need a copy. I agree that the court's ready for Brennan to get smoked. I know. But we're going to have to wait for the right time. This is not the time. Now is not the moment. Chat. All right. Let's see if we can summarize the rest of today. I think I summarized Carrie Roberts after her testimony. So let's see if we can summarize the rest of the day. We'll answer some questions and we'll all get out of here. Why? Because we have court tomorrow morning and I'm sure we all have things to do. Let me remind you, if you're new here, 1, do the YouTube things, which is fantastic. 2, the Law Nerd app. The Law Nerd app is free for you in your iOS store or at lawnerdapp.com, so we can ping you when different witnesses take the stand, so you don't miss the shit you want to watch in trial the most, even when it's busy. We also had a scheduling change, so it looks like there's going to be a half-day Friday. Shit could change tomorrow morning. And then the Arc of Voir Dire looks like it's going to be bumped till Monday. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We're not done with that, but they're going to try to squeeze that in a half day on Monday. I don't know about that. I don't think that's going to take a half an hour. I don't think that's going to take a half an hour. For those of you that are like, girl, I'm obsessed with live trial. However, life has obligations. We have a second channel. On the second channel, which is now called The Emily Show. I know. The hypocrisy was killing me. I couldn't continue to call it Quick Bits. They have long since been quick. They're not. They're shorter bits, but they're not quick bits. And we are doing daily trial briefs on the Emily Show channel, along with the Monday episode of the Emily Show podcast. If you want to listen to those in the background, the Emily Show audio feed on any podcasting platform has those case briefs on the audio platforms too. So if you can't listen in the background on YouTube, they're there on any podcasting app on the Emily Show feed. And the case briefs are daily shorter edits of what happened in court. So we take the moments in court, we take my summaries of witnesses, my summaries at the beginning of the day, the end of the day, so we know where we're going. So we give you that case brief every single day. So if you miss a day of trial and you're like, I can't jump in, I missed the entire day, the case briefs will get you caught up and keep you in the loop. Or if there's witnesses, you're like, I just don't give a fuck. Totally fair. Case briefs will keep you in the loop. Case briefs will keep you in the loop. So it's exactly. Cole's like, Emily D. Baker, medium to not so long bits. Yes, it's the not as long as an 8-hour live stream, but definitely we can't call them short in this world of short form content. So we renamed the channel because it just made sense. It's like these used to be quick when they're not even quick anymore. Time is a lie. Time is a lie. Let's go ahead and try to summarize the rest of the day, shall we? Because a lot happened this afternoon. Well, after we finished up with Carrie Roberts' testimony, we got into the testimony of John O'Keefe's mother, Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe. It was, of course, emotional testimony. This is a witness who has lost not only her daughter and her son-in-law, but also then her other son. So it was emotional testimony when she talked about losing John O'Keefe, when she talked about his life, when she talked about her grandchildren, John O'Keefe's niece and nephew, who lost their mother and then their father and then their uncle, who was their caregiver. She talked about moving to Canton and living in One Meadows Ave and being with the kids. She talked about the morning, getting the call from Carrie Roberts, going to the hospital, going back to One Meadows Ave, and that was the heart of her testimony. But there was some new information in her testimony, including that Carrie Roberts and John O'Keefe went to high school together and went to junior prom together. Never came up in any of Carrie Roberts' testimony or cross-examination. Just didn't come up. It seemed to me in Carrie Roberts' testimony from yesterday, oh, we went to high school together. We both played soccer. We kind of knew each other. Okay. I mean, you also went to prom together. It would have been less weird to me if she had said, yeah, we also went to prom together because we were friends. That would have been less odd to me than it being completely not mentioned until John O'Keefe's mother mentioned it. I think that's what made it so much of a, what? That's a little more than like, oh, we both play the same sport to me. The other thing that was interesting about the testimony is when Peggy O'Keefe was talking about getting to the hospital, she said that she asked a nurse when she saw Karen Read, what is she doing here? And when describing Karen Read's demeanor and statements at the hospital, Peggy O'Keefe said she was loud, not distraught, which other people have said about Karen Read, not upset. It was loud. And you could tell it seemed to me, to be fair, that there was a distance there and a coldness in her testimony towards Karen Read. But I didn't necessarily read that as since this event, because it wasn't as if there was fondness and distress at the hospital. And then in the years that have passed, that changed. Because it seemed to be the true thing at the hospital that Peggy O'Keefe said about Karen Read, who was dating John O'Keefe for 2 years at that point. What is she doing here? Well, why wouldn't she be there? So that distance was interesting and then illuminated when the prosecution tried to bring in multiple video clips. The jury was excused and there was argument over those video clips from 2 different interviews. One of the clips was the 2020 clip of Karen Read saying that she went to One Meadows after she left the hospital and felt like Peggy was looking at her in some kind of a way. She was kind of looking at me and I felt uncomfortable and it felt like they didn't want me there. And I felt like she thought, and this was Karen Read's interview, it seemed that I felt like she thought that I had done something to John. And that was the clip. And I was surprised that the prosecution wanted to bring that in because the clip seems to explain why Karen Read was at One Meadows Ave so briefly and why she left. And in light of the testimony from Peggy O'Keefe, the sentiment seemed to match, for me, the way the testimony came in from Peggy O'Keefe, that there was a discomfort there. The prosecution tried to bring in another clip of Karen Read from the outtakes of the Discovery ID series, where Karen Read is mimicking or mocking the way Peggy O'Keefe would have said to her, "I think he looks like he's been hit by a car." And the defense argued heavily against that clip coming in. There's nothing else to that clip. The court took it under submission. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I don't think that clip has evidentiary value. The prosecution was trying to argue these clips come in to show consciousness of guilt, to show that Karen Read had a ruse to remove the murder weapon SUV from One Meadows Avenue. He called it the scene, not the scene, and was arguing that these showed that Karen Read was coming up with a ruse. But I think the witness they put on right before that undercuts that argument. So it's an interesting choice of video. And at one point, when Ellen Jackson realized that they were arguing over that first clip that I think explains Karen Read's behavior without her taking the stand, he was like, "Oh, nope, withdrawn, objection withdrawn. Wrong sound. This is what I meant. We'll fix it in post."
Do it.
Jackson's like, "No, put that in. That explains exactly why my client got the fuck out of One Meadows Ave." And I think that it does. The prosecution doesn't see it that way. There are times where I really do struggle to see it the way that they do. So that's where I'm at. You let me know how you see it. I struggle with the way they see it. And then we started getting into testimony of first responders, but not after we had Trooper Garino on the stand briefly, to bring in the foundation of cell phone extractions from Karen Read's phone and John O'Keefe's phone. No text messages came in, not further discussion. His testimony wasn't completed. There was no cross-examination by Attorney Alessi yet, but the foundation for Karen Read's phone and John O'Keefe's phone came in. I wonder if we'll see text messages discussed tomorrow. And then we got into the first responder who took Karen Read from 34 Fairview to the hospital for that Section 12 involuntary hold that her father had called in. So we will be continuing with that fifth witness tomorrow morning. I can't believe there would be very many more questions there. And we see a theme growing in the defense cross-examinations, which is, oh, you're the fire paramedic that responded, but you're Carrie Roberts' neighbor. And you guys have served on the board of an organization, not at the same time, but the same organization. And Carrie organizes the block parties in your neighborhood. And you brought the fire truck to the block party. And you went to high school with Trooper Proctor. And Canton's a small town. But you didn't know Karen Read before this. And I think we're going to see that consistency in theme and cross-examinations grow as we move forward. But I think after the fiery morning with Carrie Roberts, will the jury remember the rest of these witnesses if they're not brought up in argument later? Maybe not. Peggy O'Keefe, yes. But the rest of them, it's just giving information until we get to other parts of testimony, which we will be doing tomorrow. So Get the Lawnert app and I'll see you in court tomorrow. Let's answer questions. You guys have questions. You have questions. I have questions. We have questions. You know, there's 33,000 of you here. How you doing? Lawnerts, day 2 of trial. How you doing? Oh, look, a lot of you asked me this question yesterday. I linked it yesterday. I will link it again. I have been wearing the lip oil from Colfi. Is that how I say it? I don't know how to pronounce it. I have 2 different colors. This one I think is First Sorry. These are great, but this is what I've been wearing. And I linked those down below. So that is what thank you for asking. A lot of you have been asking. If you click the link, it should take you directly to that product, but I linked it in the video. I also saw Ashley say, I want a fax hat drop. We're working on it. We're working on it. They sold out very, very quickly. So we are working on a restock. Merch is not always easy when things are uncertain, but it's on our list to restock the fax hat. It's 100% on our list. All right, let's get to your questions, your super chats, and the legal questions. I saved a couple of them throughout the day that were just excellent. Law nerds, you guys are so thoughtful. So thoughtful. Oh, there was a great question in Replay Crew yesterday. There was a conversation going on in the comments regarding Jackson using there was no collision 3 times, because the comment section immediately clocked me and they're like, Emily, you were looking down. He said the same thing. He said 3 points. There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. I'm like, yes, I think those are the 3 points, but also my brain is so literal. I'm just like, wait, no, what's point 2 and 3? They can't all be the same. But the comments section was talking about how it almost rebuts the I hit him. And I was like, I didn't even think about that. I loved that it was pointed out, is this the defense rebuttal to I hit him with there was no collision, there was no collision, there was no collision. And I, Replay Crew, appreciate seeing you guys having conversations in the comment section, even when you can't be live, that we're having in the chat when we can, because it's a great observation. And I wonder if we start seeing that repetition, even though there is, of course, discourse about whether Karen Read said, I hit him, did I hit him, could I have hit him, whether it was said 3 times or not. I think it makes sense with AJ saying, look, I hit him doesn't matter, because they're going to get through all of the rounds of could I have hit him, did I hit him, did I say it that much, what have you. But there was no collision, there was no collision. I think he's going to continue bringing those in 3s. Chat is like, Marsha. I get it. So we will see how that continues to develop, but you can see the threads that the defense is following, but you can also see the threads that the prosecution is building. They're going to need physical evidence to back up what they are saying Karen Read said. And we will see that as we get into it. So let's get to questions. I forgot to roll our Q&A. Let's get to questions. All right. There were lots of questions in the chat. I appreciate it. Kathy Jack said, disappointed you didn't timestamp the judge calling Miss Roberts Miss McCabe. I mean, I think I called it out enough. Maybe we'll just clip it into the case brief. Maybe it just needs to be clipped into the case brief. Maybe it just needs to be there. We'll just let it live in the case brief. Katie said, I love that Yannetti's being snarky about the snarky comment. He's trying to make a point. If he tries to make the point too much, though, it kind of gets lost. It's like me when I repeat myself too much. It just, you can lose the potency of the point that you are making. Let's see what else about Dewana. I hope I pronounced that properly. Dewana said he still doesn't want to be there. He doesn't, and it did actually look like Trooper Garino was in a bit of pain. I don't know what that's related to. I'm not going to go look, but the court said you can sit or stand, whatever is more comfortable. So the court is aware of whatever. So we will see. Brave Little Home said, I'm on the Carrie Roberts cross. The Jen McCabe text messages, the shade. 100%. 100%. Jackson was just stirring that pot. He's like, did you know Jen texted this about you? Did you know Jen texted that about you? Did you know Jen said this? Did you know Jen said that? Mm-hmm. Kimmy said, wait, why am I just finding out about Connor Keith? I don't think anyone asked in the last trial who extracted the other phones. I don't think anyone asked at all. I don't think anyone asked at all. And Vanda said in the chat, Edie, be curious, why is the law set up this way? I grabbed this when we were talking about hearsay and statements of party opponents versus what is called self-serving hearsay, which is just statements made by your own side. So if the defense is trying to introduce statements of Karen Read through hearsay, there's no exception to them. Why? Because the defense has the ability to have Karen Read testify. She is available. She is the defendant. She has a right not to, but she has a right to testify. And so if the defense wants her statements in, then they have to have her testify under cross-examination. Otherwise, you could very easily see a situation where somebody could go give a 2020 interview full of unquestioned hearsay, unchallenged assertions, and then say, well, I don't need to testify in front of a jury. I don't need to be cross-examined. If my side can just put in any statements I make outside of court or any statements I make to anyone else, then why wouldn't you just phone a friend and be like, let me tell you my side of the story? And then the defense could just call that friend and be like, tell us everything Karen Read said to you, with no cross-examination of the direct individual. So it is to prevent the manipulation, as it were, of self-serving hearsay in any legal context, criminal, civil, what have you. They can testify. So some of you are saying the link is wrong for the Emily show in the chat. Miguelina, if we need to update it because the channel name updated, we can do that. The channel name did update, so we can make sure that that works. Because, you know, streaming is dynamic. And so it's, hi, Fred. Hi. My cat is just like, what are we doing today? The doves are outside and you heard them. I know, you heard them. Apple Jam and PB said, Johnny is a New England term, I think. I've heard them call that my whole life in Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts. Yep. And I had never heard of it until this trial last time. And I was like, what in the world? What in the world? Jay Fernandez said, I don't know about anyone else, but I'm still tickled over the judge calling Carrie Miss McCabe and Brennan asking Carrie if she was influenced. When she was being influenced, interviewed. Today was wild. Today was absolutely wild. I'm going to get to some of your other questions. I know all of you are saying Code Fred. He is just trying to figure out what he wants to do. Hi, buddy. What do you want to do? He's just like, I'm not sure. I know. No, I'm not moving so you can climb on my lap. If you want to get up on the table, you can come up on the desk and say hi. He's just like, no, I'm just going to bump my face into your arm. Hi, buddy. He's like, you're going to do what I want you to do. You're going to do, I can't pull up questions in the chat with my hand if I'm also petting you. I can't. If you want to come over here. He's like, I don't want to do what's easier for you. Why would I do that? I'm a cat, woman. Why would I do what's easier for you? Cat. Apple Jam and PB also said she removed the murder weapon. It's a vehicle. Technically, in this case, this was a huge part of in this case, it was a huge part of the fight over the discovery with regard to the video. Because if they had identified it as a murder weapon, wouldn't all the video at Canton PD become even more relevant because it's the way that you've preserved the murder weapon in evidence? So I think it's a double-edged sword for the prosecution to now be like, she took the murder weapon. Okay, well, you had it. Where's the video of it? If it's the murder, then where's the video of all of it? Okay? We can't be fussed about it now and not be fussed about it at other times. Right? So, sir, you are just, you are just being orange at the moment. Konsugarai? I think I pronounced that terribly. We are supposed to believe that Carrie didn't recount every second of this morning to his mother on the way to the hospital. What mother wouldn't demand to know what happened? I agree. I think this is, again, where I get to law enforcement not telling any of the witnesses what to do. I don't blame Carrie for that. I don't. I'm not going to tell you guys how to feel. I'm just telling you how I read that. I don't. Law enforcement didn't lock anything down in this. They didn't at all. They were just like, so it was, it's frustrating not having the witnesses interviewed separately. And I think it's becoming more apparent why that matters so much in this case, vis-a-vis the last case, especially when you get to know, we sat down and put together a timeline. Okay, well, what do you remember versus what you were told? And that's hard. Let's see. Josh said, was there an accident report that would make this a murder weapon? She literally went to John O'Keefe's house to pick up her stuff in her car. Right. Yeah, no report at that time. They hadn't determined it was a crime scene at that time. And they hadn't told the witnesses not to talk to each other. And they hadn't interviewed any of them. Josh H. also said, so the hospital violated Karen Read's HIPAA rights. It would seem so if the nurse said to Peggy O'Keefe, she's here for a psych eval. It seems that that would be the type of information that wouldn't be shared at all. It seems like not. Oh, let's see. We have gotten through a lot. I'm just going through a lot of your comments and trying to get to questions. To everyone who gifted memberships, Colleen and everyone else, thank you so much for all the gifted memberships. Welcome to all the new members. We will have to figure out when next month's members only is. It'll be probably mid-May, but you can go watch all the older members only. We talk about all kinds of stuff. Octo, 53 months is wild to me. Let's see. Erica said, are you surprised they didn't cross-examine Carrie in the first trial after seeing all of that? No. I'm not, because of the order of witnesses. I think after that cross of Jen McCabe, it made sense to just let it go with Carrie. So I'm not surprised in that. I'm not surprised in that way. But today was a lot. All right. Let's see what else. I'm going to get, again, now I'm umming. Oh, thank you for all of those memberships. I appreciate it. I see a lot of questions about again, about Jen's, not Jen, good Lord, not Jen McCabe, about Carrie's testimony with regard to the grand jury. I think it's fair that Brennan tried to give her an opportunity to explain, and she said, I misinterpreted the question. Jackson was like, you were lying. And she's like, I didn't understand the question. And he's like, you were lying. She's like, I didn't understand the question. I knew I had heard it. I think what it shows, though, is the conflated memory of what was told to her leaves the impression that she heard it when she didn't. So I think it sets the stage for Jen McCabe's testimony. If the jury is going to question whether or not and when that Google search happened, it sets the stage to already question it because they brought that back and forth with Carrie Roberts. And so I think it kind of laid the groundwork to, if the jury doesn't believe that she truly misunderstood the question at the end that said that you heard, then it already lays the jury or puts the jury in the mindset of what's going on with Jen McCabe. Heard a lot about Jen McCabe today. What's going on with Jen McCabe? What's going on with that? What's going on with that? And I think that was the biggest point of it. But is it going to be the type of thing where it's going to create a huge problem down the road? No, I think Jackson used it to his effect, because when they started going back and forth at each other on recross or recross, he was walking away saying, well, you say that now. You say you misunderstood the question now. but it leaves the wrong impression because it sounds like in her testimony, she testifies that she heard it. That's the impression that it left. Melanie, good to see you. Melanie said, do you get the feeling that he is enjoying shredding Jen McCabe so easily? Carrie Roberts. There were parts of the cross that got far afield, but I think the point was made. The point was made that everybody was talking. And could that leave the jury with the impression that if everybody was talking, how do you believe any of this testimony? It's all conflated testimony. It's all conflated together. And I think what that leaves the jury with is just show me everybody's fucking phones. Like if you're in the jury, isn't it just show me everybody's phones. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Show me their phones. What did the phones do? Just give me the phones. And then the jury's going to hear that Jen didn't turn over her phone till stuff was deleted. So the jury's going to wait for that evidence. I would. I think you guys would. Bring me the phones. Bring me the phones. Bring me the phones. Bring me the third-party stuff. Bring me the phones. Bring me the doctors. All the rest of it. But we're going to get through all the civilians, it seems, at least in order. And in an order that is, I think, much more engaging than the way the evidence was presented last time. I think the jury is going to be able to follow this presentation of evidence a bit better. I think the presentation of witnesses in this order is better. And it's going to be really interesting. How do you guys feel at the end of day 2? Because I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you how you feel today. Digital devices. Cancel. And now we're going to get copy struck. Turn off my delightful Vitamin String Quartet playlist. I'll turn it on when we're done. I think at the end of day 2, the jury's just like, okay, so wait a sec. Your very first witness on cross had multiple different statements about I hit him, and didn't say it in initial reports, and it wasn't in a report, and then there were like, what? And then your second witness on cross, it's like, but you told the grand jury you heard this and you didn't hear it. That's literally not true then. So what you told the jury, the grand jury, is literally not true. Technically not true. She's like, well, I didn't intend to lie. It's like, well, but it's not true though. So those are the first witnesses. I wonder if the jury's going home going like, well, I wonder what the fuck's going to happen tomorrow, because I sure am. And with that, I don't know about you. I am tired. I am tired. I am tired. I bet you're tired. I bet these lawyers are tired. And every morning the judge comes in and is like, good morning, everybody. And they're like, Your Honor, we have issues. So tomorrow morning, we should see what the judge rules on that video clip that I don't think has evidentiary value. We will see if we have any more scheduling changes with ARCA, because I imagine the defense is going to have to get on the phone with everybody and see if they can get to Boston from Pennsylvania on Monday. So I imagine there will be more scheduling things that the attorneys will want to talk to the judge about tomorrow morning. So we'll be here tomorrow morning. Law nerds, get some rest. It's been a long day. We'll see you tomorrow in court. Court is, well, court starts for us when we get here, 8:15-ish, give or take. If court's on time, I'm going to do my best to be on time. If court's not on time, we'll give it a little zoom room. Law nerds, you're the best. I'm exhausted. I will see you tomorrow, bright and early-ish. Bright and early-ish. Court is adjourned for the day. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to check out all of our links to Forio for all of you that came in later. We have a 30% off at Forio Sweden, and that includes things that are on sale. So if you don't want to miss the discount, that's linked down below. I will see you tomorrow. Law Nerds, you're the best. Good night. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court and, of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Law Nerd.